Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day, Sunday, the competitive day of the Vintage Sports Car Club's 2022 Harewood, did you spot deliberate mistake there? Prescott weekend. Checking if anyone's awake and shaking their fists at me. Good morning also to our friends on the World Wide Web. We are broadcasting online today. So a brief introduction for those of you not here. It's a lovely English summer's day here at Prescott, nestled in the Cotswold in the south of England, near Cheltenham, near Gloucester. Glorious course, steeped in history, going back to before the Second World War. The Bugatti Owners Club have been the lucky and proud owners of this venue since the 1930s. And so you can keep up with what I'm talking about, and later on Christopher Druitt will be joining me, but currently you have me, Guy Loveridge. The cars get off the starting line, they then accelerate under the bridge, curving left-hander, and then heavy on the brakes into climbing right at Orchard, short straight into Pardon, which is a hairpin, possibly the most famous corner here at Prescott, if not on any hill climb in the country. Then along through Midway and into the S's, which are a wiggly-woggly section, as their name indicate. Then a medium-fast left-hander at Rolt Corner. Then the long, almost 190-degree back on itself right-hander at Semicircle. And across the finish line. Highlights from yesterday's practice. Our fastest time of day was Ian Baxter in his Alta. Followed by Nick Topless, James Baxter, Ben Fiddler, Tom Hardman, Julian Grimwade, all in the 43-44 second bracket. Ben Mears, 44.72 as well. Julian Grimwade, 43.07. So impressive times. Sadly, James Baxter had a gearbox issue. Second gear decided it didn't want to be in the casing anymore. So James will not be taking part in the ERA Riley. Nor will noted VSCC personality and tyre supplier Dougal Corley. The Corley family GN Ford Piglet sadly also had a mishap, as did the legendary Austin 7 as well, so will not be joining us today. I'll give you any other updates as we go through, where the marshals are getting on their posts right now. The red flags are out at some, and we should be underway momentarily. And I shall start calling times, performances, names, etc. once we get underway. So again, thank you all for joining us online around the world. Also, many thanks as ever to those who've made the effort to join us here at Prescott in person. And extra special thanks from the VSCC to our principal associates and sponsors, Bonhams, who gave a very pleasant hog roast and Wrigley. We have our first vehicle on the hill. It's actually car 75, according to the time it screamed. It's Tudor Roberts. I'm not sure Tudor Roberts is actually in car 75. I think higher than that. I have seen the name. I recognise the name. I shall have a look around. This is a practice run, I suspect, having not climbed yesterday. As soon as I find it, I will let you know where it slots into the run of things. It was a 65.28 for what is being recorded on the screen as car 75, Tudor Roberts. So Tudor Roberts can be found in class 125 with his Vauxhall 3098, so assuming it's a shared drive, 65.2. Now we return to the programme. Car 1, Mark Gold, Austin 7 Chummy. Mark is through under the bridge, had a first 64 foot of 3.75 seconds and was doing 32 miles an hour under the bridge. That's 2 miles an hour up on his times yesterday, which is a healthy improvement from Mark. He obviously had a good rest last night and is going well. His best time yesterday was a 72.74. He's up out of Pardon through the trees. He's past midway, climbing still. It doesn't really plateau at any point, this climb. And into the S's at 48.75 seconds. There's Gordon, car number 2, is on the track. He comes up as Mark Gold goes round to my left as I look at things, past semicircle. There's through Orchard and away up to Pardon. Mark's first timed run to count is a 73.29, a 73.29 between his 2 practice runs. So got his eye back in. He was ahead on time until he reached Rolt, so perhaps that's where he needs to look at his climb to make up his time. Now Les Gorton has a best time of 71.68. He's currently in Rolt and coming through the trees to my left into semicircle. And round semicircle he goes in his Ulsteroid. As Thomas Coates in the Gordon England Cup climbs up towards Pardon. Les Gorton 70.05, a very healthy improvement on practice times. That's the way to be going. So that's an improvement of over a second and a half. So a good climb by Les this morning, enjoying the clear, cool air that abounds at Prescott at this time of the day. Amy Baxter now is on the hill as Thomas Coates comes round the corner. Thomas Coates is looking for an improvement on 62.65. He gets 62.88. None too shabby, better than his first practice time. Mary is looking for an improvement on 64.5 seconds. Mary Baxter in the family Ulster replica. Distinctive black motor car. Now up through Rolt and heading semicircle. Gazing intently ahead and crash helmeted head over on her right shoulder, watching the front right wheel and the road ahead. Some area 64.42. So she goes faster. Mary Baxter. Sarah Foster is climbing well. She's out of Pardon and in the woods across from where I am. Flash of bright red, black wings. This looks like a Nippy. Yep, Type 65 Austin 7 Nippy. It's from 1934. Running as a standard sports car. Breaks back into the sunshine outside of semicircle. And, she's looking to beat a 64.82 and does so quite healthily with a 62.32 for Sarah Foster. Richard Butterworth now safely out of Pardon in another Type 65. Distinctive by the curve of their boots. I was asked yesterday if that was a rumble or dicky seat. It's not. It's a big boot. It's quite a shallow boot, but it is the full length of the body pretty much, as in top to bottom. Very desirable little sports car, the Type 65 Nippy. And Richard Butterworth is looking to beat 61.47, and he cracks the minute, our first runner this morning to crack a minute in this class with a 59.68. Erica Pilkington on course now in her Ulster. It's 1930. Ulster Sports, the top of the tree as far as customer available Austin 7s was concerned. You could have a blown one or an unblown. These here are running unsupercharged in this class. We've seen some supercharged Ulsters yesterday with their pressure-fed cranks and cassette blowers. But Erica is looking to beat 61.34, not quite, 62.38. Stephen Jones on the hill now in a sensibly similar Austin 7 Ulster Sport, but this one's cream with black wheels. Erica's being red. Stephen's fastest practice was a 57.63, so the handicappers having got his entrance right. The higher your number in class, the more likely you are to be rather quick. 59.58 for Stephen, so still under a minute, but not quite as rapid as his first practice run, but better than his second, which was a 59.59. So we see progress. It's all good. Patrick Teague now in his Ulster, hanging onto the gear there, lifting for the S's. Patrick through semicircle as Louis Parkin swapped his trialling Trojan. But we will be seeing Trojans at lunchtime today. There will be a parade of Trojans during the lunch break, with Louis swapping his Trojan for an Austin 7 Ulster. Patrick Teague 60.65. That's an improvement on his 61.08 from yesterday. Patrick. Julia Wolseley is away in the EA Sports. Turns in very crisply, hugs the apex inside line at Orchard, and goes wide at Pardon. That's often the fastest route for the lighter cars, Austin 7s and their ilk. Louis Parkin 57.20 is the fastest so far in class, 57.20. Of course, for those of you who are here, there's plenty to see and do. Our friends at the Bugatti Trust will be opening their doors in about 35 minutes, I think, at 10 o'clock. There's lots to see there. A couple of unique opportunities. The Type 1 is leaving Prescott soon, and Jean Bugatti's diary is on loan for display from Mulhouse, the Musée National d'Automobile, the former Schlumpf collection. So well worth going to have a look down there. The team there, Angela and her team will welcome you, and you're sure to learn something new. Julia Wolseley a 58.32, which is a second faster than her last practice, so well done to Julia. Archibald Collins on course now in his Ulster rep, surrounding semicircle, clock ticking down. This is going to be the fastest, I suspect. Nope, it's just 0.27 of a second outside of Louis Parkin's time, so 57.42 for Archibald Collins, sorry, 57.47. 57.47. Joe Tisdall up now. His last practice was about a tenth of a second outside the minute mark. We'll see how Joe manages. He's handicapped at 57 seconds. Julia Wolseley's gone faster than her handicap, as has Louis Parkin thus far. Also Stephen Jones. inside handicap time, along with Richard Butterworth. So the handicappers being given a bit of a pummelling in this class. Joe Tisdall 59.66. Meeting the minute. Mark Daniel is on course now, as is William Marsh, who's coming up, lifting and braking just a dab as he turns right into Orchard, then up to Pardon. To those of you who may be listening online to the live cast and wondering why we're not using the long course, if you've pulled up a map of the course, that's because the VSCC, having started here before the war, we only ever used the short course until comparatively recently. The long course was a high days and holidays event. Now it's firmly established as we have 3 days here at Prescott, but the long course event will be next month in September. I'll give you a rundown later in the day on the events left in the VSCC calendar for 2022. There are a goodly number. And Mark Daniel finishes his climb on 59.73, which is an improvement for him. And William Marsh 55.47. He smashes his handicap, which was a 56.5. So almost a second taken out of the handicap there. And as we time down to hundredths of a second, that's quite a decent improvement. Tizania Muchler on the hill now, just round semicircle, looking to beat 59.55, her last practice time. Slipped out a bit over the minute at 61.42. Stuart Rose is well into his climb, through Rolt in semicircle now in fact, and Matilda Jones is on the hill. Ulster replica. Again, bright red with black wings. Running as car number 8, so not in your programme. Car 8 is Matilda Jones in the Ulster. Stuart Rose, a 54.63. Almost 2 seconds under his handicap of 56.5, so well done Stuart. That is cream of the crop currently, with only 3 Austin 7s left to come in the class. On the climb already from class 2 is car number 18, which is Fergus Gunn. Matilda just finishing her climb on the 63.46. Just slides slightly out of her practice time, which was 63.40. 63.46. Fergus Gunn in an Austin 7 Ulster, the supercharged variety, hence being in class 2, which is standard modified sports cars and saloon cars, 751 to 1100cc unsupercharged, but up to 650, up to 750 supercharged. Class record here for general cars is the late James Diffie from 1998, but for the general record, Will Mahaney in his HRG Le Mans. Will is here, passed his car in the paddock earlier. That record goes back to 2007. James Diffie's back to 1998. So Fergus Gunn, 57.73. Fergus handicapped at 57, so I'm sure he'll be seeing his handicap dispatched. Matthew Roberts is now through semicircle as Sarah Davies comes into Orchard. Sarah Davies in a PBMG. Matthew Roberts 7.16. One of our shared drives, Austin 7 Ulster replica. It's the Collings car. And Matthew 57.60. 57.60. Sarah Davies climbing well, is through the S's, past Rolt, and coming into the semicircle. Round semicircle now in the British Racing Green MG with Steve Rees in his MG J2. It's 847cc. He's handicap at 60 seconds, the same as Sarah. Sarah climbed in 72.17. William Lowe is on the hill now in the Vale Special, a real rarity but delightful to see. Steve Rees comes round semicircle. As I say, he's also got a handicap of 60 seconds and he cuts the time of being at 64.84. Hanging on what I'm expecting to be third gear as he tears up towards midway and into the S's at 39.85. Round semicircle, handicapped at 57 seconds. Practice time was the best of 59.47. See, 58.49 for the Vale Special. On the hill now, Roland Woodley in his Riley Brooklands. This is a Brooklands 9, 1087cc. Very popular, very successful little machines with the Brooklands 9s. Reed Railton, the legendary Reed Railton, who go on to great land speed record success with the Napier Railton and others. Designed the design, especially the chassis design of the Riley Brooklands. And Roland's time is a 56.05. He's handicapped 56.50, so he's beaten his handicap. Well done, and goes fastest in class up to this point. Phil Dobbin, still climbing. He's Austin 7 Master, supercharged, 747.5cc. Blown, of course. Another 1930 car. Vintage by definition, except the classic definition of built before the 31st December 1930 as our definition of vintage, and likewise Edwardians for the 31st December 1918. So 1919 to 1930 pretty much brackets the vintage era. After that, those vintage thoroughbreds. Before that, Edwardians, and pre-1905s are veterans. Hence the veteran car run from London down to Brighton, as per the movie Genevieve, of course. Phil Dobbin, 59.44. He's handicapped at 56, so he's got some work to do. And he's drifted out a touch. Fabian Mutschler, 722. This is back to Class 1 again. Another shared drive. It's the Matthew Roberts Austin 7 Master replica. Best time of 60.50, handicapped at 56. Suspecting that's more the car that's handicapped at that, but Fabien round semicircle as we hear a white coloured Riley, Duncan Cartwright. Is Riley Ulster Imp. Fabien Muschler at 66.43. Has lost half a dozen seconds overnight. I'm sure we'll be very keen to find them again. That's right. Riley, round semicircle, he had a 55.12 against 56.5 and goes 54.63, an improvement. On the here now, Andrew Baker, his grandfather Alan Clear's Brooklands Riley. Alan's had this for a long time, this car. I remember watching him at Classic Le Mans back in the early years of this century, perhaps 2004. He was sharing with David Fennell, who was in action in the toy, the Austin 7 Special in Class 8 later on. It's a great little Riley with a good history, running with a GoPro, so there'll be some great footage somewhere at the end of today. Andrew Baker Finishes with a 56.96. He's handicapped at 56. Drifted out slightly, a third of a second or so, but I'm sure he'll be able to wind that back in later. Dr. Damien Gardner-Thorpe on the climb now. Here's Austin 7 Super Sports from 1930, 747cc. Must be supercharged, although it's down as modified, so maybe not supercharged, normally aspirated. Handicapped at 54.5 and comes through at 55.35. Scott Hughes, Brooklands Riley 9, 1929. Super machines these. A mildly breathed upon brace of Rileys in the family ourselves, and both specials, one with the Gamecock engine, the other with the Merlin engine. The trophy when the VSCC came to Yorkshire with that and enjoyed it. It was a multidisciplinary car, raced it, trialled it, hill climbed it, driving tested it. Great fun. Damien is followed by Scott Hughes, who clips the tape at 52.11. That's an improvement, but doesn't quite make it down to his handicap of 52 seconds. But, Ian Standing in his similar 1929 Riley Brooklands. He's running a standard, not modified, and has an extra second to find. 51 seconds is his handicap. He goes round now through semicircle. 56.03. The Vale Special is climbing again. William Lowe, the owner, and now it's Raymond Knight takes his try. In practice, there was a couple of seconds between them, with Raymond Knight being the faster driver. So we shall see how they go under timed runs. These two good friends have been sharing this car for as many years as it's been restored. I think it's one of the cars that came out from the Scottish Museum, who had 2 or 3 Vale specials. And there was a museum auction, and the Vales distributed, but it's good to see that this one is a regular VSCC Hills and Sprints competitor. Not quite so handy for races, but they were never intended to be race cars really in period. They did very well on trials. But the trials of the pre-war years are totally different beasts to the trials we know with the Herefordshire, the Welsh, the Scottish, the Lakeland trial and the Cotswold trial. The ones we run today are different beasts. And Raymond Knight, a 56.06. And things have gone quiet, so I will draw your attention to Bonhams on the inside of Orchard. They're well worth having a look. There's some delectable motor cars there, a brace of Invictas, lovely Lancia, gorgeous little Riley, ex-Works team car. And then just on the far side of the bridge, just in from Orchard, if you come in through the Orchard car park, you'll find a nice selection of traders supporting us. On the hill now is Scott Towell. We've moved up to Class 3, which is standard and modified sports cars and saloons, 1101 to 1500 unsupercharged, 751 to 1100cc supercharged. So Scott Towell is on the hill in his Lee Francis P-Type. This is a 1500cc car with a Meadows engine from 1930. He had a bit of a session of it, let's be fair, with his second practice time. Slipped out to 104 seconds. We'll see how he gets on. William Lear following him up in his 1250 SD Alvis, 1927. Very nice sort of two-tone grey car, the Alvis. Very attractive coachwork. Definitely a dicky seat on the back of this one. And as you walk around the site, there's always people to chat to, cars to look at. I saw a very nice Chrysler, 2-door fabric-bodied coupe under the trees between the Bugatti shelf and the top paddock, and it's for sale. So if you wanted to go have a look at that, the owner was sat on the running board enjoying the sun. I think he may have been doing the Telegraph crossword, I'm not certain. But if you wanted to drop in, have a chat, maybe you could go home with something different. I've seen notification of an Alps MSD for sale as well as I crossed the bridge. Looked good value at £22,000. So, William Lear, Scott Towell, 75.30. That's a much better run, sir. Ooh, with a handicap of 74.05, he's with 74.5, he's within spit. William Lear, 69.39, beats his handicap, though slightly slower than practice. Jane Arnold Forster in the Frazer Nash and Zani Tourer. I believe this has been in the Arnold Forster family for many a year. Jane's late father was, of course, president of the Vintage Sports Car Club and wrote a very knowledgeable and authoritative title on vintage cars. Jane coming round semicircle now. Slight pause as she breaks through into the sunshine. 69.58 was her second practice time, looking to best a handicap of 66 on the nose and 67.93. So she's found a few seconds. I believe I'm right in saying there's a bench dedicated to Nigel Arnold Forster here at Prescott. Those of you old enough to remember Jimmy Edwards' TV special on the club, The Vintage Spirit, will remember both Jane and Rebecca Gunn being interviewed on camera for that about their separate passions, their distinct passions for vintage motor cars at that time. Oscar Dobbin, 7.35, climbs now. 7.35. Sees us drop back to Class 2. It's our shared drive in the Ulster. Oscar Dobbin, a 56.92. Is car 735. On course now, Tom Reynolds in the Lee Francis Tourer, again with the Meadows power plant. Pretty much de rigueur for vintage Leafs. Tom Delaney, of course, with the Hyper Lee Francis. They came in supercharged and unsupercharged varieties. Tom campaigned that for years and years, both pre-war and post-war, finally becoming the oldest racing driver in the world. I think I'm right in saying he won his last event with the VSCC at Silverstone. Tom Reynolds, round semicircle, pushing on hard, trying to beat 59.62. He was handicapped at 64. To 66.87. For Tom Reynolds. Simon Coates next up. The first of our Frazer Nash entries. This is an 11 horsepower 1925. 11.9 horsepower, should I say. Those 9 horsepower are clearly very important. Simon Coates around semicircle. He's fighting a handicap of 60.5. Comes in at 60.68. So 0.18 of a second to try and find. Craig William is underway now. Craig in a similar Frazer Nash Supersports of 1927 vintage. Polished aluminium bonnet, black bodywork. Andy Corley. Crackling exhaust on the overrun. He's making his way up. Craig William, a 58.63. Andy Corley, round semicircle, just feathering the throttle. Here's Meadows engine, I should say, Frazer Nash. Squeal of tyres as David Saxel in the TT Sprite aces his way through Orchard and up to Barn. Andy Corley, a 55.29, beating a handicap of 56.5. not as fast as his second practice run, which was a 54.19. David Saxel, this is his second season with his TT Sprite. I could be wrong, it could be his first. For years he was easily recognisable in his bright yellow 12.4 Special, his ammunition box locker as a boot. But David has moved on up to this TT Sprite. He says he's not sure he fits it really, or it fits him, but it's a 55.73 for David, which beats his bogey time. So well done, David. It clearly does suit you. Yushanin is up and climbing now. He has a Frazer Nash and a GN, but he's favouring his Frazer Nash Super Sports today. It's 1928, again with the Meadows engine. Yushan is through to the S's at 36.34, round hits semicircle at 44.65. He has a handicap time, the same as David Saxon, of 56.5. He was up 68 seconds, 58.69 yesterday, but today 54.34. Great climb from Ishan. He'll be very pleased with that. Huge enthusiast, Ishan, Korean stalwart he's become in the last several years in the VSCC. Stuart Rich now in his Anzani engine GN. Rarity this, it's not the standard Jap V twin GN, but Anzani engined. Stuart is looking to best 56.5 again. He scores a 57.56, so drifts out a little bit. Having been 56.65.
Good morning, Guy.
Good morning, Mr. Druitt. How are you, sir?
I'm all right, late as usual.
Stocious breakfast, enjoyed?
Fantastic, yeah. What about you?
Yes, I was invited by a very generous gentleman, Mr. Robert Dean, formerly of Brabham and the Bernie Eccleston collection, to join him and David in his motorhome in his camping area. That was very, very pleasant indeed.
It's all very well for some, isn't it?
Sausage, egg, bacon, floury bap, cup of tea, 2 cups of tea. Wonderful it was.
I bet. Glorious day. Good morning to everybody around the world, and good morning, I'm sorry I'm a bit late, to our spectators here at Prescott. What a wonderful vintage meeting. Amazing cars. Have we said guten morgen and bonjour to around the world?
We have indeed. I've talked everyone through what Prescott is, where it is, how it came to be, and what a climb looks like.
Did you say good morning in your perfect Finnish?
I didn't. I'll leave that to you, Christopher.
No, I was hoping you'd do that.
Sorry. Should we break into a chorus of welcome, bienvenue, stranger, au cabaret, to cabaret, au cabaret?
You should be in movies. Now then, to things on the track. Look at this cream cracker. Is it a genuine cream cracker? Because there was a Works MG team, wasn't there?
Yes, the Cream Crackers and the Musketeers were the MG Trials team. There used to be a genuine cream cracker campaigned by, a gentleman also had the black car, Aston Martin, founded Race Retro. Name escapes me. I think his Christian name was David. A number of years ago. I remember seeing him on the Lakeland Trial about 20 years ago.
On the screen we're watching this unique Frazer Nash built for the Aldingtons who ran Frazer Nash with a very rare engine. It's got the Anzani, but it's the twin cam Anzani engine that powered how many Squire cars were built? About a dozen or so. And I think they built about 15 of these overhead camshaft twin cam Anzani engines. But this is a very pretty Frazer Nash with a unique body. Chain drive, of course, they all are pre-war, i.e. they have 4 chains from a bevel box sort of underneath the driver, and then 4 chains going back to the back axle. Has all sorts of advantages, particularly lightweight, but that's why they all have very narrow rear tracks, because they don't have differentials, i.e. It's a fixed rear axle. And so when you see Frazer Nashes racing, they tend to go around the corners in a series of straights, like the old-fashioned threepenny bit, which I'm not sure everybody remembers.
20p piece, 50p piece, not circular, not smooth.
Not smooth at all. Lee Francis, Colin Pointer leaves the line. Lee Francis a very distinguished Coventry make pre-war. First employer of the great Jaguar tester Norman Dewis, and then he got headhunted to Jaguar.
I think his first employer was Her Majesty's Royal Air Force.
Oh, we don't count that.
The hostilities.
Paid employer. They were very good, very high quality cars, but like so many Coventry makes, they succumbed to the competition from Jaguar, who were better and more stylish. Well, not better, but more stylish, certainly, and cheaper.
Yes, more competitively priced as well. That was the USP of Jaguar. Not quite stack 'em high, sell 'em cheap, but the same general line of thinking.
So Colin Pointer finishes with a very competitive 53.67 against a 52.5 handicap, and he gives way to Sarah Lear in another Coventry Midlands manufacturer, Alvis, who again were very successful until the late 50s, the early 60s, and then made the sensible decision to make military vehicles rather than struggling to lose money making expensive cars.
Alvis were one of those, the last of the companies that maintained their aviation links as well.
Yes, they made a radial engine, didn't they?
The Leonidas.
Yeah.
My first solo was in a Leonidas powered de Havilland and Canada Beaver. Bizarrely enough, with the Army Air Corps.
In this country?
In this country, yes. An AAC Middle Wallop based Beaver.
Blimey.
It was weird because it tracked across the sky. The rotary was...
Yeah, of course, all those gyroscopics working. So Sarah into the semicircle. On the line, oh no, not on the line, in the S's already is the Frazer Nash Boulogne, celebrating the great success of the Frazer Nash company in the Boulogne Grand Prix race. Sarah finishes with a 79.49.
She's drifted out by 2.4 seconds. She was 77.04, her best time in practice, so a little bit of ground to make up again. Maybe she had one glass too many last night. You could tell.
You be careful, you'll be cancelled.
Again, Jonathan Mellor, 50.91.67. That's quite impressive. His handicap is 51.5, so 59.1 in that Boulogne.
That's good. Austin Ulster, we've seen one or two of those before, but we're in a different class now. It means that this little Ulster in the hands of Charles Ping, which class is he in? No, we're going back a class. But it does mean that it's supercharged.
No, I think it's
41, because class 2...
It's not claiming to be supercharged in the entry.
It's not, is it?
But it's modified. Oh well.
Oh well.
Why is he there, one asks oneself. But 65 seconds, he's still going. Beg his pardon.
He's not complaining.
69.05 yesterday, and...
Oh, much slower. 75.99. Something's gone wrong.
Yes. That's more than just a missed gear. That could be a missing gear.
And it might be ominous that he arrived late for his start. Now, another lovely Frazer Nash. Dominic Hall finishes with a very good time of 49.51.
Yeah, within a second of his bogey time. And a man to watch, if you can see this on the feed or see it live, Joe Blakeney-Edwards, one to watch, Joe Blakeney-Edwards, very accomplished Frazer Nash pilot.
Family to watch.
Indeed, if it says Blakeney-Edwards, Simon climbing later on. Always entertaining, always on it, as they say.
And Joe's Frazer Nash is powered by the ubiquitous Meadows engine. Where were Meadows built? Was it in the Midlands, the Black Country?
I think so. I think it was, yes. I was at Snetterton a few seasons ago, and Joe won the sprint. She was FTD in the sprint in this very car. I was also at Wiscombe Park when she had quite a nasty off. So Joe pushes on and tries hard.
And talk of pushing on and trying hard, Tony Wood in another Frazer Nash Super Sports, again with the Meadows engine, really pushing hard through the S's. S's is where lots of adventures happen.
Yes. Oh.
And he's done a very quick 47.19. Good run.
Yes, he's banged in a good one. That beats his practice time by 0.3 of a second.
Andrew Bush, O'Reilly, a change from Frazer Nash. It's O'Reilly 12.4. when the 1100 engine was increased to nearly 1500, and still very low chassis. It's a very clever engine, the Riley engine. If you have a chance in the paddock to see a Riley with its bonnet up, admire the engine with its high-mounted, whoa, nearly off the outside of semicircle, high-mounted two camshafts, and it lasted a long, long time.
Indeed, they decided the architecture was right and just kept enlarging it, didn't they? 47.49 for Andrew, despite that nearly moment at semicircle.
Here's another member of the Blakeney Edwards dynasty. This is Simon. Frazer Nash, you guessed it. Chain drive, you guessed it. You're right.
You're commentating on the all Frazer Nash race at members' meeting, Chris.
Thereby hangs a tale. When the commentator who should be named this watched the cars coming out of the assembly area and said, I've never seen a Frazer Nash before.
Yes, I think remaining nameless best be his fate.
47.94 for Simon.
Yep, he's found another 1.2 seconds. He's on a 48 handicap, so he's beaten his handicap by over half a second. He'll be pleased with that, but I'm sure Simon, being a Blakeney Edwards, will want more out of his day.
We're watching a lovely pre-war Frazer Nash. It's surprising I mean, they were quite heavy cars and only 1.5 litres, but they picked up the skirts and ran. This is, did I say Frazer Nash? I meant Aston Martin, of course. Aston Martin company has survived how many bankruptcies? About a dozen.
More than you and I have had cooked breakfast.
Yeah, that's a lot. But they were very competitive pre-war cars. They won all sorts of races. They were extremely successful at them all because being sturdily constructed, they were reliable. Tudor Roberts, 57.54.
I'm assuming that's Tudor Roberts' first run to count, because Tudor Roberts was the first car up this morning at 75, recorded to 65.28. And Tudor Roberts is sharing, I'm assuming sharing, although he does have an entry on his own. I found it earlier. It's a bit
maybe
head scratchy.
Maybe he's had some paddock problems and has been offered a shared drive.
Perhaps so.
This is a deceptively quick car. This is the little 319 Frazer Nash with a 6-cylinder engine, and talking about picking up your skirts and running, this one certainly does.
Yes, Richard Gatley in the Frazer Nash Type 319 Saloon, very pretty, black and slightly off-white, 56.85, getting closer to his handicap. Had a 58 best time yesterday, 58.32, so that's good.
And we're into Class 4, standard modified sports cars and saloon cars, and there is one.
Absolutely right.
Up to 1500 supercharged, 2 litres unsupercharged. What have we got now? Another Frazer Nash. It's a TT replica in the hands of Ian Bingham. Count the exhaust pipes and which side they come out of.
They come out of the near side.
With the 3 coming out of the near side, it's a Meadows, but this one has an engine, and I don't know what it is, 1660cc. I must find out.
Yes.
But he does a respectable 57.24.
Handicap 55, but was a 60.29 yesterday, so bit sparse this Class 4. There's an entry of only 5, and but 3 of them are running.
Hypercars are in fashion, aren't they? And they're going to be racing at Le Mans next year. And who started it? Lee Francis. Well, they had a model called a Hyper.
I see what you did there. Very clever.
And this was the slightly more powerful version of the Lee Francis sports car. They also experimented with front-wheel drive in the late 20s, and the cost of development nearly broke them.
Yes, they and Alvis pushed out the boat on front-wheel drive cars, and only Alvis Semi made it work, didn't they?
Yeah, but they quickly gave up too.
Yeah, it was just too expensive. I mean, if you were someone like Eric Lobban Cord, you could afford to indulge yourself with the front-wheel drive. And the 810s and 812s are glorious cars, but for a British manufacturer, it just wasn't going to catch on until 20 years later, when Isigonis did it. Richard Hillgate, 83 of 57.07.
and Michael Pallet into the semicircle. There's a drop off on the outside of the semicircle, which when you're driving up the hill looks a bit scary, but actually lots of people do go off there and very seldom come to any harm. 51.56 for Michael.
He's drifted out a little, unfortunately, has Michael. He was a 51.43 second practice yesterday. Now, I've got no practice times to reach the Hallgate. I must have missed that. So I've done Class 4 a missed service. There are 4 runners in Class 4, not just 3. It's only Anthony North.
Richard did a 56.87 second practice run yesterday.
Thank you.
We are in Class 5, which includes the Bentleys, and spooky coincidence on the screen, a 3-litre Bentley, still with its 3-litre engine. Lots of people have popped 4.5 litres. This has got a rare body, I think built in Yorkshire by Harringtons.
Harringtons? They were.
Or were they London?
They were in Brighton. I have to say this. Hove, actually.
Hove, actually.
Yes, Clive Harrington, chum of mine, is trying to draw together the family history for a proposed book on the Harringtons.
I think they only made 3 Bentley bodies, as far as I remember.
Very few. There's a well-known Type 44 Bugatti body by Harrington as well that Bonham's had here a few years ago on display.
He had won his time, 66.79, slightly quicker than practice. And we've got Gillian Carr rushing up the hill in her 3-litre Bentley. She's a highly experienced circuit racer and hill climber, skillful driver, and a very original and lovely Van den Plas bodied 3-litre Bentley records a 69.04.
Gillian, former secretary of the BRDC as well, amongst her achievements and career highlights.
Was that a career highlight?
Well, in your or my life, I would think it would be. But Gillian goes on and on to success after success, so it's probably just another note in the CV now.
94 is Mike Littlewood in another original looking Van den Plas body. What time did Gillian do?
69.04.
And Mike is going to be a little bit quicker, a lot quicker, 61.89.
That is good.
That's a 1.5 second improvement on his second practice. Now this glorious 1750 Alfa Romeo with a Zagato body that's been in the Pilkington family for goodness knows how long. Alex's mum, Tricia, often used to race it.
I found out last night why so many Bentleys have become 4.5s from 3.
Let's just watch Alex's time, 56.77. Why? Tell me.
There are no 3-litre blocks, and they're not a numbered part. Crankcase is, but the block isn't. So if you broke your 3-litre or it was frost damaged, it was much easier to get a 4.5 block, re-piston. Voila, you have a 3, 4.5, and it doesn't change the numbering, so you can still have a numbers matching car.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, and you've got more performance as well.
And you get a power boost. And it's become such an accepted mod that no one really blinks anymore.
Here's another very distinguished pre-war car, the Talbot. The history of Talbot is so convoluted. Talbot, Talbot, Largo, Talbot, Largo. No one can make heads or tails of it, at least I can't. And Marina Pemberton Whiteley is very near the top and is indeed at 59.02, followed by Gareth Burnett with another Talbot. This is the Alpine 3-litre, the Talbot 105, was always deceptively quick because it was always a very smooth, quiet engine.
Yes, my father had a Type 65 Talbot and with great pride wore a badge that proclaimed him to be a member of the STD register. Of course, in this context, is Sunbeam Talbot Dirac, but in other contexts, he wore that badge with pride for many years.
He did.
He did.
As long as he made sure it was the right STD badge.
Quite so. He used to wear it on his jacket that he got from the Irish National Stud as well. Gives you an insight into the character of my father there, I think.
Gareth Burnett's time was a good one, 52.07. And on the line we've got a very rare car, which you'll see on the screen in a second, but in the meantime, Vauxhall 3098, we've got lots of those. We're celebrating, well, we always celebrate the 3098.
Leapt up to Class 6 then.
Indeed, it's almost a one-make class, isn't it?
A brace of Lagonda to shake things up in the middle there with Mrs. Tebbit and Morley. But yes, it's pretty much 3098 all the way of various sorts, Velox, Wensoms, OEs. I'd love to say that I could tell you the difference, but I really can't.
Well, I learnt a lot yesterday about Veloxes and Wensoms. Winsome would be more appropriate, wouldn't it?
Probably.
David Marsh is nearing the finish at the top, and he's followed by Saul Stevens, also 3098 mounted, 4.2 litre engine, 67.15 for David.
He slipped out. He was a 66.84 in second practice yesterday, handicapped at 64, so he's left himself a lot to do.
This is the Velox body, which was a classic four-seater tourer. And I kept saying this yesterday, lots of people in period regarded this 3098 as a superior car to the Bentley. There was lots of fraternal internecine strife between the two makes. Bentley, of course, had a greater record at Le Mans.
And Brooklands as well, I think. Vauxhalls didn't tend to be as high profile in competition, did they? So they didn't catch the public imagination as much. Almost certainly a higher quality motor car in and as of itself.
I shall upset our friends over in the United States by saying what a pity it was that Vauxhall was bought by General Motors, because immediately they took a very different focus. Probably made more money, but different focus from the distinguished sports cars of the 20s. Nick Bell records a 63.74. Steadily round Pardon goes Annabelle, and approaches the S's. People often think it's fairly straight up the top. No, there's not. It's a swerve left, a swerve right, and dive into the S's, which is exactly what Annabelle is doing right now. 3098s were introduced very early, well, just about to pre-First World War, with two-wheel brakes, and then in about 1924, they finally put front-wheel brakes on, and you could take your 3098 back to the factory and have them added. She records a very good time of 59.45. That's 2 seconds quicker than her best practice run yesterday. Now we're looking at Tom Duffin's 3098 with a two-seater body. Whether it's a Wensom or not, I don't know. But it's a very unusual body for a 3098. Swept mudguards wings at the back, giving it more downforce, of course. Probably Mr. Newey's been advising on the aerodynamics. Attractive body though, isn't it? Nice V windscreen.
It is. I think we do have our own aerodynamicist in the VSCC, Robin Toulouse.
Yeah, we do.
Often seen in the Monasco Pirate, but not with us this weekend.
Director of Rolls-Royce. No, of Bentley, wasn't he?
Bentley, yes.
Time we've got for Tom Duffin, a 58.75, quickest, I think, of the 3098 so far.
Yes, absolutely. I'm seeing if anyone... Tim Jones went faster in practice with a 56.31, Paul Tebbett faster, and Adam Jones faster, but of runs to count, he's definitely ahead of the field at the moment.
Another lovely bright red 3098 in the hands of Andrew Dixie, using all the road out of the S's. I must congratulate Rich Danby and Steve for the camera positions. They have advanced and improved so much over the last 2 years. It's just brilliant, this live streaming now, isn't it?
I will have to take your word for that. I have no screen bar or timing screen up here.
Believe you me.
I will.
But you can watch it on YouTube as to your heart's content for the next 5 years or so.
I will get home and relive my day this evening.
This is Roger Thorpe. He's up against a 58.75 quickest scratch time so far. His handicap is 57.5 seconds, so he's a bit beyond that, 60.23.
He's improved on his practice though, so should be applauded for that. Now what's happened to Nicholas Coates? 105. We were lovely and numerically correct, but he's gone missing. AWOL, I might say.
Yeah, he hasn't appeared. Maybe he's having a second bacon booty.
Perhaps so. He needs
Now look, this is the Wensum body. It's very attractive, that curved back. Is it 4 seats? I think it is 4 little seats at the back in that sort of curvaceous bum of it. Tim Jones, 56.53, quickest so far of the 3098s.
Always makes me think of an Inspector Morse story by Colin Dexter, where a down-on-his-luck artist was selling spurious genealogical qualifications to American tourists. And he sold someone a motto that said, Ventosa vere vestum, which of course reads as when toes are weary, rest them.
I like it. This is a change from 3098 Vauxhalls. This is the Lagonda, 4.5 metre Lagonda of Paul Tebbit. And Lagonda's again distinguished. Eventually, David Brown bought Lagonda with Aston Martin. Proud to say my father was assistant general manager of Lagonda Motors and actually went to Le Mans with them in 1930, whatever it was.
Was that the Brackenbury years at Le Mans?
It was the V12 era.
Yes, the huge, great beast.
And Paul has recorded a 54.46.
His second practice run was a 56.35, so he's bettered that. And his bogey time is 55, so well done, Paul.
Now another change from Vauxhall 39s is this lovely Talbot 105 with the 3-litre, very smooth 3-litre engine, very sporty car with amazing French connections that are very convoluted. They produced a Grand Prix car in the 40s, didn't they, the Largo Talbot?
Yes, it was a development of the pre-war cars, but the T26, think Rosier, Trintignant,
Duncan Hamilton.
Duncan Hamilton, absolutely, as a privateer, Tonsolin, and Pierre Levesque as well. He had 2 seasons in Formula 1 as a works driver of the Talbot Largos.
And they won a few races because unlike the Alpha 159s that did about 1.5 miles per gallon, the Talbots did about 6.
And had a big tank as well.
Yes, and so it was a tortoise and hare job.
Yes, Louis Rosier won half a dozen non-championship Grand Prix at Albi and Pau and places of that ilk with his car. But then even he bit the bullet and bought himself a Ferrari for the 1953 season.
Norman Pemberton in the Talbot, 61.51.
That's a dip back into Class 5 for Norman.
And we're now watching number 111, which is a dip into Class 6 in the shape of Tamara Morley's Lagonda, LG45, attractive 2-seater body, Meadows engine, 6903.
Something that we discussed at quite some length yesterday, which we haven't seen today, is the Radford Tigress from Class 5. It's the car missing. Neither of them has ascended in that yet today.
How funny, I thought I saw it on the line. Never mind. Tomorrow 6903, Mr. Runnels Moss, Noel. Good run, 53.73, number 112. That is another Vauxhall Velox, but a modified one. Intriguing car on the line. Built in Italy in 1906. This is the Otav cycle car with its 1-cylinder engine, belt drive, a leather belt driving the back axle. And some of the cycle cars, in order to engage the drive, you pulled a big lever and the back axle went back a couple of inches and tightened the belt.
Friction drive, yes.
They were weird and wonderful machines, right pre-First World War, up until the early 20s, and then along came Mr. Herbert Austin with his Austin 7 and killed him stone dead. This strange Otave actually leads off the Edwardian cars, so we're into Edwardian cars. Edwardian, what does that mean?
Pre-1919. 1905 to 1919.
It starts in 1905.
Because they're veterans before that era.
Oh, was that when our dear Queen died?
1901.
Oh.
Victoria, but for car purposes, a la veteran car run, pre-1905.
Oh, yeah, of course, yes. John Deneuve in this amazing Brasier raceabout.
You'll take your joke again, Chris?
Do you mean the one about bras?
That's the one.
I don't dare after the ladies' football match. You call it a sports bra, don't you?
You do indeed, yes.
Dating from even earlier, 1906, with a 5.3 litre engine. Brasier, I think, were made in Paris.
Yes, and one of the plethora of French makes that grew up around the turn of the 19th, 20th century, which were, well, let's say they didn't survive the First World War. That's probably a polite way of putting it.
And these very early cars of the 20th century were very quick. We think they were puttering along at 20 miles an hour, not a bit of it. Paris-Madrid race, they're hammering down dusty French roads, scattering, I said at Goodwood, scattering chickens and grannies, which they were. And it was so dangerous. They were doing 80 and 90 miles an hour. They had to be stopped at the Spanish border, and the government insisted they'd be put on a train to take them back to Paris because so many people died, both drivers, passengers and spectators.
It was the last great city-to-city race, indeed, the Paris-Madrid.
John Deneuve in the Brasier 8107. We're watching Chris Crook
In Hickey's Sunbeam.
Oh, it's Hickey's, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. And Andy Lloyd in the American Chalmers 17. Chalmers had a fairly short life in the States. Detroit, I think. But we've got Andy Lloyd's Chalmers 17, and we've got a time for Chris Crook of 68.93.
Could you inquire of your neighbours down there at the shower cubicle? Tudor Roberts is here as 125, but we've just seen him climbing as 75. Who is sharing with Tudor Roberts? Or has he been renumbered? I haven't had a bulletin today.
I don't want to interrupt them, but someone will know. Hang on.
Thanks, Chris. Just for the benefit of our listeners. Andy Lloyd in 126 records a 63.33 with his Chalmers 17. Handicapped at 63, so he's getting close, but he was 63.14 in second practice, so that was closest. Going around semicircle now is the 12 Trees Wolseley. Wolseley perhaps not revered for competition motor cars in the final 25 years of their existence, but in the pre-First World War era with Gordon Bennett cars such as the Beetle, and then between the wars, and as represented so well and ably in the club with the Hornet Specials, they really were on it. They were a quick piece of kit. Roger records a 63.42, another improvement for him.
Do you want the reply to the Tudor Roberts dilemma?
Yes, please.
His Vauxhall bust its magneto, so as one does, he went home, collected the Aston, and came back to compete in the Aston Martin.
Marvellous. So 75 is Tudor Roberts in an Aston.
That is style, isn't it?
It is. The closest I came to that was I failed scrutineering in my Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint Veloce at Donington Park, and went down to Chorleywood and got my Frogline Sprite supercharged racer out and competed in that instead.
Very sensible. I'm on my 10th Alfa Romeo. They never break down on unimportant journeys, they're only when the journey is important. Now then, we have got Julian Gauche in the very early 3098 Vauxhall, just after the Prince Henry stopped production. They produced the 3098.
David Jones in his 25 horse Talbot of 1913 vintage produced a 60.43 against his 61.5 handicap, so well done David, another handicap beater. Julian, definitely worth watching. The Dodge Hornsted, Ron Burkett, 63.78. Is the Hornsted an aviation engine?
Mr. Hornsted was the importer of Dodge cars into this country and responsible for tuning, so it's a Dodge engine, I think.
But with a Hornsted breath upon it once
Indeed.
it got to the UK.
There was a Hornsted Mercedes, wasn't there, like a Blitz and Benz as well.
There was, you're right. Julian is round semicircle, will be finishing 55.10. Oh, a tenth outside his handicap.
That's a 1913 VX 3098. What have we got now? We've got
Andrew Howe Davis is on the hill in the Straker Squire TT car.
yes, he is. Which has that got the 8.2 litre Curtis engine?
No, it's a
not
4 litre.
Oh right.
TT Racer 1914. First award didn't start until September. So yes, it ran in the 1914 TT. Isle of Man competitor presumably.
54.08. So we're into the class effectively for aircraft engines, and this is Pino Lombardi, which is an Italian Luxio with again the 8.2 litre Curtis Ox 5 engine. One of our entries here has got an Ox 6, which is the development of the Ox 5, and very rare indeed.
Taken predominantly from the Curtis JN4 Jenny, which was the American version of the Avro 504K to all intents and purposes, an ab initio trainer.
Yeah. We're watching also John Dennis in the Berlier. Berlier famous in France for building big trucks. This isn't a big truck, it's a sports car with a Curtis engine.
Now John has laid a trail going round Orchard up towards Pardon, as distinctive. Well, as the trail is vanishing in the sun, it's clearly fuel, I suspect.
It's good that it's not oil. 141 is John Dennis, he runs semicircle. Very elegant bodywork on this Berlier. 58.87. And a time for Pino Lombardi in the Luxio, 59.08.
Smashing handicaps there by Pino. He managed a 59.56 yesterday and has improved again by half a second, 59.08. Good running. Berlier Curtis just outside handicap, but an improvement on his 60.48. Nicola Quatermain on the hill now, 7.12. This will be a shared runner, dropping back a class. Yep, Nicola, the last of our runners in Class 6 in the Vauxhall 3098 Velox of 1921/24.
Yeah, well, the quickest Vauxhall so far was the 53.73. So what is it, Nicola? Yes, 53 clocks up. 6s, I think. Meanwhile, David Bond, we'll see in a second or two on the screen. Nicola finishes with a 59.94. She'll be pleased to have escaped the 60s. Now this extraordinary Oakland Romano, again with the Curtis engine in the hands of David Bond. We've seen it before at the Classic meeting earlier in the year. Featured on the telly actually, because I did some interviews with some people who were going to get a ride in the Romano. American chassis, of course, classic recipe of a big saloon chassis. Chuck the body away, chuck in a Curtis, and off you go. Bob's your auntie. On the line, we will see, there it is, Geoffrey Ironside in the de Dion Bouton, but this one has the Ox 6, which is smoking nicely. Lots of advantages over the Ox 5, including another litre of capacity, and the problem of lubricating the rocker shaft has been solved as well. So instead of the 90 horsepower of the 8.2 litre version, this one has actually got about 100 horsepower.
Smoothly into paddock, takes the wide line there, stays in, drifts out for Pardon, early in on Pardon, that's the steepest part of the corner, drifts wide, grabs a gear I think, and that will have cost a second or two, but Dion Curtis still going. The Romano, part of the looked after by the Baxter Keep at Tip Top Engineering, a 53.30 this time, handicapped at 56, so
that's brilliant.
Potential winner on handicap there, I think.
We're watching the amazing De Dion Bouton. De Dion Bouton were a very early French manufacturer. Lots of the veteran cars in the Brighton run are De Dion's. I'm not sure when they finally either got absorbed or went out of business.
63.68 for the De Dion Curtis, Geoffrey Ironside. He's found himself 6 seconds.
That's not bad, is it?
On his last practice time. Handicap though at 55, so they are expecting big things.
Clearly a good breakfast. Now, a shared car, William Twelvetrees in the Edwardian Wolseley, famous make, again shrunk into British Motor Corporation, and that was the end of them pretty well. It was badge engineering, wasn't it, do you remember?
Badge engineered to survive until the early 70s with a Wolseley badge princess. Yike, one shudders at the memory.
One does, gosh, it was a terrible time. Good run by the Wolseley to record a time of 58.68.
Compares handsomely with Roger in the same car with a 63.42. So
I can hear another booming Curtis on the line. It's number 145, which is Jeremy Flan's Curtis in an engine in a Le Zèbre, which I guess Le Zèbre was another little French manufacturer pre-First World War, probably didn't survive the war.
No, indeed, this. If you think the purple hue of this car is familiar, it's because it is another ex-James Baxter car, a tip-top car. Jeremy bought this car from James, but has really made it his own in terms of performances.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a lovely colour. We've missed it on the screen. We had it for a little while. We're now looking at the Le Zèbre. Ought to be striped.
Really. John Paulson has crept in there in the 1913 Talbot 25 with a 57.54 time, which is he'll be pleased with. I haven't got a handicap for John, but as the runner in front of him is on a 59.
How about that though? 48.46 for Jeremy, and he's followed by the famous Picard Piquetet with its American Sturtevant aero engine. Sturtevant not only made airplanes, they made engines for other people as well. And is it Sturtevant who are still in business making the undercarriage for big airliners and for the space shuttle?
Yeah, I think the oleo-legged undercarriage is their specialty. But Jeff Smith, gingerly actually, round semicircle. He was soaring hard at the wheel, so to look to my left, but a 55.7 for Jeff in the pick.
Jeremy Flan was quite heavily handicapped, but he still beat it with his 48.46.
The only way to really handicap Jeremy is put me in the passenger seat of it.
After a good meal.
Oh indeed, always after a good meal.
I have a visitor. Hold on a sec.
This is important news from the front. Neil Goff, climbing now, 147.
I've been given a whole page of information on Salome.
Oh,
doesn't say anything about the Seven Veils though. It's been censored. Jeff Smith, 50.57, number 146 in the picnic.
Neil Goff, 63.19. Another supernumerary to your programme. Michael New, 148, also additional to the programme.
And Jocelyn Jones is number 150.
Kicks off Class 8 for us.
As she does in the Humber. And yet another distinguished manufacturer in the Midlands, in Coventry, who disappeared.
I can think of no sporting pretensions from Humber whatsoever, apart from long-distance endurance rallying.
In recent years, but they built a TT car, didn't they?
And the Humberette was quite sporting in veteran era, but nothing post First World War really springs to mind.
You're right. We are watching on the screen the Humber in the hands of Jocelyn Jones in the 76.7 in second practice yesterday afternoon. Neat little car though, rather attractive body with its flared wings. Wow, nearly going straight on at Orchard, and my screen has refused to give me names of people, but it's number 151, which means
Eleanor Tarring.
Yeah, she suffered almost terminal understeer at Orchard.
Nearly went long course.
74.76 for Jocelyn, good improvement.
Absolutely. First time up, 75.46. So yeah, good improvement as you say. Eleanor Tarring, daughter of our own competition secretary, Andrew.
Message to Richard, you've probably seen Richard, the names have disappeared off the big screen. Oh, they've come back, thank you.
Eleanor, a 66.01. That's against a handicap of 66. So she's 1/100th of a second outside her handicap time. That's a good performance.
We had an interloper yesterday which turned up unannounced, number 313, which was another great big airplane engine monster. It did a couple of runs and then disappeared, and I don't think it's here today, so that was a clever trick, wasn't it?
Come, practice, go home, yes.
153, we're watching Terry McGrath. If it's Terry driving the car, I think it's Ian Patton, isn't it? And the car stopped yesterday. We missed him off the big screen. But what's going on?
61.4 something for Ian Patton. Yeah, 61.42 for Ian Patton, which is better than his 98.31, but not as good as the 58.78.
If you're looking at the busy marshals on Orchard Corner, there's a bit of sweepery going on. So it gives us a chance to say a huge thank you, as always, to our marshals. Do a great job. Athletic figures, every one of them.
Yes, everybody gathered leaning over the fence on the outside of Orchard, watching the three gentlemen in orange. Give them a round of applause, please do.
And Bonham's, a glass of champagne.
Yes, and everyone at Bonham's as well. The marshals throughout the course, as Chris so rightly says, we wouldn't be here, we couldn't do this. I would have nothing to talk about. Our competitors wouldn't be able to go up hill climbs, do trials courses, race, if it wasn't for all the volunteers who come and marshal and sweep up the spillages and help us out so wonderfully. So well done to the marshals. A round of applause. A few people, I see hands being clapped. Thank you so much to the Orange Army. They are the backbone of the VSCC and all motorsport in the UK.
And they are always looking for new young people to join them. I was going to say young blood, but that would be slightly unfair. But it's a great way of getting closely involved in motorsport. You get brilliant training from the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, which is important. Things do go wrong. People need to be carefully extracted from cars, and that's why we need really skilled marshals. But do join them if you've got an inkling to get involved in motorsport.
Yep, you could find yourself marshalling some of the most delectable cars in the world within a matter of a season or so after volunteering. Red flag's still out. Ian Patton will be glad to have made it up a climb. Red flags are in at the marshal's post I can see, so we should be back underway soon. Will it be Louise Craven next up, 154, Chris? While we have this pause, I'll remind everybody there's much more to see than just the on-track action. While we have a pause, you could stroll across the bridge, look at the traders, little trade village. There's all media, books, magazines, prints, photographs there, objet d'art. You could go and look at Monarchs and perhaps your next car. Gregor Fiskin has a lovely selection of motor cars down there. Or wander through the Orchard car park and look at the fabulous array of cars on display there as Matthew Craven climbs. He's 754.
And if you're listening to us in Maryland or China or Indonesia, you can't do any of that, but you can watch us on the live screen. And another thing that I'm afraid you can't do if you're not in the UK and not at Prescott is buy a raffle ticket for a ride up the hill in a 1922 Bugatti Brescia, which is a real treat. Raffle tickets are £5 a strip from the Friends of Prescott shop, which is just behind the start line, commentary box, etc. And the draw will be around about 3 o'clock. If you do buy a ticket, it's important that you listen out for the warning to get to the Prescott shop to be there at the draw, because if there's a 2-minute pause and no one turns up, we do a redraw. So, right up the hill in a Brescia Bugatti, draw at 3 o'clock. Tickets are £5 at the Prescott Friends shop. Hope you win.
Absolutely, and the Bugatti Trust are also open today. Worth going to take a look down there. They have some wonderful things on show,
including one of 3 only Bugatti Atlantiques.
Indeed,
such a fabulous car.
Take the chance to see some automotive art before they have to give them back to their very kind owners. Clive Bergman of 57.19 and Matthew Craven of 53.53.
It's not fair to puncture people's dreams, but actually I'm told by someone who knows that to drive or to ride in a Bugatti Atlantique is not an enjoyable experience. It's not very quick, very hot and stuffy, and very noisy, but boy, doesn't it look lovely. So as a piece of statue, it's perfect.
Actually, that mirrors my experience of finally getting to drive a 246 Dino Ferrari, the road car. One of the prettiest cars ever, but a little bit gutless and a little bit underwhelming, I found the experience.
Admired from afar.
Indeed. Someone else can own it. Charlie Hindle, 157, a 67.30 is Ulster.
Now, you've driven my classic car, haven't you, round Silverstone?
I have indeed,
and the funny thing is, it was cheap as chips, and yet it's lovely to drive.
It was a very relaxed, pleasant few laps round the Silverstone circuit in your delightful machine, yes.
I call it a what is it, because that's what everybody asks.
Terry McGrath in his own Amel car now, takes on Le Patron's role. Shared drive. Terry was a 54.47 in second practice yesterday. He's handicapped at 54 dead. So Terry will be looking. He's close enough to smell the sunlit uplands of beating one's handicap. So he will be trying very hard. 49, 50. He's through semicircle. 53, 54, 54.85.
Good time.
Yeah, but just outside his handicap again. He's got to find another 0.85 a second, which I'm sure Terry will. Thomas Reinhold is climbing now.
Does he come over from Deutschland like the Butchler family?
I believe so.
That's great, isn't it? We
Yeah.
need to encourage. Do you know it's now illegal to race pre-war cars in Germany?
Are you serious?
I've been told.
Good heavens, what did that do to the Nürburgring Classic?
Exactly.
The Eiffel Classic?
Exactly.
Wow. That's pretty fierce. I
hope I'm wrong, but somebody's definitely told me that. I tell you what, if people are watching, we love getting messages. So please pile your messages in. Complimentary, ideal, critical, that's fine. But if anybody is listening from Deutschland, tell us please if that's true. That it's no longer legal to race a single-seater vintage car in Deutschland, where I happily lived for 3 years. Not in the military, I hasten to add.
I was going to ask, when was your occupation of the Rhino?
1977 to 1980, in a very unsuccessful business.
Oh.
But we found a German product that I saw a wonderful market for in this country, brought the whole business back, and that was fine.
Well done.
Now then, Kevin Morton Riley Special 5533, number 161.
He's lost 0.03 of a second since yesterday. Left them in his pocket somewhere, I'm sure.
And we're watching the toy
With
David Fennell. It's not David Fennell Bem. He won the British Empire Medal, and he's making sure no one forgets it.
David awarded that for services to charity.
That's
So,
excellent.
Very worthwhile celebration, and much deserved and applauded.
But it's been toy time up the hill with a 54.06.
That's the second fastest 7 times so far. Matt Craven has beaten David, but
We're watching Eleanor Bergman in the Austin 7 Special, navigating her way around Pardon.
this is essentially an ex-Arnold Foster car. Clive bought this from the Arnold Fosters back in the 1990s, and it was built to be a multi-purpose car, and it has done very well in trials, hill climb, sprints. For racing, Clive went across the 750 Motor Club a number of years ago, and for 3 years was the Triple Challenge champion, excelling in sprints, hill climbs and circuit races.
Should be followed by Paul, is it Ginnings or Jinnings, in the Lagonda Rapier Tourer. Here he is going around Orchard.
Ginnings, and take us into Class 9, special sports and saloon cars, 1101 to 1500 unblown, and up to 1100cc supercharged.
And Eleanor records a 67.40.
Against her dad's 57.19, so yes. Lying for the age gap, 10 seconds, perfectly acceptable.
Here's the Lagonda Rapier. Little 1100cc engine in quite a big heavy car, particularly when it had a saloon body on top of it. So it was always, people use the expression, wouldn't pull the skin off a rice pudding, but supercharged and in a lightweight body and chassis, it would go very well. But 71.61 for Paul.
Which is an improvement, and closer to his handicap of 71 seconds level. Rachel up in the BNC. This season, I think last season was Rachel's return to competition.
She's trying hard though.
Yeah.
She quite a slide out of the S's, collected it. It cost her a little bit of time. BNC, a distinguished French manufacturer of little sports cars, and she records a 59.7.
So close to a handicap of 59.5. But well done, Rachel. Did the BNC have the Samson engine? I can't remember. Was it one of the many that used the Samson twin cam engine? I'll have to do a bit of homework on that.
If I had my computer here, I'd be able to. Riley Special in the hands of Jack Buckler with the 1500 engine. That's the 12.4 engine. A low chassis, as so many of these sporty Rileys had. Records 56.77, number 172. And on our big screen we've got another Riley Special, Gerald Parker. Very white one.
One has to be careful talking about the BNC because the B stands for Bollack.
Oh, that's right.
B-O-L-L-A-C, letter ACA, BNC. Another avenue, the Paris 39, Levallois-Perret, founded in 1923, defunct 1931.
Defunct, yes. Gerald Parker, all the fires, 5555 in number 173.
The engines were Ruby initially, then Scap, and the 1100s had the Chapuis Dornier engines, and sometimes came with a Cosette supercharger. So quite potent little beasts for their period. An 1100cc Ruby lapped the Le Mans circuit for 24 hours straight in 1928 at an average speed of 90 kilometers per hour.
Amazing to acquire all this knowledge in 35 seconds. How do you do it?
Googled it.
Oh, did you?
Lucien Bollac, he was forced out of the company because he was, daft enough to take on the agency for Lycoming engines, but that, of course, saved him, the aviation engines.
A time of 55.30 for Harriet Collings in number 174. 174 is the Riley 9.
They managed to win the Bol d'Or in 1927 with Violette Morris driving, and in 28 they came 7th at Le Mans 24 Hours.
What would we do without Google? Jonathan Bowyer nearly finished with a Riley 12.4 Special 56.62, followed closely by another one, TT Special, which I think has an even lower chassis, doesn't it? Time for Jonathan was 56.62. Elegant little car, isn't it? Riley's, they were brilliant cars, both mechanically, and they had all sorts of interesting bodywork, whether it was saloon or touring. Finishes with a 54.74.
Arguably that was Riley's trouble, they had too much to offer.
I met Victor Riley once, a long time ago.
Charming man, lovely man.
Yeah.
I was asked to do a talk to the Riley Motor Club a number of years ago about automotive history, recording of it, research, and so chose Riley and started talking about a particular car, and Victor Riley was able to fill in all the gaps in the knowledge in a charming way.
We're watching just the MG, supercharged J2 MG of Nigel Harper, finishing with the 58.92, followed by Marcus Frieda in the Riley 12.4. Nothing much more to say, but quick and elegant. And will he get in the mid-50s? I think he will, somewhere around there.
Best practice for 53.13. He slipped out to 55.51. Back into Class 8, Claire Fennell Williams in the toy now. Claire's best practice time was a 59.45.
So this is a family battle.
Oh yes. Father and daughter, much like the Bergman as well.
Is it perforated at the back? Do you see the line of perforation? You pull the tab there and out comes the spare wheel.
Drilled for lightness.
57.94 for Claire.
She's quite shy of her handicap, but that is her fastest time of the weekend, so she can't be too upset with that improvement.
Very healthy sound off the line, which is Tamo Voigt, number 181.
David Morley in his Riley Special, a 51.49. Bangs in a climb 0.49 outside his handicap. Good improvement of a second or so over his best practice time. Tamo Voigt safely through the S's.
Yes, it's German registered. It's got both British and German number plates, so presumably another of our very welcome guests from across the channel. And he records a 53.64.
That's his fastest climb.
We're watching William Buckler in another rally special. I don't have a time recorded for him yesterday for William, but he's heading into the semicircle. It'll be a mid-50s, I guess.
His times yesterday were 52.91 first climb, 52.56 second climb, and first run to count is a 52.69 against a handicap of 54.5. But just a quick look down, and I think we have our likely winner on handicap of this class.
This is one of my favourite cars. This is the Aries Special. Such an unlikely shape, such an artistic radiator grille, product of a few bumps, but it certainly suits it. It's lovely. And it's finished with a very quick 51.27, not for 182, 51.27.
Handicapped at 50 seconds dead. 183, Dennis Bingham in the Falcon Riley Special. 12.4 based, 1935.
Do we remember what the Falcon body was? Was it an open tourer?
My Riley knowledge of the 12.4 series is not sufficient. The Adelphi was close coupled. The Gamecock was a tourer. Not certain on the Falcon. It may have been a two-seater tourer.
We are watching Charlie Martin in the Riley Special.
Dennis Bingham of 51.42.
Charlie really hustling the Riley Special through the S's. I think this will be in the low 50s, might even be in the upper 40s. Going really well, heading for the finish. Just in the 50s, 50.05.
I've had some feedback from someone who's clearly here, encouraging us both to speak up, Christopher. So microphones close to mouth, I guess. That's about all we can do, bar shout.
I think we need to turn up the Prescott knob.
Who's that then?
No names, no pack drill. It may be some of the speakers are set rather quiet in honour of our local residents, so we might need to turn them up a bit. I'll have a word with Richard.
If you could, and I'll ask the sender of that text if he would like to see if we've become louder in the next few minutes. David Pryke in the glorious Morgan Riley, or Riley Morgan, whichever way you want to do it. Morgan with a Riley engine anyway. 45.47. That's his fastest climb of the weekend. And beats his handicap, which is 45.5, so well done to David. Charlie Martin at 50.05. And Colin Wolstenholme, 48.36.
Can somebody tell us where the speakers are a bit quiet, and we'll see if we can get them turned up. We don't want to turn them all up in case some of them are already loud enough. We're watching Michael James in another very nice Riley 12.4 Sprite replica. Understeer nearly has him off at semicircle, but survives nicely to record a very good time at 45.31.
That is a good time. 0.31 outside. He's chipping away. He's consistent. Been in the 45-second bracket on all three runs thus far. Andrew Oliver in the Morley Riley Special, climbing now to complete Class 9. That's full class. Every entrant has run today, which is good news.
And on the line is Paul Tunnicliffe, who brings us into Class 10 in his lovely Frazer Nash. Meanwhile, we're watching on the screen Andrew Oliver's Riley Special.
Round semicircle, plenty of smoke on the overrun as he was lifting there. Andrew Oliver, he was 55, then 54, 52, 8, 9 now. Good improvement.
Good.
Beats his handicap. As the President ascends in his Frazer Nash Colmore. Colmore was a big garage concern in Birmingham, wasn't it? Colmore Depot.
I think it, yes, I think so, but it describes a body shape in the Nash, slightly wider and more comfortable, touring Frazer Nash. This one with the AC six-cylinder engine, which was a very good engine that lasted from, I think, 1919 right through to the mid-60s when it went into the AC Ace. Paul finishes with a 58.28.
Was it a Hurlock era engine? Scratching my head for AC history. The Hurlocks were...
Yeah, Hurlock was the family that
Yeah.
launched AC. They made most of their money in invalid cars with 3 wheels.
The AC Invacar, the AC Petite.
That's right, yeah, I'd forgotten that. But in the meantime, this is an unusual Riley Grebe in the hands of Jim Cadnach. Trace of understeer around semicircle, but no dramas, and a 52.92.
Against his handicap of 57. He's shattered his handicap. Is the Grebe like a tree, a period tuning outfit, or is it...
I thought the Grebe was a body shape, but I could well be wrong.
It's certainly ornithological and would follow, but they tended to be birds of prey, didn't they? Gamecock, kestrel, lynx.
Yeah, they did. The Wolseley Hornet, talking creatures, was a very successful and very good little sports car. Didn't last very long.
I think there seemed to be more survivors, but certainly you get the impression it was more popular as a chassis that you took out to your favoured bodybuilder, your favoured carrosserie to put something on it. Eustace Watkins and all sorts of bodies on Wolseley Hornet chassis.
Guy, I'm going to ask people who, in the area that the speakers are a bit quiet, to flap their arms around so we know where we need to correct him. So people suffering from quiet speakers, could you please shake an arm around?
I'm looking all the way from those seated above a Tories, down the crowd line at Orchard, round to the bridge, and nary an arm is being waved, so I'm assuming they can hear us loud and clear.
Yeah, and I can't see any waving arms down near the start. So the original commenters, could you please comment again?
I will watch my phone for that. I thought someone was waving at Bonhams, but they're fanning themselves with the programme. So, no, we seem to be getting out where we need to be.
Okay, here's Charlie McEvoy on the screen. This very rare MG Q-type with a supercharged 1275 engine, made in very small numbers, raced by MG, followed by the 1270 Alvis Special of Ian Wozencroft. Guy, have we explained to our viewers and watchers why we, on this meeting, take the short course rather than all the way up to a Tories?
I did explain that, but it is always worthy of repetition, Chris.
Yeah, if you're in the States and have just woken up, this is a unique event every year. Vintage Sports Car Club followed the original Prescott Hill Climb track, which turns sharp right after the bridge. And that's as it was found in 1937. Then in 1959, the Bugatti Owners Club extended the track, so taking a long sweeping left at Orchard after the bridge up to a right-hand hairpin called the Tories. But by agreement, the Vintage Sports Car Club once a year go back to the old course, and there you are, round Orchard Corner and into Pun.
We do, of course, come back in September for a long course meeting, which kind of happened by popular demand. We brought it back a number of years ago and had a 3-day meeting, 1 day on the long course, 2 days on the short, and that was soon separated into 2 visits, and it's never exactly a chore coming to this particular part of the country.
It was a good move, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes. Waiting for William Balfour to complete his climb, which he does in a 54.92 in the Talbot 105.
Where are we? We're Frazer Nashing again.
Ian Roche, yes.
Ian Roche in the unique engine Frazer Nash, because the engine in this car is from a BMW 319, which was the 6-cylinder engine, 2-litre engine, but without the rather complex and very clever cross pushrod cylinder head that the BMW 328 had, and which was then, after the war, was the mainstay engine of the Bristol car, and supplied to lots of racing cars as well, Frazer Nash, Cooper Bristol, all sorts.
And a 51.79 for Ian Roche against a 52-second handicap, so he's dipped under there, so well done. John Giles has the vintage record in Beetle, the ACGN. Another one of those concoctions, Beetle, the same as Cognac, the same as Simmons, the proven AC engine in a GN frame.
In the meantime, another corner in another Talbot, I beg its pardon, the Talbot 105, this time in the hands of Trevor Corner. Such an elegant and deceptively quick car. Particularly the Works team cars, always 2 shades of green and always in there pitching it with the Mentors and others. What a lovely picture, doesn't it make, through the S's in the dappled sunshine. Just a treat. We are so lucky, except those of us who would like rain from the garden. Trevor's time, a 52.61, followed by Roy Newton in the... I must stop saying it below. So I'll say it one more time. Result of a night of passion between an MG J2 and a Riley, a very special Riley, obviously.
Very special night as well, I should think.
It must have been. I was going to say something about extended chassis, but I won't.
Please don't, no.
And the MG Riley is followed by David Knight's Frazer Nash TT replica. Now this one with the BMW engine. Unique, extraordinary cylinder head with little cross push rods from a low-mounted camshaft, and the Bristol engine often sounds like a knitting circle, all knitting away like crazy, but it's a hugely effective way of getting effectively a hemispherical head out of a single camshaft. And of course, being made by an airplane company, the Bristol engines post-war were beautifully made, and the latest aircraft metallurgy as well.
It does on tick-over sound indeed like a clatter, but a very satisfactory clatter.
Time for Roy Newton was a 56.6, and for David Knight, 52.03.
Or Weston on the climb in his TT replica, his round semicircle. There he goes. He should be getting a time correctly, 51 and 50.23. His handicap is 51. 50.70, so he remains beneath his handicap, though drifting out a little on his second practice yesterday. John Duffin in his 1928 Supersport Nash 2-litre engine. It's He's climbing now. He's got a 49 second handicap, and he's quite a way off that as Jeremy Brewster comes up through Orchard and into Pardon. Jeremy Brewster in the Nash Morris Gagan Special, the lightweight car. Very quick times from Jeremy, 47.50, then 46.66.
John Duffin finishes with a 59.59.
Hoping we'll see Robert Brown in the Amel car. He completed both his practice runs, car 209, 58.97 and 58.18. It'd be good to see a bit more French breaking up the British stranglehold in this class.
Yeah, Jeremy Brewster even faster, 55.95, 45.95. If you're watching this on the screen, wherever you are, we do welcome any messages, any information, things that we missed, things that we got right, things that we've got wrong. It's always a delight to read them out, and particularly if they come from far-flung corners of the world. Andrew Frank, ACGNB, 46.25.
That car, of course, with a different driver, is the holder of the vintage record here at 46.26. So I think that means Andrew Frank has the new vintage record, which has stood since 1995.
Wow, that's good.
Subject to official confirmation, but according to the programme, 46.26 was Johnny Giles's record back in 1995, and Andrew Frank 46.25 in the same car. So we just wait for official confirmation, but that would be quite a long-standing record to take in Class 10, this Longstone Tyres supported class. So perhaps the timekeepers can give us full verification of that, but wow, a new record set after
a long time.
27 years.
That's terrific.
It
And
is.
broken by 100th of a second.
Yep. It counts though.
It does. 2:01 back on the start line is the Frazer Nash TT replica, this time in the hands of Kate Burke. Or is it? Yes, it is Kate Burke. Jeffrey Edwards finishes with a 51.31 in number 215.
Jeffrey, supernumerary to your programme. He's gone 3/10 slower than his fastest practice time, but I don't know his handicap, but still a clean and efficient climb.
Where are we on the screen? We're in the S's and we're watching the TT replica in the hands of Kate Burke.
Heavy on the brakes she was in the approach just out of midway. That would have cost her 3 or 4 seconds, but better to be safe than sorry, as the old proverb goes.
Just to be Anaraki, this car has the Shelsley front axle, the straight front axle. Most of them have the traditional, I was going to say bent, but you know what I mean.
Bent?
Well, bent in the right places. So not straight across like the Shelsley. 221, Jamie Quartermain is following Archie Bullitt in this really interesting, very American looking Ford Model A. Sparse bodywork, not a huge amount of weather protection. What a revolution it was when the Model A Ford took over from the Model T. People had to effectively learn to drive again because the Model T had a very strange control system.
In amongst all of that, Archie Bullitt in the Model A 60.30. He's handicapped at 60, but that's 4 seconds improvement on his second practice time yesterday, so well done Archie on that.
James Quartermain.
In your programmes as Nicola Quartermain at 221, but it's the Quartermain family anyhow.
Sharing it, I think, with Nicola, isn't he? Is this the one that Nicola's driving?
221's down as Nicola,
yeah.
and he's down as one of the shared drives.
55.17.
That's good with a 58.5 handicap. That's 5 seconds inside handicap is a good time.
Gallius Pratt's Bentley with the 4.5 litre engine. If we could have a look on the start line, Richard, we've got a really interesting car. This is the enormous Delage DR70 with its 5 litre aircraft engine. I think it's a Gypsy de Havilland aircraft engine, making, wow, quite a touring car. Why is he being approached by one of our officials? He's in big trouble. No, he's not. All our officials at Prescott are always friendly. It's a fun place to be. If you're overseas and you're planning a trip to the UK, do try and make it coincide with a Prescott hill climb, because it's a real treat. It's a lovely part of the country in the Cotswold Hills. And if you get a day like this, with a double treat, isn't it? Gallius Pratt in the Bentley 6101.
Craig Collins, 53 miles an hour under the bridge. That's our fastest since Andrew Frank with his records-shattering run. That's impressive.
There's a lot of power from that 5 litre engine.
Under 3 seconds for the first 64 foot. Does that mean more than the force of gravity, or about right?
No, 2 seconds is the force of gravity.
Okay.
So 3 seconds is a gentle parachute descent.
Round semicircle.
And a time of 51.9 for Craig.
No, we didn't get the Amel car, nor didn't get Ian Smith in the 1270 Elvis.
No, we didn't.
The previous class, which is a shame. Going healthily yesterday, ostensibly so.
This is a special, in other words, a modified Vauxhall 1398. That's why it's in class 11 rather than the previous Vauxhall 1398 class. Records a 52.1, so it is a bit quicker. What are we replaying? This is a slight whoopsie out of the S's by the 1398, results in a slightly scarred offside rear mudguard. Scars a battle.
Indeed, Christoph Cowens is on the hill in the 1398, showing the Gregor Fiskin. And you were saying yesterday that you believe this is the first competition car Gregor ever took to the track in?
He borrowed it. Now, if Gregor's here, we must ask him. Yes, he was lent it for his first ever race.
Such mighty oaks from small acorns do grow. BRDC member, Le Mans racer, Gregor Fiskin.
Chris Cowens records a 51.7 in the car, 51.7.
Against Gregor's best time of 49 odd. Gregor's handicap at 50.5. Gregor had a few very successful seasons, including Goodwood and Cooper Bristol, didn't he?
I'm not sure, did he? Single-seater?
Yeah, single-seater Cooper Bristol. I'm pretty sure
he's driven all sorts of exciting things there. Watching from Guernsey, I really enjoyed my trip up there on the 23rd and 24th of July. Yeah, we had a good crowd from the Channel Islands. Can't wait to come back. Thanks, John. We really enjoyed your company. James is from Essex in the UK, but currently in Pigeon-Forge on my honeymoon. What are you doing watching the screen on your honeymoon?
Wow.
That's a sensible way to spend it.
Perhaps his other half is a Vintagent as well.
That's Tennessee, isn't it? Pigeon Forge. Good day from down under. Summer is continuing in the UK. It is indeed, and we wish it wouldn't, because we need rain. Max at 65. How is it down there? You've had a lot of wet in the Sydney area, haven't you? Rob Sims. Morning, everyone. Lovely day in Rutland and great sounding cars. Love it. We all do.
David Frank in the ACGN 4644.
Message from David Kenwood. Super duper cars. Wish I was there in person. Yeah, well, we wish you were. Come and have a look next year or later on this year.
That come for the long course next month. Bit of a gap now. David Frank has finished and Nick Coates is coming through under the bridge. This is car 105, so we dip back a fair way to find Nicholas Coates.
I dip back to find David Frank as well, but at the bottom of page X3111, whatever that's, 13.
Yes, Nicholas Coates is back in class 6, which is on page 9 of the yellow section.
Did you see David Frank's time? 46.44.
I did.
Against a 47 handicap. That was in the Beetle. That's really quick. I love the tradition of the VSCC to have their page numbers in Roman numerals. Really exercises the brain a bit, doesn't it? (133) is back on the line. Turn back some pages, and it's
Nick Coates 71.95, who's run a 105 in class 6. 71.95.
So when we see it off the line is Jonathan Miller in the Hudson Super 6. Lovely, distinguished American tourer. Uh, 54.17 for Jonathan Bennett, 7.21. Can't find 7.21 in the programme. Late entry.
It ought to be in class 7 Edwardian cars, Hudson Super 6. Shared driving 133. Yes, 133. He's there.
Yeah, I've got that up, but I'm missing 7.21. Jonathan Bennett.
Beg pardon, Jonathan Miller. I was just finding 7.21. Jonathan Bennett.
Nicholas Coates I've found with a 71.95. Here's the Morris. Well, is it a Morris Maud or is it a Morris Ford?
Morris Ford. Maud. M-O, Morris, R-D, Ford.
Okay. Yeah, Rebecca. And it's the classic 3.3 litre 4-cylinder Ford Model A engine from the States. Nice line through. Oh, slightly wide out of the S's, but avoids the Armco on the outside. Middle of the road run, semicircle. Rebecca finishes with a good time, 50.11.
I found my notes on Jonathan Bennett from yesterday. He records a 53.52, so he slipped out rather to 54.17. Jonathan Miller.
So the Maud, 50.11.
Thank you. 50.11, 228.
Here's Gregor in the 3098, much modified, very powerful. Well, very noisy anyway. But Gregor in his classic Scottish crash helmet.
Will he be in a Nomex kilt at the wheel, do you think?
We'll send a spy to watch carefully as he gets out of the car. Highly skilled driver, hugely experienced, and a very effective buyer and seller of classic cars. little bit of dust on the outside semicircle, but a 50.19.
He's drifted out. He was in the 49s yesterday. Robert Moore in his GN Special, 229. Handicapped at 50 seconds. His second run was 49.74, so he's proven it capable of beating its handicap. We'll see if he manages that today again.
Yeah, rather like Dougal will call his Piglet. This is another GN, classic GN. Should have a, well, did have a twin-cylinder Jap on the front, but now it's got a Ford Model A, which makes it go like anything, because there's no weight there at all. 50.51.
Slid out by half a second on his handicap. I'm sure Robert will bring it back this afternoon. Trevor Hurst climbing down his Alvis Firefly Special. He's got the 25 Alvis 3.5 litre engine, 1933 vintage, 49.5 his handicap. He's yet to crack 50 seconds, isn't Trevor, but we are hopeful for him, obviously.
He's followed by Alistair Littlewood in this very lightweight red Bentley with the 4.5 litre engine. There it is at Orchard.
Going like a train.
Spinning its inside rear wheel, a lot of power there.
Yeah.
And Trevor Hurst in the Alvis 50.79. I beg his pardon, 50.73.
Cheating him of 600ths of a second there, Chris.
It's cruel, isn't it?
But that is his fastest climb thus far.
This is the very lightweight Bentley with its 3 litre chassis, 4.5 litre engine, followed by another one, similar, but this time in the hands of young Jack Bond. This has got a beautifully constructed replacement body. Have a look at the woodwork inside this body. It's just immaculate carpentry skill.
49.76 for Alistair Littlewood, and Jack 47.87, 46.78, and then his first run to count today, a 46.85 against a handicap of 48. So well done, Jack.
Whistles blowing. Why are whistles blowing?
It's at Pardon. A bit of track sweeping. I think Jack borrowed a little bit on the inside, and they're pushing the dust and grit back.
We've got a message. Nice one. Hello from Uzbekistan. Links Bandar, a supporter of Everton Football Club, no doubt. Well, I wonder how many viewers we've got in Uzbekistan. So Links Bandar, if you've got any friends also watching, tell them to message us. Since you asked, I'm from Australia, Donny Popovsky. Which bit of Australia, though, we ask? Thanks, Donny, Melbourne. Great, lovely city, the Melbourne. My son worked there for a number of years. Carm Kenny, the production pictures and commentary of this event are superb. An idyll that needs to continue. We all second that, Carm. Are you speaking from Ireland? F6, good day from Canberra, another lovely city in Australia. Mid-ish winter, getting towards the spring there, isn't it?
I have had a response from my texter asking us to speak up. The response now is tar! Exclamation mark. So we're clearly being heard.
Oh, that's good. Greetings from Germany. Carl is not from Ireland. Greetings from Germany, Prescott. Beautiful as ever. Yes, it is. We love it. Don't forget, guys, if you're here in person, you won't miss a minute of the live stream. It'll be on all sorts of channels, particularly YouTube and HillClimb.TV, for a long time to come. And of course, lots of people who are competing love to look back and see how elegant their line through the S's was. So that's an opportunity. We've got number 234 on the line. That is Justin Hart in the Riley Big Four Special, getting shelter from the sun. Don't often say that in UK summer. Lovely picture on the screen of the view of the paddock. As you can see, it's an orchard. It's primary cherry trees, I think. But it is the most beautiful setting. It's a garden party, isn't it? With a bit of motor racing in the background just to annoy people.
It is, absolutely. If our colleague Mr. Upton were here, he'd be already smacking his gums and licking his lips at the prospect of raiding a few picnics on his way down at lunchtime.
He wouldn't be. He'd be offering us cake recipes.
He would indeed. I could always Google something and regale everyone with a recipe if they'd like it, if you're feeling the absence of Mr. Upton, but luckily you're saved from that by the sound of Justin Hart roaring off the line in the Big 4 Special.
Yeah, this big 2.5 litre Riley engine lasted well into the 50s. My dad had a Riley RM with a 2.5 litre engine. We must talk about all the cars our dads had. We're giving you the wrong impression. But they were enthusiasts, weren't they?
They were. I mean, obviously, Chris, you and I are but 22 and 23. So,
yeah, exactly.
In our imaginations.
So Justin Hart, this will be mid-40s, I think late 40s perhaps, in the Big 4 Riley Special.
He's done 48s in both his practice, dips down to 47.93. Impressive.
Another powerful and smoky Bentley. Ewan Getley off the line. Speed at Bridge 54, which is quick. Come to a championship meeting, and there will be one pretty soon. You get speeds up to 115 miles an hour under the bridge. It's a very high-speed sport. I was saying yesterday that one of the leading hill climbers took his Gould car to an airfield runway somewhere and was recorded doing 0 to 185 miles an hour in 7.9 seconds.
That is just astonishing.
And then you come to Prescott or Wolseley or Lowton Park or Hill Climb in this country, and it's Grand Prix Upper Country Lane. Narrow, twisty, and no runoff.
49.40 for Ewan Getley in 2.35, then 3.45 litre. Justin Mears in the Parker does not seem to be with us this weekend, so no number 236. But Joe Collins in another 3.5 Bentley from the Collins stable, 51.16. His fastest and comfortably under his 53 handicap, so well done, Joe. RB's been given a fail. Don't quite see the reason for that.
No, I'll try and find out.
There was a flash of time and then failed.
Oh, yes, too much grass on the inside of Orchard from Joe.
Oh,
so
he borrowed too much.
She's offended the Formula 1 rules on track limits.
I thought it was all four wheels off.
So her time gets... yeah, I did actually.
There used to be a fine of 5 bob for going on the grass here at Prescott back in the day.
So it necessitates a bit of a hiatus or a low hiatus, but sweeping, I guess. But in the meantime, you've got this nice picture of a Bentley on the start line at Prescott. What a picture. It's number 238, and 238
Roger,
is
the man himself.
Is the man himself, yes.
Clan.
Pater Familias. Where on the track are our dear commentators? We don't have any of them. We just have plain commentators. Do you have air conditioning? Well, I'm on the start line, and I don't have air conditioning. Our dear commentator up the hill is perched in a rather precarious old hut. Maybe Steve, if he's on the camera at a tourist, could swing it round. Yeah, they're right up that hill in the shade top left is where Guy is. Up there.
I've got a fan and I can open the door.
You've got lots of fans here.
Oh, thank you so much. But no, air conditioning, no, not a feature at Prescott.
But we are getting a new commentator's box next year. Watching for Egypt, Ollie Brown. Me and Teuton Car Mod love the vintage cars. Well done, we do. Roger's Bentley is loud, isn't it?
It is. It's,
as befits a former president.
even through my headphones, it is distinctly louder than others getting away.
Now, how long has Roger been competing? 60 years?
Since before God was a lad, definitely. But then I was reminded earlier that next year is the 30th anniversary of my first participation at a VSCC event, so tempers fugit and all that.
Yes. My first competitive event was Brunton Hill Climb 1962. Brunton, probably no one's ever heard of it, is on the edge of Salisbury Plain. Roger, 54.99.
That is a keen time.
Mention of dear commentators indicates to me that we're not being paid enough. We should be dearer.
I was going to I was formulating a pun around Monk, Jack, Rowe and Red. But,
We've got the Maud again, just finishing in the hands of Steve Smith, 49.84.
Steve had a 50-second handicap, so he'll be delighted because he had a bit of a... Do you remember he had quite the long run with a bit of a spin yesterday at 1:03.92. So Steve will be glad to be back on it and on it sub-handicap.
Nice to see the Hudson Super 6 through the dappled sunshine at the S's. What a picture. Lovely classic American touring car. Interesting that it's right-hand drive, so presumably it was always built for export to the UK.
Yes, I think they were aping cars of quality from the continent, where right-hand drive was always the thing. 833 Archie Miller across the line to 68.75. Inge van Wart takes us into class 13 for pre-1941 racing cars up to 1100cc in her Austin 7. So this is sponsored by Bonhams. The previous class 11 of course, we should doff our caps to Louis Latour. Maison fondée en 1797. I'm not going to attempt to say that in French. But our wine partners at the Vintage Sports Car Club, always welcome. They're here with their tent. And if you are listening around the world online, I'm sure you can find their website and order yourself some splendid Burgundy.
Maison fondue. Inge, what did she do? 65.79.
65.79. That's her fastest so far.
Mark Atkinson in this delightful Austin 7 special. Have a look if you're here in the paddock. It's just an exquisitely bodied Austin 7 special and records the 56.57. George Scoley. How's George getting on? Well, he's safely in the S's, not going hugely quickly.
56.54.71, his best time yesterday after chasing his bogey of 54.5.
But actually scuttles quite nicely through the S's, which is one of the big challenges on this course, particularly on a wet day.
Round semicircle, and drifts out 56.04.
Making a lot of noise on the start line. We'll see in a minute on the screen, but in the meantime, take a wide entry into the S's is India Walker, then straightens it up as much as possible, then a wide entry into the final corner, which we call Tom Rote corner in honour of the great Tom Rote, author and engineer, who effectively found Prescott and also was hugely responsible for rescuing the canal system in this country. Nice Austin 7 single-seater. Body perhaps made by Chris Ragg, I'm not sure. Built a lot of single-seater bodies for for Austin 7 Specials, died in a mountain climbing accident in the Yorkshire, I think.
His son has brought out a book in the last year or two about the rag Austin 7s. So it's tone, it's a joy to read. It speaks to one man's passion and stroke obsession. Commend it. It's available from Rag Junior.
India Waterfield 4683 at number 245.
I think that was Archie Waterfield, wasn't it?
I beg your pardon, it was Archie, yes.
That can only be the Adro backfiring up in the woods.
Yes, it's great, isn't it? I must find out more about it. It's a classic, looks like a classic GN-based special, although I don't think it's a GN chassis, but obviously an air-cooled twin-cylinder engine to record a 53.52.
That's his fastest. Oh, just outside handicap. Well, yes, handicap. It is 52.5.
Followed by Dougie Roper Marshall, classic racing Austin 7 Special. Remember, in the 40s, if you wanted a sports car, pretty much you had to go to the scrapyard, find a clapped out Austin 7, chuck the body away, and build up a little two-seater. And that was the genesis of a great many extremely famous and distinguished car designers, Colin Chapman among them.
Indeed.
Dougie did a 56.37.
Lotus Mark 1 was an Austin 7 trial special.
And he was up to all the tricks and getting the unfair advantage, wasn't he?
Yes, rules are for the abeyance of fools and the guidance of wise men. Something like that.
Something like that. James Burmester, 51.05.
Louis McNair showing what real Shelsley specials are all about in the GN Catipo.
Yes, is that Catipo, does that mean the engine make, or is it an insect of some kind? Whatever it is, it lips through the S's in great style. Louis McNair, I haven't seen this special before. For a GN special, he's sitting very low.
He is, very low. You wonder where the box of chains is.
I hate to think.
Sat there, yes. Is he between two of the driving chains?
51.32 anyway. Excellent. Where are we? We're William Way, another classic. Austin 7 Racer Special, Ulster body, brass radiator, and again going wide out of S's, but not enough to do any harm.
Best practice time was a 50.45, goes 49.82 William Way.
Followed by John Wiseman in Nat, famous pre-war Shelsley special, classic recipe, GN chassis, V-twin engine, chain drive, no differential, no weight.
My late friend Jim Tucker was at Silverstone years ago with his Samson. He was being watched as he practiced. And a mature gentleman then, who probably dated from the 19th century, came up and asked a few questions about the handling and why it was taking a Nash line round bends. Jim explained the lack of differential, the fixed rear axle. The gentleman just nodded sagely and said, indeed, a lack of planetary gears," and walked off.
Exactly right. Where are we? William Way, 49.82.
That's a good time. John Wiseman in the insectoid, 49.25. That's an improvement again. He's quarter of a second outside his handicap, but all going in the right direction for John in that. Another Ulster special. Hugo pickup. 54.93, then 54 dead, and now 49.57.
And off the line goes Paul Martin in this extraordinary Austin Jap, Austin 7 chassis, Jap V-twin engine.
I'm rather fond of this little beast. It captures my imagination.
Jap stands for J.A. Prestwick of Wolverhampton, am I right?
Correct.
Made lots of two-stroke and four-stroke engines.
And the tuning geniuses for those engines lasted into the 1950s with the 500cc boom, Francis Beard being a well-known tuner who bridged the Brooklands years and into the post-war boom in under the half-litre club.
I can just hear it in a Fiat Norton Cooper. On one famous occasion, I had to have my T3 fixed afterwards. Here's the Tigress, which you were lamenting the absence of. But in the meantime, Hugo Pickup 49.57 and Paul Martin in the Austin Jap 49.83.
Right, so Tigress, if it's 792, it's Andrew Radford. Yep, he had a best practice of 63.56 against handicap of 62. For those of you following in the programme, we go back to class 5 for Tigress, which is on page 8 of the programme. Yellow pages.
MG made 5 Tigresses, or bred 5 Tigresses. Only 2 remain, so it's a very rare, very famous car. Effectively, it was MG's first competition car before all the C-types and the midgets came along.
Yes, MG more celebrated for their small capacity cars, but right the way through to the last years of the 30s before the war, the SAs were big luxury saloons. Matthew Moore, rounding the corner now, 256. We're back to the bottom sponsor class 13 with Matthew, 256. He achieves a 51.43. That's a second inside his previous best.
I'm struggling to find Andrew Radford in the programme anywhere. 792.
Page 8, class 5, second up.
Thank you.
His best practice was a 63.56. He's now done a 62.98 against his 62 handicap. Completing his climb now is Jonathan Fenning, 7.42. He did a 53.73 yesterday. He's gone 53.54 today. William Edwards, 257.
Another famous car, the Beck Power Plus.
The Gibbs Beck Power Plus, yeah, 1100cc blown. Is that a Rapier engine? No, that'd be 1104.
I think it's a Wolseley engine, either Wolseley or Singer.
Okay.
Let's look it up. I used to have a colleague whose father had this car for a long time, Peter Vaughan. Finishes with a 45.7.
On the hill now, Mark Purnell in another of our Riley specials, 1087, which makes it a Riley 9, but it's supercharged, and you can see the blower stuck out there between the front drum irons. Climbed in a 49.89 best time against 47.5 handicap.
Here's the fastest granny at Prescott today. This is Gary Clare, the famous special. Meanwhile, Mark Purnell with a great big blower on the front of the Riley special, 49.81. Watch Granny nipping round hard. Looks like Morgan front suspension.
I think Granny was put together by some very well-known VSCC names, and the nickname came about with the nose, so they were just nipping around to see Granny.
Ah, perfect. I like it.
I believe Julian Ghosh had a hand in the construction of Granny.
And Mark Pennell has finished with a 49.81.
47.76 for Granny against a 47 handicap, so Gary Clare inching closer to handicap times gone. 49.70, 48.10, 47.76. So if he keeps up that level of performance, he should break his handicap next time round. Mike Pickup now in the Austin 7 Ulster Special from 1932. He's looking at a bogey of 52 seconds. Practiced in 52.92, then 51.68, so clearly has the ability and the performance to smash that handicap. Now the Hardy Racing Supersport had a fail on its second practice, didn't it, Chris? It should have been up next, but I have to say I didn't see it in the paddock today.
I think he's gone home. Sadly,
what a shame.
Razor Blade also had a problem yesterday.
Yes, it did. The chain car saw it coming back down the hill.
Time for my pickup of 51.15.
He's beaten his handicap. There it is again. And faster than any run so far. Good performance from Mike.
We are in Class 14 pre-war racing cars up to 1500. I don't know why they say pre-1941 rather than pre-1939. There wasn't much racing in 40 and 41.
I think because we did have the Mille Miglia.
Oh, in Italy, yes.
In 1940, the Axis powers carried on racing. So internationally, there was still motorsport.
Where are we? We're with Annette van Wortel on the screen in the Lagonda Rapier, but we're with Riley Surridge, James Surridge, with a 54.07.
James has beaten his handicap. He's found 3 seconds overnight. His handicap was 56.5, so well done, James.
How's Annette got on? She's got on fine, 58.28.
That's her fastest climb as well.
And the moment we got to Adam Craven's MG Riley, but wait a minute, you'll see something very shiny and very quick and quite well known is Steve McAvoy in the Bellevue Special. But let's just watch Andrew finishing his run to record a very good time in the 40s, 49.88.
A handicap beater.
Now where's the Bellevue? Oh dear, is stopped. Steve McAvoy's new acquisition, which he bought recently from Tom Hardman, has refused to play. It was a car owned by, who was the couple who owned the Bellevue garage?
It was the Evans family.
Doreen Evans, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you could rent it if you wanted to have a pretty wild ride at Brooklands. You could rent the Bellevue Special. Hate to think how much it cost. And Reg Parnell had a hand in it as well. But sadly, is having to retreat to the paddock. Let's hope it's not serious and can have a second run. Tom is here. He'll be descending on it and saying, well, it's never done this before.
He'd be fibbing.
On the line, a famous special, again, the first of Norris Brothers specials, number 276. With its Alvis engine, highly tuned Alvis engine. I think a Frazer Nash chassis. But then they decided it wasn't enough power, so they built Norris Special 2, which you'll see fairly soon, which has a 3.5 litre Alvis engine. So this is Andrew Wilson. He was in the 51s yesterday in practice. Left-hand gear change, which is quite unusual. And And of course what it's doing is sliding a dog sideways to engage another gear, but he's retreated from the line. So why was he trying to start the car onto the grass, which means he's not going to go back all the way to the paddock, just a bit of fettling. Instead, we've got 278, which is the Smith family Frazer Nash Super Sports, driven by, oh no, that's Andrew Wilson, is a wrong caption on the screen. We're watching the Smith Frazer Nash, immensely quick, very powerful Super Sports. Andrew has gone off into the paddock, maybe to find a spanner to. He's running back with, is it a battery? Poor chap doesn't have a friendly mechanic to carry these things for him. Frazer Nash, a quick one. Oh, doing the traditional Frazer Nash oversteer round out of the corner. But in the meantime, we've got Salome, famous car, which was built, started as a Morgan three-wheeler, and then Jan Breyer lowered the front end, widened the front end, Jap engine, but it was still a three-wheeler. Later on, Freddie Giles acquired the car in 1969. It's in very poor condition, rebuilt it. Partnership with Freddie lasted several decades. Sadly, he died, and in 2002, Salome changed hands several more times. It was acquired by Phil Dobbins in 2014, regularly lent it to Hannah Entinap, and today, as you can see, back in the Giles family successfully, with John doing a 43.96. Great history.
On the hill now, Michael James rather, in the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special, looking and sounding like nothing else but a pre-war Grand Prix car.
And it's quick, he did a 44-second run in practice yesterday. Let's see what he can do today. It's an immaculate example of craftsmanship in bodywork. Nice slide round semicircle and a 43.88, excellent. And it's good to see the Norris Special out. Andrew Wilson's got it going. Good to see that. Time for Michael James, 43.88. Excellent.
Andrew Wilson safely rounding semicircle
and records a 51.39. He'll be pleased to have got up the hill.
He's the unfortunate recipient of a flag in the original Norris because everybody else's failed yesterday. So yes, as I say, glad to get up. This is a very quick car. Well, it's Patrick Blakeney Edwards. Why am I surprised?
Yeah, say no more. 63 miles an hour under bridge is quick. And it's a very powerful Frazer Nash. It's got a Meadows engine capable of massive amount of tuning. It's a very powerful engine, very sturdy engine. What can Patrick do? He's up there with a 42.86.
Smashing his handicap. Very fierce run. Julian Hindle.
Hey, there's good news. And the good news is that Razorblade is back. Tell you about it in a second. But meantime, we're watching Julian Hindle, the MG Riley. But let's focus the camera on Razorblade because it is such a famous car. I think it was the third Aston Martin ever built. Used a race engine, a Grand Prix engine, 1.5 litre Grand Prix engine. It's slight adjustment to its timing strut at the front.
This is a car that you sort of have to be folded into after you get in, isn't it? Things are secured over you.
The cockpit's around, hinges up, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then, as you say, it folds over you.
The first international win for Aston Martin was at Vauxhall Wolseley in 1923 by Mr. Martin himself, driving a Bamford and Martin. And I was able to tell Curie Bertelli and Mr. Waddingham at the Aston factory all about that, and they didn't believe me until I sent them a copy of the results and period newspaper cuttings, and they were quite gobsmacked that they had misdated Aston's first international win.
I think Razorblade is being held because the timing strut on the front, that black blade that isn't designed for severing the legs of spectators, actually it stops the beam when you cross the beam, has gone slightly askew, so needs a bit of a tightening up. I think there's been some overnight fettling, but it's great to see. We were fearing that Razorblade wouldn't appear today. Not bad to be able to say I've got the I think it's the third or fourth oldest Aston Martin in the world. And since then, Aston have been through endless financial failures. We hope they're now in fairly safe hands. And certainly the new DBX is probably, like the Cayenne was for Porsche, it's probably the salvation of the company. You can see why it's called Razorblade. It's not going quickly, but it's lovely to see. Ian Chain, let's hope he successfully goes all the way up, safely round Orchard Corner into Pardon. This is the steepest part of the hill climb.
Such a narrow back axle, isn't it? The track at the back is
really is
very tight.
Yeah.
Now, is this Ian or is it James? In the programme, it's James, and on the screen, it's Ian.
Yes.
Ian is father, James' son, I believe.
Right.
So it is great to see it climbing, and Tom Hardman in the ERA. Another dream come true moment for Tom.
He is, he's living the dream, and wouldn't we all love to drive an ERA in competition? You need to be fairly courageous, certainly on circuit racing. You need to chuck it into the corner and plant your foot on the throttle. Otherwise, you're in danger of getting terminal understeer, which doesn't help. Razorblade has finished with a 64.57. Let's keep an eye on the screen, and you can't really see it from down in the spectator area, but hustles it round semicircle. What did Tom do yesterday? And he was in the 45s yesterday, still is, 45.74.
That's a reversal of the last two figures of his quickest time, which is 45.47 yesterday. So we may see the shared drive. I've worked out my own confusing myself in Razorblade.
In the meantime, we've got Sarah Tunnicliffe in this lovely classic Bugatti Type 35B, straight 8, 2.3 litre engine, supercharged of course, roller bearing crankshaft. The crankshaft comes to pieces, and so to get it, because it's a fixed cylinder head, you have to remove the crankshaft underneath the car, and then you can, to rebuild it, you can take it to pieces. It's held together by cotter pins, and you have to hammer it quite hard to re-cotter it, as it were. And the alloy wheels contain the brake drums. So a 63.28 for Sarah. Who've we got? We've got Rob Lewis in his Austin 12.4 Special. Doesn't date from 1861, that's the size of the engine. Big old Austin saloon, and Rob, who's a Craftsman bodywork, Fettler and de Havilland had some bits of bodywork left over, so he constructed this with its lovely brass cap tail, which actually is a mini headlight.
Inside out.
Yes,
Yes, I see.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuck on the back.
That's clever.
Yes, isn't it? Rob finishes with the 6798. Now we've got an interesting Bugatti as well, still 2.3 litres. Look at the narrow radiator compared with the wider one of the 35B. This is because this is the touring Bugatti 35 without a supercharger, and a lot of them had plain bearings rather than roller bearings. But lots of young blades in France in the 20s would buy the simple touring Bugatti, and they could race it in sports car racings and single-seaters as well. I've lost my time for the Bugatti. It'll come back. Meanwhile,
5772, I think.
Thank you. My namesake, Bob Druitt, in the Austin Maggot, extraordinary device. Extraordinarily, I was going to be cruel and say extraordinarily unreliable, but it suffered float chamber problems yesterday. It suffered something even more serious today, and it's marooned between the S's and the semicircle, with Bob holding up his hands in horror. Is he trying to manoeuvre the gear change? But he's followed rather swiftly by Roy Tubby.
Glowworm. Yes. He'll get to try again.
Has to lose its glow. It'll get a rerun.
Yes.
Billy Rowland, brilliant commentary from both of you. Thank you. What's the handicap based on? It's based on the car's previous best time here at Prescott, which is only therefore a challenge to people who've never competed here before, in which case the handicappers need to make a very informed guess.
There is an element of the car and driver where that is repeatable, isn't it? Your best performance in that car, though it does literally genuinely handicap people who take on previously fabulously fast cars.
F6, lots of these cars have a very narrow rear track. Was that just to encourage a loose rear to help turn in? Well, not really. It's because the cars that have a very narrow track mostly have a solid rear axle driven by chains, like all the Frazer Nashes, and so without a narrow rear track, the tendency would be for it just to plough straight on. So with a narrow track, you chuck it into the corner and get it oversteering and get the tail out in a series of straights, if you like an old-fashioned coin.
Why then razor blades narrow back end? Because it's got a diff, hasn't it?
Yes.
And a prop shaft.
Yeah, because it's got such a narrow body and chassis that if it had a wider rear track, they'd stick miles out.
That's what you get with some of the American board races, isn't it? A very broad, sticky out wheels and wheel plan with narrow bodies. So your namesake, Robert Druitt, has got the fail, and poor Roy Tubby gets the flag. So he will get to come back how best he can and try again. Whereas Bob will have to, if he can get it running again, just take it as a one-off run this afternoon.
Us Druitts, we're good at pushing cars off the track. My car once came to a halt at the bottom S at Shelsley with the petrol pump ticking away like crazy. And the marshal said, "What's the problem?" I said, "Pump failure." Well, it was pump failure because there wasn't any fuel in it. Good day from down under. Good day, Jeff. Pulling an all-nighter with my trusty crate of Fosters and loving the VSCC action. Well, I hope you've got a big enough crate of Fosters, because it's an all-day event. We'll be busy until mid-afternoon. Everyone, hope this is from Berkeley in Plymouth. Hope everyone's having a great day there. Looks a great setting. It is indeed. Watching from sunny Plymouth.
Lovely. Roy Tubby has completed at pedestrian speed. He's got back round, so he'll be down the return road and looking to line up at the back of the queue again.
Now, if you wanted to make a car as complicated as possible, have a look at the car on the line. This is Calabar. Well, the chassis is pretty simple, but underneath that bonnet are two aerial 4-square motorcycle engines, which means that it's an 8-cylinder twin-engined car. And someone commented yesterday, you know, an aerial 4-square engine is bad enough on its own, but have two of them. What's the point? Well, the point is you get twice the power, and it's beautifully constructed. Jade Dearling, I'm not sure if Jade made it himself, but listen to that noise and watch the chain connecting the two engines together. Hope one of them doesn't fail, otherwise you get a busted chain.
The torque reaction of that happening would be quite frightening, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it? Extraordinary engine note. We assume that all 8 cylinders are firing. Sounds like it. Two litres, of course, so 500 cc per pair of cylinders.
Quite an all-enveloping body for what has all the ingredients of a Wolseley special, this, isn't it?
It really is, isn't it? Ooh, almost terminal understeer into S's, but no problem at all. Jade's doing fine. Up the hill behind him is Bob Miller's immaculate and beautiful Type 35 Bugatti. We'll see that fairly shortly.
That's very blue, isn't it? That is real
very
Bugatti blue.
Meanwhile, we're watching Caliban. The 12th night, Caliban.
It's not the Tempest.
Oh, Tempest, yes, you're right, it is. So Jade finishes with the 53.94, and has Bob got a problem with the Bugatti? Do hope not. It's slowing down, and there's a red flag out.
Yep, I think Bob is...
red flag message hasn't got as far as the start line yet.
To borrow the Rolls-Royce phrase, it has ceased to proceed.
Jade Dearling with his 8 cylinders, 53.94.
Talking of Bugattis as we are, the Bugatti Trust is open at the bottom of Orchard Car Park. Do drop in. You will see things there that are pretty rare. The Type 53, or Type 57 rather, three of them. The diaries of Jean Bugatti mentioning coming here to Prescott pre-war. He was killed barely 3 weeks later, testing in France. And other delights that Angela Huck and her team will be delighted to welcome you down there. They had a book sale last year. Maybe they have again this, I'm not sure. But do wander down and peruse what they have and support the trust.
The Atlantique 57S Atlantique with its exotic Jean Bugatti designed bodywork. This one has an extraordinary history. It was bought by a wealthy, I think he was a jeweler in Paris, who had two mistresses, one of whom he decided to teach to drive, and he decided to teach her in his Bugatti, which was fine until they were crossing a level crossing on an express railway, and I don't know if she stalled it, but tragically an express train ploughed into the side of it, took it a kilometre up the track, and they both died. The wreckage was interned by French railways for quite a long time, and then given to a salvage yard where it sat. Luckily, a local enthusiast who recognized what the wreckage was bought it from the scrapyard, bought every bit, all the bent bits as well. The chassis was pretty comprehensively bent, but engaged in a rebuild which was, for his money and his talents, was pretty successful. In other words, the car was restored. I think he collected various 57 Bugatti bits to put in it, and it eventually went into American ownership, and there's a company in the States that specializes in exquisite Bugatti restorations.
Bugatti is coming backwards down from Pardon.
It is.
And will swing the correct way round to, well, the correct way in that he's coming backwards down the hill climb, but will at least come down the climb nose first. Not sure he's going to make it on that lock. Yes, he is. Take a bit of grass.
If you do go into the trust and have a look at this Atlantique, I'm told, no one is saying it's been sold recently, and I'm told that it now resides in this country, but obviously the ownership of it is a closely held secret. But it had various body modifications so that it made it even more elegant than the other two Atlantiques that exist, and it's well worth a look. It's just, you won't see it again probably in this country very much. Now, what's happened to Bob Mellor's Bugatti?
He's well on his way back down to you. He's probably through the gate,
Just going
your
through
side of the bridge now.
Yeah, just going through the gate now. Let's hope it's fixable and that Bob can run the car this afternoon. Meanwhile, on the line, we've got Roy Tubby, who you'll remember was red flagged up in the S's, so he gets another go in Glowworm. Fires up both cylinders, fortunately. Gently off the line in Glowworm. Not risking a slipping clutch, but it's risking stalling the engine. If you lose a cylinder, you've lost half your engine. So Cognac, which is following in the hands of Julian Harrison, will be held for quite a long time on the line because it's going to take Glowworm a while to get up the hill. Successfully run Pardon, that's the important one. That's often the nemesis of underpowered cars, and they can't make it quite round the corner. In the early days of hill climbing in this country, of course, it was whether you faced the challenge of getting up to the top of the hill at all. We occasionally have a demonstration at Chelsea Wolseley Climb of another of the Daimlers of the type that won the first hill climb there in 1905, and people are astonished to see it towing a Range Rover back down the hill and wonder why. Surely that Range Rover should go down by itself. Well, of course, the answer is that on the end of the rope behind the Daimler is a Range Rover or Land Rover, and its job is to prevent the thing from running away because it hasn't got very strong brakes. And the last thing you want is a 1904 Daimler clattering into the paddock at the bottom of the hill. So another famous car coming up to the line, Cognac. Recently acquired by Julian Harrison, who has also recently acquired ERA GP2, the bare bones of which are here at Prescott this weekend. Julian has a lovely collection of cars up there in Cheshire, and GN campaigned successfully for many years by Ron Footed. Cognac, GN and AC engine combined. And it's had a huge amount of success on the circuits and on the hills in its lifetime.
You know the derivation of its name. It's not just that they had a bottle of the appropriate liquid when they finished.
No, those GN and AC together, combined. Yeah.
I thought it was made by the Cohen brothers. So it was the Cohen.
Oh, was it the Cohens who made it?
Yeah.
Could well be.
Yeah.
Listen to that lovely sound if you're here of the Type 35 Bugatti of Michael Hudson. We'll see it soon, but let's watch Cognac finishing its run. Julian getting really used to it, 46.79. Here's the lovely Scruffy. I'm not being rude, but it's got a patina of age, this Type 35 Bugatti, but mechanically it's absolutely perfect, glorious. They used to call it a tearing calico sound of the 8-cylinder Bugatti until people said, well, what on earth is calico? Never heard of it.
And this is Michael at the wheel, not Chris the owner, because of the arrival of the dreaded COVID with Chris.
Yeah, Michael's very thankful. He breathed heavily over his father. 47.06 for Michael, followed by Ed Burgess in the development of the Type 35, the Type 51 Bugatti with its twin camshaft head, cylinder head, derived from the American Miller twin cam Grand Prix car that Ettore saw at Le Mans when it came from the French Grand Prix. He was a good friend of Mr. Miller and was allowed to copy the cylinder head design. Gives it about 30 more horsepower. 43.6, 43.56, brilliant time by Ed. Now Ian Baxter could well be in contention for our fastest time of day in the Alta. Jeffrey Taylor built the Alta, including the engine, and in their early days they were very unreliable, but now they're properly put together. It's going to be a 41.55. Now, can Ben Fiddler in R4D beat that? Ben, of course, is used to driving the 1.5 litre red one that Tom Hartman is driving. He's recently acquired R4D. It's a powerful beast, and it's a bit of a monster to handle, as Mac Halbert will acknowledge. But Ben is getting to grips with it. But I would be surprised if he can match the Alta's time. We shall see. It's got the potential. More than 300 horsepower in this ERA. Ben successfully rounds the semicircle, and it's a 43.26. 43.26.
R4A coming to the line, which is of course the car that holds the current record, with James Baxter at the wheel. This is owner Nick Thomas. 2.54, first 64 feet. That's faster than Ian Baxter, but he's 8 miles an hour slower under the bridge. Interesting how these things work, isn't it?
It is. They were so successful in what was called voiturette racing in the 30s, and then in Grand Prix racing, when the Italians used to come over and win everything, the ERAs would, not fair to say plod along behind, but they were really the only UK representatives in the early British Grand Prix. Nick finishes, good time, 43.79.
Yes, as you say, the first World Championship Grand Prix. Cuff Harrison, Bob Gerrard, and others were running ERAs, and because of their dependability, they were in the points, 5th, 6th place.
And now a brand new ERA. It's not something you get to say very often. Built by David Ellison and his partner over a course of 4 years. Has an original ERA engine out of R4D. It's got an original tail body work. It's got an original gearbox.
Original petrol tank as well, I think.
Has it?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a two-room copy built absolutely perfectly, and David really enjoying it to record a 48.57.
That's his fastest time and beats his handicap. I had the pleasure of having breakfast with David in the motorhome this morning. Always a pleasure and always fascinating to chat to. Ah, the BSA Wolseley Special. Arthur Wellesley was the Duke of Wellington, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
Any connection between the noble Duke and the BSA engine device we are watching ascend?
Well, they're both pretty extreme. This one probably more extreme than Arthur Wellesley, in that it's got 2 engines, 1 gearbox, 2 final drives, and so it's 4-wheel drive. It's only recently been completed. It looks as if it was built in the 20s, but no, it started it in January and finished it last week.
Yes, its testing was filmed and shown on Facebook. Followed that with great interest. But a 68.78 for Mr. Bell, 68.78. And the Ford MP Special goes round, catching. That's Rob Armstrong Wilson. Martin Bell. Rob Armstrong Wilson beats the 50-second barrier, 49.80. Chased up by John Galley in the Ford Drea sprint car.
A lovely recipe, the nice simples racing cars, the sprint cars, raced on dirt tracks, board tracks, all sorts of tracks in the States. I think they still do, don't they?
Oh, I'm sure they do. They're all very much variations on a theme, these 3 or 4 Ford cars in this class, aren't they?
And if you were successful in midget racing, you were a hard man. Mario Andretti started his career.
Have you seen Harry College in the sprint car? If you can see that on a screen, Chris, if we can have a repeat of that, a review, a replay, he got full right-hand lock coming out of Parden. The back end was coming round, but he held it gloriously.
I'll ask Richard if he can get a replay of that. Worth watching.
Definitely. But he's gone awfully slowly round semicircle, Harry, unfortunately.
In the meantime, Tom Richardson in the GN with his Gypsy engine. Yeah, Harry finishes slowly. But this car is interesting. It's a 1923 GN chassis into which Tom has squeezed a Tiger Moth engine. And had to turn it upside down and the other way around, because of course in the Tiger Moth, the cylinder head was at the bottom and the propeller stuck out the front. So a lot of engineering went into getting this engine in the car, and it's air cooled. You think, well, surely it overheats like crazy. Well, it doesn't, because it's 2 electric fans in a plenum chamber on one side of the engine, and records a 47.34. Now, Julian Grimwade. This is Norris Special the second, with its big 3.5 litre Alvis engine, regularly duffs up the ERAs, and will Julian do some duffing up today. He's got the car back on its original skinny and taller wheels, because the regulations changed, and good thing too, but to his surprise, Julian found it handles better on these original size wheels and tyres.
His practice time of 42.75. Yes, that's quick.
What has disappeared like a rocket is Ben Mears. Now, that explains, we were asking yesterday what this car was. It's the GN Parker, which has snuck in yesterday without being mentioned on the program or the engine is, so we were puzzling, but it's Parker GN. The only embarrassment is that I don't know what engine it's got.
Definitely aero, isn't it?
I think it is, yes, 6.25 litres. Could that be another Gypsy? It's 43.96. It's a competitive time anyway.
Well, that, unless there's anyone down there with the shared drives, brings us to lunch, I think.
There's no one else coming to the line. I will find out. I guess we're starting again at 1:30. We are indeed. So enjoy your lunch. Lots of places to eat here. Lots of food and drink available. Lots of people have brought their own picnic. And it's lovely to have a picnic on the running board of your Silver Ghost Rolls Royce or whatever. One of the things lots of people love doing is touring the vintage car park. There's such an incredible array of vintage cars of all shapes and sizes and colours.
Do be aware that the Trojan Parade will be happening at 1 o'clock. And at 1:15, the Eureka Jazz Band will play and march their way up to probably Paddock, I should think. Orchard Bend, from the Paddock up to Orchard Bend.
In the meantime, let me please remind you of our tickets that you can buy for the raffle, and if you win the raffle, you get a ride in a 1922 Brescia Bugatti. Tickets are available in the Friends of Prescott shop, which is behind me on the start line. If you are the winner, The draw will be at 3. If you're the winner, you need to be present for the draw because there's a sort of 5-minute duration during which we need to name the winner. Otherwise, we do a redraw. So if you're at the top of the hill at 3 o'clock or at 5 to 3, you need to get down there double quick. Brescia, Bugatti, raffle, 3 o'clock, £5 a ticket. I've got a distinguished visitor, so I will say hello again to you after lunch.
Well, while everyone is enjoying their lunches, be it picnic or bought variety, I've been joined in the box by an old chum, Robert Dean. Robert has a heck of a CV in the historic motor car world. In fact, was it a start at Brabham? Is that where we could start the story, Robert?
Yes, I think Brabham's a good place to start. Although I've done quite a lot of things worked in the theatre, but Brabham's probably my first proper job.
What a proper job to start with. Was that with Mr. B.C. Ecclestone at the helm?
Oh yes, very much at the helm. The helm he was, so I was there about 4 years, and that was during the turbo era in the mid '80s, and Andrea de Cesares and Riccardo Patrese, or Pat Reese as we used to call him.
Were you there when Brabham Jr. came and tried his hand with Brabham?
No, I'd already gone by then, and I wasn't there for the last BT 59 and 56 and BT 59 and 60, which was of course Damon Hill and Martin Brundle. So I wasn't there then.
And but they still honoured the Ron Taranach link by keeping his name associated with the BT.
Yeah, it was kind of strange that. I think that was Gordon carried that on, Gordon Murray, and it always stuck. That's all the way to the end, to the BT60. It was BT. Yeah.
But you went with Mr. B to his little toy shop, didn't you?
Yes, I kind of went off and did other things for a few years, and including kind of financial services, which I'm pleased to say I was really terrible at. And then I had my own restoration business, and then I built Caterham Sevens for a company called Raceline Cars. My friend Pete McEwen, who was an ex-Brabham mechanic, and he was doing that, and we were building them for the Japanese market, which was fantastic.
Wow. But old cars have been in the family. Your father was kind enough to hand you a Bentley down, wasn't he?
Yeah, Dad really loved his old cars, and even during the war he had some nice things. And I discovered a picture which we talked about of him sitting in a Riley Imp, which he bought from a Rolls-Royce engineer during the war. Dad was a draftsman for Bristol Aircraft Company, and I was talking to a lovely gentleman who's no longer with us, called the Honourable John Gathercole, the Venerable John Gathercole, and he was writing a book about imps, and he said, "But this car is in my son's workshop, not right now." So he said, he made me write the story about the Riley imp, and it's in his book.
Oh, fabulous. I'm not going to delve too deeply in what it's like to work for Mr. Ecclestone, but you had the opportunity of, well, perhaps uniquely, teaching Formula One drivers how to drive their heritage.
Oh yes, it's just in 2001, Ferrari wanted to do a kind of a set piece at the British Grand Prix, and I took the 1951 375 Ferrari Grand Prix car for Michael to drive, and I had to show him how to drive that, which was surreal to say the least, which he didn't like. He hated it. And then in 2010 I did the same thing for Fernando Alonso, and I spent a very surreal hour and a half with the world champion, talking about driving racing cars and front-engine Grand Prix cars and how to do it and how you do this and how you do that. But of course that car had a centre throttle, and that's where the term heel and toe comes from, because anybody here who's got a car with a centre throttle will know that when you've got your foot on the right-hand brake, your ankle articulates to the left, and you can then blip the throttle to down change. And Fernando said, "God," he said, "if I ever go back to a car with 3 pedals, this is how I'm going to do it," because he said it makes so much sense.
So you do get the impression with the latest news that Fernando has gone to Aston Martin in Formula One that he's a bit of a petrol head. I think he still harbours dreams of matching Graham Hill and having the Triple Crown. Having gone off and won Le Mans a few times, he still has Indianapolis dreams.
Yes, I think that would be a fantastic thing. I think there's only been 3 people ever to have done that, isn't it? What was it? Graham Hill. I can't remember who the other 2 are, but I think there's only 3 of them.
Yes, and it depends which Triple Crown. Is it the Formula One World Championship or winning at Monaco, the jewel in the crown of F1? I think Graham is unique in one or other of those, and I can't remember which.
Yeah, well, Graham did win almost everything, didn't he, that he sat in?
Absolutely.
Every race.
I remember reading, well, and I verified it when I had the honour of interviewing Henri Pescarolo. He said he'd had a pretty spectacular career in F2 and was still a coming man in Formula One, and he was told that he was going to be sharing with Graham Hill at Le Mans, thinking, oh no, it's a fossil from the 50s. But he actually found he was the best teammate ever. He taught him loads and shared everything.
Yes, he's kind of one of those guys you wish you'd been able to go down to the pub with and have a chat with. I gather he was good company and fairly exuberant as well.
Now, we were talking over breakfast about Bernie almost set up a sub-team with Keith Green as team manager just to run Graham in the Lobster Claw Brabham after Graham had ceased to be a works team driver and before the Embassy Hill project fully took off. He had a season and a half, and in fact his last Grand Prix win was under the banner of a privateer, if you like. So it must have been, Bernie must have had a soft spot for Graham to go to that obvious trouble. Yes, it was a Brabham, but he wasn't in the works team.
Yeah, you see, Bernie did a lot of stuff like that with drivers. He'd take drivers on and help people out and get them drives, and he would have done that without any problem at all and not told anybody. There's loads and loads of drivers out there that got their seat because of him, and he would have put a word in and cajoled somebody, and that's almost certainly the sort of thing. On the other hand, of course, he did kill off Formula 5000.
Well, yes, true. I was told a story by Roy Salvadori about Bernie, that Roy and Stuart Lewis-Evans were out in the Tasman series, and they'd been sent out with what was left of the Connaught team, so it would be 57, and the name of the game was that they were to sell the Connaughts and come back with big bags of money, so do really well and sell the cars. But Horace Gould had got out there first with his 250F Maserati, so the Australians weren't interested in a Connaught, they wanted a Mazda. And one morning, apparently at breakfast, Roy was sat having his coffee, and Stuart Lewis-Evans bounded down the stairs with an armful of books, ostensibly, and Roy said, well, what on earth have you got there? He said, really valuable stamp collection. He said, why have you got a stamp collection? He said, did a deal for one of the cars. Roy said, I think you'd better send Bernie a cable about that. Oh, so Stuart put the books down, went to reception, sent his cable. A couple of hours later, Mr. Lewis-Evans, yes, there's a cable for you at the front desk. All right. Went, collected this cable, came back, picked up the books. Roy said, where are you going? To undo the deal. Bernie didn't want some penny blacks in swap for his race cars.
No, I can see that would be an issue for Bernie, and it would have been a very short and sharp email as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Now, without betraying any confidences, obviously, Bernie had a heck of a collection of cars, probably still has, I don't know. Took over most of what was left of Biggin Hill Airfield that wasn't active airfield, sharing it with the police training for a while, wasn't he?
Yes, he bought the old RAF base, and we had all the old buildings, and we converted a number for to house the collection and workshops and stuff like that. A lot of the buildings were stood empty, but yes, it was quite an amazing thing to work at Biggin Hill. And then, of course, we had the Heritage Hangar, Peter Monk's Spitfires and things. And I remember thinking, oh, isn't that a shame? I'm going to hear Spitfires every single day, and I'll kind of get used to them, and I'll stop hearing them. But it never happened. Literally every time he took off, you always poke your head out, go, oh, yes, that's. So it's quite an amazing site to work on. And yes, I set up a thing with the police dog handlers to train their dogs on our site. And we had everybody, city police, we had what I used to call exploding dogs, which is the bomb disposal people, and the general purpose dogs, and they used to use all of the sites. And sometimes I'd be the baddie, and they go into that room and hide. And when the dog finds you, don't move. And I tell you what, you don't want to move when that thing's when you're on the pointy end of one of those.
So I remember my father and I came out to see you for lunch a number of years ago, and yes, it is utterly surreal to be sat having a cuppa and then a spit fires up just yards away on the other side of the fence and disappears for a 45-minute trip. Back it comes. It helped that it was a lovely hot summer's day, so you could just imagine it being 1940.
Oh yeah, and I was there when the Canadian Lancaster came over, and we'd heard that it was, because you know the jungle drums go and you hear what's happening on the airfield, and I was told that the two Lancasters were going to come in and land, and so I was on the apron at the appointed time and watched two Lancasters landing on the airfield with a couple of Spitfires, and then they taxied onto our apron. I was standing there holding a tablet with filming it, and he turned right in front of me, I mean literally in front of me, and did his mag drop test. So each engine has two mags, and they switch each mag off and they register the number of revs that it drops by, literally right in front of me, and then he shut everything all off. Both planes shut their engines off, and I'm going, this doesn't get any better. And then the Red Arrows taxied out behind them and took off one by one. It's fantastic.
It's one of those days that will live long in the memory, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There are so many things happened. Like, I remember one bonfire night, I was up there late, and there was a huge kind of municipal bonfire going on, and all of the fireworks going off, and they were setting off those big kind of mortar fireworks, and I couldn't see the fireworks, but I could see the flashes, and I was in behind the buildings, and I thought, this is what it must have been like during like a blitz or a bombing raid or something. It was just really loud and flashes going off, and it was a bit eerie, I can tell you that.
I imagine. So after such a long and varied portfolio career, what are you up to now, Rob?
Well, I started my own. I retired from running Mr. Reed's collection after 24 years, which was kind of a wrench, because you know all of those cars I knew personally, and I'd driven most of them, and but anyway, it was time to move on, and I started my own business called Curated Vehicle Management, and so what I do now is people with 10, 15 cars, even 5 cars, I go to their motor house and I manage their collection for them. I can oversee restoration projects and do a report for them. It's before lockdown, of course, it was more prevalent because people travelled a lot, but it's still a thing that is has merit, and people still don't know how to properly manage a collection of cars, and so I'm doing that at the moment. I've just done my HGV license because I keep getting asked if I've got an HGV license to move, to help move cars for somewhere, so I've done that, which is not bad at 58, and we're having a lot of fun. I manage a lovely collection of cars for my friend who lives in Canada, and that's fairly eclectic, and we've got a lot of motorbikes, a lot of Vincents and stuff like that, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
So keeping busy, but still got your feet planted in the Vintagent era. You're always here for the Prescott weekend.
Oh yeah, how could you not be? I mean, I came last year, and that was the first, I think, year after the lockdown, and gosh, everybody was going, everyone's kind of looking around going, I'm not sure we're supposed to be here, but, got to be here. And by crikey, isn't it fantastic? I've just done my favourite thing, which is standing in the paddock, kind of watching it all happening around me, the cars going, the people talking, the sun coming dappled through the trees, and the sound, it just is such a wonderful weekend. And I love it. I love it being here.
It is one of the special moments in the year, not just in the vintage car year, but in the whole calendar. This is it's the first date I put in. It's a bonus to be allowed to commentate and indulge my opinions. Now, as the Eureka Jazz Band is coming up the hill, I think we'd probably stop talking over them and let everyone join in enjoying the sounds. Rob Dean, thank you so much indeed for giving us some of your time today.
Well, you're very welcome indeed. And before I go, I'd just like to say, if anybody's into steam and railways, I'm putting a 2-day show on at Bicester Heritage first weekend in October for the Gauge 1 Model Railway Association. It's our 75th birthday. And we're going to have everything there. Everything's steam. We've got classic cars, classic aeroplanes, steam engines, railways, everything. So come along to Bicester Heritage. But thank you very much, Guy. It's been a real joy talking to you.
Absolute pleasure, and thanks for breakfast as well.
You're welcome.
Got no, I've got the German air still get
Lars is here. Andrew as well is here. He's racing. He's just going to find out.
Is it like coming in? Yes, but you deserve that. You made it there, didn't you? Well, you feel it. A few times, yeah. Oh, that would be lovely. Take care.
Yeah, but I think that, yes, because everything else is back on auto now. So that I think is auto. That's auto. I know. So when I get used to it, I'll get back to it. Just all feels so comfortable. They had a thing for the black
Yes. So one way to that is a little wider.
Hiya, you okay?
Yeah, that's right. What did it keep going?
Yeah.
Audio one.
Still waiting, Joe.
Oh, really? Oh, it went. You're not going to find them. I know, well, look.
So you've either got to have lots.
Very tempting to commentate on the Baxter Hill walk returning over the fence there. Good to see. James leading his usual gathering of hill climbers to see just how the record holder does it.
Okay, Richard, should we go for it? Hello everybody again. We're starting again on the Action Hill at 1:30, but before we do, while it's quiet, can I just mention a great friend of Prescott, Charles Trevelyan, who, as most of you will know, has been chairman of the Bugatti Owners Club for a long time until he relinquished the post a couple of years ago. And Charles has been extremely unwell in recent weeks, including a 7-hour operation, which was no fun at all. Luckily, Charles is back home now, but I think it would be great if on the live stream we could all wish him a get well soon. So on the count of 3, can we all shout very loudly, "Get well soon, Charles"? Yes? Yes? 1, 2, 3, get well soon, Charles! Not a word from anybody. Anyway, we do, Charles, all the gang here at Prescott wish you all the best, to you and Angela, and I hope you get back on your feet double quick. A reminder that we've got an hour and a half before the draw takes place for the raffle, and the prize, of course, is the ride up the hill in a 1922 Bugatti Brescia, which is parked behind the start line. Tickets are a £5. Every penny goes to the Friends of Prescott for continuing development of the facilities here at Prescott. If you do buy a ticket, if you have bought a ticket, you need to be outside the Friends of Prescott shop on the dot of 3 o'clock, and that of course is where you bought your ticket, because that's when the draw will take place and the winner announced. If the winner isn't there to be announced, after a couple of minutes or so, we do a redraw, so you will have sadly missed your chance. So draw for the Bugatti Brescia raffle, 3 o'clock, behind the start line at the Friends of Prescott shop, and we really hope you're successful. We've had a great morning's sport on the hill. No serious delays, minimal damage, a little bit of scraped mudguards for a couple of cars, but nothing serious. The hill is in perfect condition. It's hot, but it's not too hot.
Did you find some nice lunch, Chris?
And if you're watching us on screen in the UK or outside the UK, welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the pictures from Prescott. It couldn't be a prettier picture, really. What a lovely day. Trees in full bloom, blue sky everywhere. It's nice and warm, but not too hot. And just for a taster, we were lucky enough to receive from one of our competitors an on-board of his climb up the hill in the Bentley, in a 3-litre Bentley, and here it is. So enjoy Jack Bond in the Bentley. So up to the start, the red-green light is over on the left. Jack will be looking out for that. Unlike dragsters, you don't have to go the second the green light shows. Just watch it go green, get yourself in gear, both mentally and physically, and when you're ready, off you go. This Bentley has onboard and inboard gear change. This is Orchard Corner, which is only used for this Vintage Sports Car Club meeting. Swings left round Pardon, steep and tight along the top, which people think is the top straight, but it's not. As you can see, it's a swerve right and then a swerve left into and through the S's. S's on a wet day are quite a challenge. Out of the S's, over Tom Rote Corner into the crossing. There's a drop away outside the crossing turn, which we think is like falling off a cliff, but it isn't, and over the finishing line. Then it's a sharp left turn and down a fairly bumpy return road, but it's better than it used to be. We're very careful to go very slowly down the return road because quite often there are horses coming up. And so big thanks to Jack Bond for that very interesting onboard shot from the Bentley. We kick off the afternoon's hill climbing with Class 1, lots and lots of Austin 7s, and it's appropriate that this year, 2022, is the centenary year of the introduction of the Austin 7, which made Herbert Austin's fortune and was the foundation, really, of the Austin company taking off like a rocket, and spelled the death on the market of the cycle car. Cycle cars had been very popular just before the First World War and for 6 or 7 years afterwards. Spindly devices, often with belt drive, usually with an air-cooled twin-cylinder motorcycle engine in the front. There was one classic one, I can't remember if it was the Bedelia, which had the driver and passenger fore and aft the front, with the driver behind the front passenger. So that was very quickly known as the mother-in-law seat. And it was belt drive. It had a great long leather belt to engage the drive, and the way it engaged was you had a great big lever, and if you pushed the lever forward, the whole back axle went backwards 3 or so inches, maybe less than 3 inches, and that of course tightened up the belt, and off you went. So the cycle car was a mysterious device, but lots of people had lots of fun in their cycle cars, particularly those made by GN. But when Herbert Austin came along with the Austin 7, they of course quickly died a death. But a lot of them provide the basis for a great many of the lovely and interesting Shelsley and Prescott specials that you see here. A lot of them are on the same recipe, GN chassis, big twin engine in the front, and we've got one with belt drive here, but that's an Italian one. All the rest are chain drive. So we can see on the big screen, and I'm sure if you're near the paddock, you can see lining up our first class of competitors, Class 1 for standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars, up to 750cc unsupercharged. So there's Class 1. We don't, sadly, have any saloon cars. Would be quite fun to enter an Austin Ruby or something like that. But these are all genuine Austin Chummies, Austin Ulsters. A lot of them were specials made in the 40s and 50s when, of course, there weren't really any production sports cars on the market. So if you wanted a little two-seater sports car, you hopped along to the local salvage company, scrapyard, found an Austin Ruby rusted through, bought it for a tenner, chucked away the body. You had a chassis and an engine, cobbled up a little aluminium body, and put some new lights and mudguards on it, and as Bruce McLaren used to say, whoosh bonk, very quickly you had a little sports car. And following that, of course, the market, the industry appeared offering fiberglass bodies for your special car. And that was a great success for a while. Then what killed off the construction of specials was that along came Austin Healey with the Frog Eye Sprite. Triumph came along with a little Spitfire. Triumph came along with the TR2. And Austin Healey eventually came along with the Austin Healey 100. And so you didn't need to make a special. You just saved up some money and off you went in your TR2 or whatever. We have car number 1 on the hill. And car number 1 is Mark Gold in an Austin 7 Chummy. Chummy was a little 4-seater tourer, open tourer, tiny seats at the back for the children. But it was a proper car, 4-cylinder engine, water-cooled, lights and windscreen. So it was a civilized and sensible, practical family car. That's the Chummy. And Mark Gold's first, I don't have a time for his first run, his second practice run yesterday afternoon was a 72.74. All cars are handicapped mostly based on their previous best performance. And Mark, for example, has a handicap speed of time of 73 seconds, and he beat that in practice. And my co-commentator is perched up on the top of the hill inside the orchard corner where Mark is now. Guy, hello.
Hello, Chris.
Are you well lunched?
I am, thank you. Are you?
Extremely well. I brought my own picnic.
I have more Norris special info. There were 3 in period.
Really?
The third one being Alta-based rather than Frazer Nash-based.
And was that before the first of the Alvis runs?
No, the 1 is with us, 2 is Julian Grimwade's, and 3 was Alta-based, which has made an appearance at Goodwood, I believe.
Oh, right.
So, yes, those are the 3 recognised Norris Brothers specials.
So Mark Gold is exiting the S's, heads up towards the semicircle.
He's rounding it now, just past the marshal's post. So, first run to count was 73.29. It's 71.56. He has beaten his handicap to count. He will be happy with that.
Excellent, that's really good. He's followed closely by Thomas Coates in a very special Austin 7, the Austin 7 Gordon England Cup. The Gordon England team was a sort of semi-works team for Austin, and Gordon England produced special bodies for them, lightweight bodies with strict 2-seaters, although this looks like an Ulster to me, which means that this is Thomas.
You're looking at Les Gordon.
Les Gordon, so we'll see the Gordon England car next, but that's a classic Ulster body, and Les produces a 69.64.
With his handicap of 71, so he's got more of an improvement than Mark Gold. It's looking good this afternoon.
Lovely picture of number 3, Thomas Coates, going through the S's. This is the GE Cup body, lightweight competition Austin 7 chassis. I don't know if Gordon England, whether they took part only in races rather than in trials and things. Someone will put us right. And he records a 62.32.
On course now is Mary Baxter in the Baxter family black Ulster replica. Mary is James Baxter's niece. She was one of those who took part and listens to James's sage-like advice on the traditional James Baxter hill walk during lunchtime. So we'll see how Mary has applied that unclely advice with her time.
I've got some neighbours in my street, and we were having a barbecue the other evening. We talked about vintage hill climbing. I said, oh, we know somebody, a family who do vintage hill climbing. Have you ever heard of the Baxter family? And of course they were related by marriage.
Ever heard of?
Never ever heard of, yes. Mary, well, did a 65.01. Off goes Richard Butterworth. Or Sarah.
Sarah, I think.
Yeah, Sarah's further up the hill. Richard into Orchard. Both in nippy-bodied Austin 7s, and Sarah finishes with 62.68. Against a handicap of 62, so that's pretty close.
Yeah, but not near enough, yes.
Richard Butterworth, Austin 7 times 65, followed by Erica Pilkington in an Austin 7 Sports. We're looking, who are we looking at now? We're looking at Richard Butterworth, I think. Must be. Round semicircle, heading for the finish with a good time in the, yeah, just in the 50s, 59.88. So here's Erica Pilkington in the Austin 7 Ulster, smartly turns right through Orchard and up to Pardon. She's going really well. Don't know why I sound so surprised. Of course she should be going well. Let's see how she navigates the S's. Nice number plate for a television executive. A good line through semicircle, hugging the inside edge, and it's a 61.86. Stephen Jones, another Ulster. You can recognise the Ulster by its pointed tail with a sort of hatch over it, which I think must give access to a little luggage compartment behind there, usually strapped down by a leather strap. Austin 7 engines usually make a sort of tinkling noise, and I've never really known why. Good time, 59.49 for Stephen. Patrick Teague. Yet another Ulster. Some of them are original Ulsters. Quite a few of them will have been given an Ulster body later in life. Be nice to have a new body later in life, wouldn't it?
Speak for yourself.
Important message from our ambulance man. 1 or 2 spectators fainted yesterday because it was hot. It's here, getting even hotter, so please remember to drink a lot. There are lots of places to acquire water or other things if you haven't brought enough, but do drink plenty. We don't want you having to be resuscitated in the back of the ambulance, and I'm sure you don't as well. Louis Parkin, 57.04. That's our quickest Austin 7er in this class so far. Ukraine flag proudly displayed on the flanks of this car, of the car that's on the line, which will be off the line very soon. Meanwhile, Julia Wolstenholme with an EA Sports. It's got an Ulster type body and it's in immaculate condition, beautifully prepared, and over the line to record a very good time, a 58.44. Archie Collins, where's Archie? He's, there he is with his Ukraine flag. Archie long-time competitor, but he's only 17. He passed his test this year, so this is his first competing year, and he celebrated that by driving one of the family cars up the Goodwood Hill at the Festival of Speed. 54.18, smartly the quickest so far of the Austin 7. Joe Tisdall, bright orange, perhaps in honour of Bruce McLaren, who started his racing career in New Zealand in an Austin 7 Special. Delightful character, I only met him once, but he was a real super guy. 58.63 for Joe.
Didn't the Earl of March, as he was then, share with Sammy Davis to win the 500-mile race at Brooklands in a bright orange Austin 7?
Is that right?
I believe so. Blood Orange was its nickname.
Oh, right. That would be the present Duke's grandfather.
Freddie March,
Freddie
yes.
March, yes. Who also flew an airplane from the grounds of Goodwood House.
He did, and designed bodies for ACs and Elvises and others.
Imported Lanciers as well.
Yeah. And his final business venture was making trivets for carving meat that were pressed in the Shell Aviation building at the circuit in partnership with the last Harrington of Harrington Coach Builders at Hove.
So the enthusiasm for cars skipped a generation with Charles's father, but under President Duke of Richmond's guidance, Goodwood has become a world centre for motorsport, particularly the revival and the Festival of Speed. Festival of Speed now is an enormous occasion. It's effectively become the launchpad for most manufacturers' new models.
It has. It's also the venue for one of my best ever witnesses to a "Don't You Know Who I Am" moment, when several years ago, because of course now he has sadly passed away, Charles March's father, the then Duke of Richmond and Gordon, was refused entry to the cricket match.
I don't believe it, was he?
Absolutely, and he did genuinely say, "Really? Don't you know who I am?"
So you and your policeman's guys spoke to your constable and said, "Here you are, constable, here's another bloke who doesn't know who he is."
No, I, in my policeman's guide, told the chap in the high vis in modern black clothing that he really ought to let this gentleman in. He sort of looked and was puzzled and shrugged his shoulders and obviously thought, well, if a policeman's telling me to let him in, I will do.
Nowadays, the cricket match is open to all, which is really good news. It's become a huge occasion. I think last year we had 5,000 or 6,000 spectators there.
Yes, it's something I try and get up to when I can if I'm not competing, because then I'm scrutineering and having important things done to the car during the cricket match.
Number 8 is Matilda Jones, who's not in the programme, but does a respectable 60.82.
That's 3 seconds faster than her 2 practice times, so well done, Matilda.
Practice makes perfect, doesn't it?
Indeed so. We're short a few Austin 7s in this class.
We've got Fergus gunning the Austin Ulster. He's our last runner in this class. We move on.
He's in the next class.
Oh, he's in the next class already?
2, yeah.
Oh, right. Which is class 2. Same sort of cars, but modified. And up to 1100cc unsupercharged, up to 750cc supercharged. So 1 or 2 blown Austin 7s, including, I guess, Fergus's.
Yeah, we're missing Titslania Mushla. She hasn't done her second run yet. Car 22. And the 2 shared drives, 716 and 722. So 3. There she's on the hill now. Fergus leapt ahead of the proceedings. Titsania is on the hill as I speak.
Yeah, progressing nicely towards the S's. We've got the Ukraine Austin 7, which we've just seen Archie in. This time it's Matthew Roberts, number 716. So he's in the previous class, bottom of page IV 4. I'm not sure if Matthew is a cousin. Tiziana has finished very shortly. to record a time in the 70s. 74.21.
Something wrong there. She'd been as low as 61.42 with her first run, so something not right, but at least that first run will be the one that counts.
Perhaps she had bratwurst at lunchtime.
Mitch Knitson.
Mid-Zenf. Here's Matthew finishing 55.48.
That's a good improvement, and his handicap was 57, so that's 2.5 second improvement. Good stuff.
Sarah Davis, MGPB. The PB was quite a rare car. The PA and PB then gave way in 1938, I think, to the TA, and then in 1946, TA was overtaken by the TC, virtually the same car, but hugely popular in the States. American servicemen had been over here and seen the TCs in Europe, in England, and said, I'll have one of those, and took a TC back.
The rarest of the T series, of course, is the TB, and you don't want to catch TB. But it is the rarest of them all. TA, TB, TC, TD, TF.
Was the TB a hardtop?
No, it was exactly like the others, but very short-lived because it was wartime.
Sarah Davis's time, 67.81.
Steve Rees climbing now in the visually not dissimilar J2.
This one supercharged. I don't know what sort of blower he's put on it. Some people put the blower on from the current BMW Mini, you know, the first iteration of that, which had a supercharger rather than a turbocharger. Here's William Lowe. I have a feeling there's a family connection between the Lowe family and the Vauxhall Special, but I could well be wrong. I don't know how many Vauxhall Specials were made, probably less than 100. William Lowe, 57.43.
Again, there's a very good low production book about the Vauxhall Special that was supported by the Michael Sedgwick Memorial Trust, that if you can get a copy, it's a really good and detailed look at how you went about being your own manufacturer in that era.
It's a very aristocratic company led by Lord Pellew, who invested a certain amount of family money in it.
First of our Rileys today, Roland Woodsley, is about to finish. He does 56.52. Very. 200ths outside his handicap.
Here's a quick Austin 7, clearly supercharged. It is Phil Dobbin. See if he can get under the 60 seconds. He certainly will. It'll be mid to late 50s.
57.96.
Good run. Riley Imp. This is the Ulster Imp, Duncan Cartwright. Classic Riley, long tail. Is it as low slung as the Brooklands Riley? Probably not quite.
No, not quite, I would think. Hasn't got that step down chassis.
54.76. Riley Brooklands, yeah, I see the difference. This is the really low chassis version. So very much inboard rear suspension. They proudly said you can touch the ground sitting in the driver's seat. Hugely successful in amateur racing at Brooklands. Brooklands, the original banked motor racing circuit built near Weybridge in 1907. Must have been revolutionary at the time.
Illustrative of the expansion of London, that Brooklands was in the middle of country parkland when it was built, and by the time it closed for the war, it was just part of the suburbs.
And also the concrete that it was made of tended to sink, and it was incredibly bumpy towards the end.
Yes, people tend to try to blame SF Edge for his 24-hour record before the concrete had proven or gone off in the early years for that. Much debate in Brooklyn society circles about that.
But it also went over the River Wey, didn't it? A banked bridge over the river, which must have settled a bit.
Yes.
Wow, that's quick into the S's. That's Scott Hughes. This might be I think he's lost his enthusiasm a bit.
I think he might have scared himself.
Gardner Thorpe's time 55.2. Got that already. Scott Hughes. Yes, he really stormed into the S's 55.44. Still a pretty good time.
But his 52.11 will be his time to count.
Sure.
So yeah, I think he scared himself. He came in far faster than he was expecting.
He did. Just a reminder that in British hill climbing, it's not composite scores. It's your best time that counts. So we're not adding the two times together as they do, I think, in some parts of Europe. I might be wrong. Ian Standing 55.53.
If Scott Towell is indeed climbing, we've leapt into Class 3 with 3 still to come in Class 2. 2 shareds, but Charles Ping is a standalone.
Yeah, we can see on the screen, if you've got the benefit of the screen, you've got the Lee Francis coming towards you into S's, and William Lear in the 1250 Alvis has just taken off, and his speed under the bridge is 36 miles an hour compared with 30 for the Lee Francis of Scott Towell, and up to the line comes a very pretty car which we'll show you in just a second or two, but which brings us into Class 3. Let's just keep an eye. 76.56 for Scott Towell. In Class 3, Scott Towell, 50, what was it, 50? Lost it.
Scott Towell, 76.56.
76.56.
Yeah, William Lear coming through. His previous best had been 69s, so 68.05 is a good improvement with a 70 handicap. Well done, sir.
Excellent.
Jane Arnold Foster. She's away in the wooded section. There she goes.
Very distinguished family in vintage circles. It's another attractive Frazer Nash body with its V windscreen and how do we describe that tail? Curved tail. What does Jane do?
It's a bit skiffy. It might be boat-tailed,
Yes,
mightn't it?
yeah, exactly. 66.58.
Again, she improves. Well done, Jane. She's beaten her handicap. No, beg pardon, she hasn't. 66 was her handicap, so within a sniff.
Back to Maida Vale, where the Vale specials were made. Raymond Knight. What did...
His time early was 56.06. He is the faster of the duo who share this car.
Right. .56.29.
Good time, good time.
Couple of Lee Francises. First Tom Reynolds. Did I ever tell you my Norman Jewis story?
No, go, please, do.
Norman was the famous tester for Jaguar, drove the D-types, raced the D-types at Le Mans, and when he retired, one of the deal was he got a brand new Jaguar every year, and he got caught for speeding and opted to go for a speed awareness course at Telford rather than pay the £100 fine. So he turned up for the speed awareness course, which was being run up by a police sergeant. He got there quite early and noticed pictures all around the wall of different racing cars. So he was looking at them. The copper came up and said, "Are you interested in racing, sir?" And he said, "Well, I am a bit, yes." And they wandered around, and the last picture was a picture of the XJ13 Jaguar, the prototype Jaguar that Norman tested a lot, and in which he had a monumental accident. It cartwheeled umpteen times, rolled itself into a ball in the mud. Norman crouched down in the passenger well and emerged okay. But Norman said to the cop, "What was this car?" And the cop said, "Oh, it's some sort of Jaguar. It had a terrible accident at Myra, which is the testing centre." He said, "I don't know what happened to the driver." "I'm all right," said Norman. He'd been timed at 192 down Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans, so I think he was aware of speed.
Oh, yes.
Whose time have we missed while I was rambling on?
Tom Reynolds, a 59.42, followed by Simon Coates, a 59 dead in car 54. Craig McWilliam in 55 does a 59.59. That's a good way to beat the minute, isn't it?
Excellent, and we're watching Andy Corley. And it's Frazer Nash. It hasn't got a Ford Model A engine, it's got I think a Meadows engine. Count the exhaust pipes coming out of the near side. If it's 3, it's a Meadows. 54.73. Where are we? We've got
whistles blown, red
we've
flag
had a
out.
bit of a spinner at Orchard. That's David Saxel in the Riley Sprite. Harmless spin, and he will use gravity to return him to the paddock.
Yes, a full gyration at Pardon.
Was it up at Pardon?
Yes, he's come back down. He's above paddock now.
Oh, right.
He
Well,
was up at Pardon.
maybe Richard can show us a replay of that, since driver and car appear to be unharmed.
Would be worth saying. It was quite a leisurely pirouette, but a pirouette nevertheless.
He quite rightly has to wait for the marshals to tell him what to do, whether to come back down the hill. It's a bit too late for him to turn around and go all the way up again. In the gloom, I think some marshals are approaching the car.
That will have to be a fail, I suspect.
Yeah, afraid so.
So that's the end of David's weekend. But he did beat his handicap time with a 55.23, his first run to count. So
did he? I'm watching sweeping of a line of gravel up near the top of Pardon. Did he get almost to the top before spinning?
Yeah. Power on too early is my.
Oh yes, all that
suspicion.
power.
Yeah. He's out of his car.
Negotiating. Please can I have another run, please. No.
Yeah, just no.
What have we got on the line to look at? It's car number 60, Stuart Rich, in an unusual GN, and it's unusual because most GN cycle cars had the V-twin air-cooled engine, but this one's got the little side valve 1.5 litre Anzani engine, which is how it was built. So it's one of the latest, one of the last of the GNs before GN went into liquidation and effectively were replaced by Frazer Nash.
And then Mr. GN later would re-emerge as part of HRG.
Yes, you're right. What were the HRG? Was Godfrey, of course.
Godfrey, yes.
It may be that we're maligning Stuart, I beg your pardon, we're maligning David Saxel because it may be that the transmission locked up and spun him because the car doesn't seem to want to move.
And there's a lot of cement dust going down on a line that would be the midpoint of the car, so yes, quite possibly.
I wonder if it's bust something at the back and...
That's an awful lot of stuff going down the marshals. If you can get a shot of that, Chris, of Pardon. There's 3 marshals laying a lot of cement dust.
Yeah, I can see them on screen now. It no longer is cement, is it? Is it talcum powder now?
No, it's not cement dust, you're right. It's kitty litter or something similar.
Ground up kitty litter.
Yes.
You need a squadron of cats for a week or a fortnight before the event, crunching it up.
Yes.
No, but it's not good news if we've got a line of oil all the way into and through Pardon.
It's very bad news if it's transmission fluid as well. It's a tad more viscous than engine oil.
Of course, it's a Riley Sprite, so it's a differential, isn't it, rather than chains?
Yeah.
Now, is he going to be? He'll be encouraged, I guess, to wheel it down the grass as far as he can.
Bump started it.
Are we slotting him here?
Did he actually start the engine?
Yep, I can hear
Wow.
something revving. I think it was David.
I think he's been sent off to the gate at the left.
He has. Yep.
Phil Miller, thanks Phil. So many fabulous cars in this paddock tour we're watching now. It looks like a perfect day. It is a perfect day. And there are fabulous cars in the vintage car park as well. Lots of people spend a lot of time ambling around the vintage car park. There's some lots of unbelievables there. Phil Miller, greetings from Ohio. My sister lives in England and her husband, Colin Mee, is driving a red Sprite today, presumably a Riley Sprite. And their son Daniel, at that point Phil ran out of energy. Or maybe he's driving the red Sprite with his son Daniel. There's an announcement in the paddock asking if anybody's got a blow lamp. Are they planning to set fire to their car? So I'm afraid it's going to be a fairly lengthy sweeping episode. Clark of the Course's BMW Mini is surveying operations. Shall we have another look at that onboard with David Bond in the Bentley? A number of people might have been still lunching when we played that at 1:30. Richard, if might be a nice idea to look at that. Here we go. David Bond, 3-litre Bentley, up to the start line, getting a bit of warmth into the front tyres. And of course all the cars have a black strut in the front that cups the timing beam.
Is it not Jack Bond in Jolyon's Bentley?
Oh, you're right, yes, it is Jack. Yeah, Junior Bond.
His name is Bond. Junior Bond.
Right-hand gear change, you can see him reaching down just to the right of the steering wheel, pops it probably into second gear now. 3-litre Bentley had a very awkward gear change as far as I'm told. Not an easy, or maybe it was the 4.5 that had a very tricky gear change. You had to get it right. I don't think he's changed gears since going up to Pardon. Doesn't need a new gear. Round semicircle. And now straight blast, 100 yards or so, and over the finishing line. And just at the start of the return road, Jack will, for a few seconds, show us the return road and then switch the GoPro off. Thanks, Bond family, for that. Always a nice addition. If anybody else has got GoPros of their runs that they would like to be on the live stream, well, that would be great. Bring it along.
You've got an electric collar now. Rachel uses one electric collar. Is it quite good? Exactly. Mark, is it quite effective? Yeah. Exactly with the electric.
As a matter of course, when there's an incident here at Prescott, the ambulance goes up automatically, and sometimes the family seeing that happen begin to worry, and we need to reassure them that it's just part of the process, and the ambulance, fortunately, is very seldom needed. So the driver of the GN Anzani, waiting anxiously on the grass lawn behind the start line, must be wondering what the handling is like on chalky dust. It actually usually works well and doesn't affect the grip of the car. What's not so funny is when somebody spills oil on a wet, rainy day. Then you get a sort of glutinous mess.
Rescue unit showing us the long course, demonstrating a Tories now.
Doing what we used to do for about 2 or 3 years, occasionally, which was the other way round. Did he go the other way round, or did he go the normal way round?
Went the conventional way round.
Conventional way. We used to have a crossover just to the left of where that silver car is parked, and then anti-clockwise round to Tories and crossed back over to go up to Pardon. But it just didn't work. The canvas were all wrong. It was awful. And so very quickly, there was so much protest that it got changed.
Looks like Mr. Saxel has deposited a very large amount of lubricant on the track. This could be quite the delay.
Well, it gives us a chance to wander around the paddock, looking at the cars waiting to come up. Still a lot of Frazer Nashes. Recognise them very often by the narrow rear track. They were very quick cars. And I don't know how many chain drive Nashes were sold from when they started right up to the beginning of World War II. But in the mid-30s, the Aldington family negotiated the import license for BMW cars, and they weren't, of course, chain drive. They were cars made in Munich, but they were badged Frazer Nash BMW, and they were very popular before people realized what an evil regime was producing them. And then post-war, Mr. Aldington, who was a major in the army, somehow got permission to go to BMW, ostensibly to look at war reparations, which means what could we glean from Germany as reparations for the war. But actually his plan was to negotiate the import right for BMW to continue and to make effectively a BMW under license. And people make the mistake of saying the first Frazer Nash post-war was actually built by BMW. Well, they weren't entirely wrong, because there was one car that Audi brought back from Munich, which was one of the works cars from the Mille Miglia, the streamlined 328 Mille Miglia. And it was acquired by Michael Bowler, who was a well-known journalist, and Michael had it for a long time, but he quickly changed the radiator grille from BMW to Frazer Nash, and everybody thought this was the first production Frazer Nash for years. And then BMW found out that this car still existed, and by that time BMW were a bit recovered from all the devastation of the 40s, and negotiated with Michael Böhler to buy it back, and it's now in the BMW Museum. And I don't know what sort of deal Michael did, but I suspect it was something like a brand new BMW every year, please.
Michael, one of my colleagues in the Guild of Motoring Writers, and his other passion in life is golf.
Is Michael still around?
Yep, lives in Chorley Wood in
Excellent.
Hertfordshire.
That's good.
And has captained Chorley Wood Golf Club. And when we first met, his question wasn't, are you the author of Mintex Man, or are you the guy Loveridge who races? It was, are you any relation of Douglas Loveridge, who used to be the captain of Chorley Wood Golf Club? Yes, my grandfather. Oh, splendid, was the reaction. So his Michael has divested himself of a few of his nice toys. He had a Zagato Baby Alpha that he'd bought back when he went on the launch. It was a Victor Cayenne moment, so impressed was he bought one off the press fleet. Little Zagato Giulia.
And going back to Frazer Nash production, their first, well, they made a high-speed model, which they entered for the Le Mans in 1949, driven by a guy called Norman Culpen, who actually came third and won his class, of course, the 2-litre class. Thereafter, similar cars were all called Le Mans Replica, and distinguished by their cycle wings.
That very car lives about 8 miles from my house.
Really?
Cess Booth's old car.
Yeah, it's been up in Yorkshire for donkey's years, hasn't it?
Yep.
Is it still belong to the Booth family?
It does, it belongs to Seth's daughter.
Lovely, that's good. Then come 1954, Le Mans banned cycle wings, you know, the separate mudguards attached to the wheels and turning with the wheels. So Frazer Nash quickly produced an all-enveloping body, and the model then was called the Targa Florio. And that celebrated, I don't think it was an outright win, but it was a win, probably a class win, in the famous Targa Florio race down in Sicily, driven by a great driver called Franco Cortese.
And if you were clever, like Bob Gerrard, you entered Le Mans with your Frazer Nash Le Mans replica, but you filled in the cycle wings into the body.
Yeah, the only trouble with that is it produced enormous drag.
And a fair amount of lift as well at the front end.
Le Mans replica would do 120 down the Moorsound Straight. My Targa Florio, which raced twice at Le Mans, once in Le Mans replica form and then later as a Targa Florio, when it had the Targa Florio body, the top speed went up from 120 to 132. So it was pretty effective.
I'm thinking of the name Dickie Stoop. Am I wrong to in this connection?
Not that car. Dickie raced a Sebring Nash. No, mine was driven by two gentlemen called Mr. Peacock and Mr. Ruddock. Both, I think, from Croydon in Surrey. And then it was bought by and raced extensively by a guy called Ray Dilley. Do you remember Ray Dilley?
By name only. He features in some of the programmes I've been cataloguing recently.
As far as I remember, I never brought it to Prescott. I raced it a couple of times at Shelsley, circuit raced it at Castle Combe and Silverstone, and then realised it was much too expensive for me and managed to sell it. I thought I was being so clever, bought it for 750 quid, sold it for £1,000.
Sure, those extra £250 were almost enough to cover your expenses over the
Just
seasons.
about, yes, probably. Petrol at 4 and 6pence a gallon. I've had a note to advise me that car number 131 that Andrew Howe Davis was driving was a Straker Squire TT Racer, but he swapped it for the Scat, 1911 Scat with its 9.5 litre engine. So We'll get that right next time it comes up. That's car number 131 in the Edwardian class.
So how many times have we seen the Straker Squire and how many times have we seen the Scat?
Ask me another.
We'll have to make sure we are scatologically correct then.
I don't like scatological jokes, they're rather rude.
You resisted the temptation to say they're a bit poo.
I've just resisted it.
I couldn't. I went for the cheap laugh. You'd be pleased to know, Chris, that the temperature up here in the hut has reached just about unbearable. So the window is open, the fan is on. What little air conditioning, I'm looking at every hole in the woodwork and praying for rain.
We're looking at the cars in Class 7, the Edwardian cars, all lined up. Lots of them you can recognise the Curtis, the valve gear of the Curtis engine. That's the OX6, with more sophisticated valve gear than the car next door, which is an OX5. But that's the Berlier, great French maker of commercial vehicles. But this one, absolutely immaculate, and always has been. It's been around a long time, but that has the OX5. And the funny thing about the OX5, I think I was mentioning yesterday, that the rocker shaft on which those valve rockers rotate needs to be lubricated with a oil can about every 30 minutes. There was an experiment, I think, to try and wrap an oily sort of pad around it, but that never worked properly. And so if you're going to fly for more than half an hour, which not many of them did because they were, most of them in training aircraft, I think you had to find a field and land in the field and quickly get the oil can out. But there was a time when you could pick up a brand new Curtis OX5 in its packing case for, what, $25? And they still are available.
A friend of mine bought a Curtis engine at Bewley Auto Jumble years ago on a stand that had come from Holland where it had been used in a racing tractor.
There we go, look, oiling the rocket. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem at all. And he got it back to his home in Bromsgrove and it sat in his shed until one day he said, let's fire it up. I said, are you sure it's a good idea? He said, yeah, let's fire it up. So we went through the procedure and we started it. And because it had been tractor racing, all of the exhaust pointed straight up and we blew the roof off his shed with it.
Brilliant. What was it? What sort of, must have been a fairly secure stand?
Yes, it was on a four-wheeled trailer all plumbed in and held in place like you see people doing runs with Griffins and Merlins. But it went back to the next Bewley Auto Jumble and was sold on again.
A friend of mine who actually is here today has a Beardmore aircraft engine, exquisite bit of machinery, amazingly light, and there are only 3 left in the world, and I think this one and one other done in New Zealand actually runs, but it was a 4-cylinder inline, but ultralight, incredible machine, and he has a chassis, he has axles, I think he has a radiator, so pretty soon we shall be seeing a new Edwardian racer, we hope.
Splendid stuff. I thought you were going to say he has a fuselage, he has wings, he's now just looking for a pilot mad enough to try it.
Could be. Well, yes, I think all these aircraft-powered cars, you've got to be pretty brave to drive it. That's the Hardy Special, just coming out of view. There were 2 Hardy Specials. This is the rear engine one. Now, is that a reverse push start for number 60, the Anzani engine? It was. That's a great way to start your engine. Get 6 marshals to shove it backwards. And up it comes to the start line. It's got a UK sticker on the back in case anybody should think anyone other than a Brit would be mad enough to tour in this car. Got the Anzani side valve engine, as opposed to most GNs which have the twin-cylinder air-cooled engine, but similarly it's got the chains to the back axle, a sliding dog selecting between the chains. Not sure if it's a poodle or an Alsatian, but it's well trained. talk about the old jokes.
I can't.
You're
even,
sighing.
I can't even bring myself to. I was going to concoct something to do with Bugattis and Alsace and Alsatians.
Oh, yeah.
No, I can't. I haven't got the energy. It's too hot. Anyway, Stuart Rich is underway, car 60. Hopefully we'll see Yushan in his Nash Supersports comeback, as he went very well for a 54.34 to beat his handicap. Stuart Rich 57.56. He's got a little way to go to knock his handicap out this weekend.
What number is Yushan? He was 59. We got 61. We missed him. Did he complete a run yesterday?
He did. He did 2 runs yesterday and was getting faster and faster and faster. He was 58.69 in his last run yesterday and 54.34 this morning. Maybe he's decided that's plenty enough. He's smashed his handicap by 2 seconds.
Yep.
I'll go home.
Could be. Oh, nearing the left-hand bank, Stuart, but he respectable 56.76. Now the MG PB, supercharged PB, as you say, one of the rarest of the MG midgets. And MG midgets were characterized all the way from the J2 to the TF in the 50s by the rather square shape, the slab fuel tank at the back, and the MGA. The TF was followed by the MGA, which was the last MG sports car with a separate chassis.
Absolutely, and led to some confusion. The EX181 prototype of that ran Le Mans in 55 and led to Dick Jacobs, its driver, who had an accident at White House. The British press assumed he'd been involved in the disaster, and when he was sitting up in bed in the Nun Run French hospital 2 days later, he had the pleasure of reading his own obituary.
I hope it was polite about him.
He saved it. His daughter showed it to me. He'd written comments in blue pencil on it as if he was editing his own obituary. It was quite amusing. Rachel Holdsworth, 58.38 in that PB.
Colin Davis in the PB supercharged into the S's on the line, number 751. That's Sarah Lear in this nice Alvis beetleback. I think is it a duckback or a beetleback? I'm not very good on my etymology. But this is where I came in this morning with Colin in the cream cracker coloured MG, but we don't know if it's an X-Works car. Off the line comes Sarah, and Colin records a 67.34.
Wow, I've no idea what Colin had for lunch, but it was worth having. That's his first time below 70 seconds all weekend.
Good run.
Definitely.
Now, what did Sarah do before?
I'm trying to find Sarah.
751, right at the bottom of page VI. She did a 79.49, but she was quicker yesterday with 77.04.
She was indeed, yeah, 78.49 this morning, as you rightly say.
Latish entry into the S's, but decides to keep fairly middle of the road all the way through the S's, right out of Tom Rolt corner. He was a great enthusiast for steamboats in particular.
And steam railways as well. He was either the Tallinn Railway, the Tallinnklint, or Festignog. He was involved. He just loved old stuff, old transport.
And rescuing things. 72.79. 72.79.
For Sarah Lear. That's a very good improvement. Her handicap is 70, but she'll be pleased to be 6-7 seconds faster than her time this morning.
Oscar Dobbin, 45 miles an hour under the bridge. And Austin Ulster supercharged, which is why he is in the class he's in.
Class 2, yes.
Class 2.
Looking to best his 56.92 because his handicap is 56.
And we've got car number 75. Is that the Aston Martin? It is the Aston Martin Works Racer. You'll see fairly soon.
Tudor Roberts.
Tudor Roberts. came in. What car did he come in? Which
It was a Nash, wasn't it?
Yes, and then he rushed home and fetched out the Aston Martin, as one does.
57.52 for Tudor Roberts. Won't be too chuffed with that.
No, that was for Dobbin. This is Tudor Roberts now.
Yeah.
The S is.
57.54.
Is it X-Works? It's a Works racer from what year would it be? 1933 or so? Mid-30s, when Aston had a lot of success at Le Mans, particularly the Écurie Bertelli. 57.54.
That's exactly the same time as he got this morning.
He's followed by Colin Pointer in the Ulster Open 4-seater Lee Francis. Presumably Ulster because competed in the Ulster TT over in Northern Ireland.
That was where Kay Don had his most meritorious success with the Lee Francis, yes.
Yeah. I don't know where that course is.
Ards, the Newton Ards circuit.
Right.
Yeah.
There's still a championship hill climb in Northern Ireland that's just in the suburbs of Belfast.
Craig Antlet.
Craig Antlet, yeah, indeed.
Have you ever commentated there?
Never even been there in my life, I'm afraid.
No, I went to Belfast once to look at an Austin 16, but my dad blagged the trip to the Ards TT centenary celebrations with our friends 1922 Psalms.
Guy, between you, me and the hat rack, no one's listening. After the meeting we need to talk about commentating at Chelsea Walsh.
Righto.
So, Jonathan Mellor appears round semicircle. It'll be a quick run. 66 was Colin Pointer, 53.82. And this was 50.44. He'll be gnashing his teeth, Frazer gnashing his teeth, because he wasn't in the 40s.
Wah, wah, wah. Doesn't that describe all Frazer Nash activity of this era, the gnashing of teeth?
Yes, and when they have excursions to Europe, they always call them Frazer Nash raids. They're raiding Lloyd or raiding the mountains.
Bolzano,
exactly. 49.63 is a good time for Dominic Hall.
Times are sliding out a bit. Dominic had achieved a 48.90 and a 48.51, and now he's gone 49.63. So.
Here's Joe Blakeney Edwards finishing with a 50.78, number 69.
Yeah, she did 49.33 earlier. Maybe too warm.
Are they being spooked by the cement dust at the garden?
It might be that, or it might just be getting too hot for these engines in their state of tune.
Could be. Tony Wood appears round semicircle, uses every inch of road, and records a very good time of 47.54.
He's only 4/10 out his time this morning.
Andrew Bush and Pardon on the line. We've got another Ukrainian flag sporting on the Frazer Nash of Simon Blakeney Edwards. In the meantime, Andrew Bush, lovely, very attractive, riding 12.4 special, smokes his way slightly into semicircle.
Yes, there is a puff of blue smoke on every overrun, but that's clearly accepted as the norm in that particular car. 48.35 for Andrew Bush.
You're right, Guy, times are a bit off, aren't they? Let's see what Simon can do. What did he do before? He did a 47.94.
I'm going to stick my neck out and say this will be in the 48s. Just because that seems to be what everyone is sliding, 3 or 4 tenths.
Yes. Do tyres lose a bit of grip? Vintage tyres lose a bit of grip in the heat? have thought so.
It ought to go the other way, really.
Should do, shouldn't it?
I think it's air through engines is the issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now here's Simon hugging the inside verge and over the line. You're not quite right, it's the 49.67.
That's right, and he got slower, but I didn't expect him to get that much slower.
Now Saloons. Richard Gatley in the lovely Frazer Nash 319. 6-cylinder, 2-litre engine, but without the sophisticated cylinder head of the later BMW 328 engine that became the Bristol engine post-war. But it's got an amazing turn of speed, this. It's what I call a Q car, isn't it? No one realises how quick you're going.
It is a bit of a sleeper, definitely. He dove straight into the thickest part of the white dust and kicked out a huge rooster plume as he went through.
Well, it's good if you spread it. Now, what will Richard be in the mid-50s?
He was 56.87 earlier. 56.70. He's gone faster. That's the first one for a long time who's gone faster. Maybe the cement dust or whatever it is, the kitty litter, has done its job. So yes, an improvement. Well done to Richard.
Now we still don't know what this 1660cc engine is in Ian Bingham's TT replica, which is on the line. I could rush out and ask him, but I might get run over. Off goes Ian Bingham. 3.38 seconds for the first 64 feet. I still haven't explained to today's audience, either here or online, what the significance is of the timing beam at 64 feet. Very quickly, 0 to 64 feet off the start line equates to 1 G of acceleration. So the acceleration is like jumping off a building, which is not a wise thing to do. Whereas here at Prescott, if you do a 2-second start, that's very wise. Now, why have we got a red flag? Are we sweeping again? We've got our clerk of the course ready to go up the hill.
No red flags on the hill. No, in fact, Ian Bingham going through at undiminished speed.
So what will Ian do? He did a 57.24, it's now a 57.46. Pretty consistent.
Absolutely, and still no red flags out.
I think a spectator has taken a small tumble, so just a bit of rescuing to be done.
Perhaps an appropriate time to let everyone know, both here and joining us through the wonder of the World Wide Web, that later on this month, 21st of August, we will have our Mallory Park race meeting. Then 10th, 11th of September is the return to Loughton Park. That's 2 hill climbs. It's not a weekend meeting like this one. It's 2 distinct hill climbs, one Saturday, one Sunday. You're there one day, Chris, I'm there the other. I wonder if we'll be paired together, because I can't remember which one I'm doing.
I think on the Saturday.
Okay, the 18th, it's Madridfield driving test and the Club Concours.
Oh, right.
24th of September, we're back here for the long course. Mr. Upton will be back on the microphone for that. And then it's trial season. 8th, 9th of October, the Welsh trial. In quick succession, 12th November, Lakeland, 19th of November, back here again for the Cotswold trial. And then 3rd of December is the winter driving tests, or are the winter driving tests. So still half a dozen, 7, 8 meetings for the VSCC to come this season. So
One of the characteristics, I think, of every hill climb in the UK is that they're all held in delightful countryside. Prescott is a lovely example. Shelsley is wonderful countryside in the Team Valley. Loughton Park is a deer park up near the Welsh border. Gurston Down on Salisbury Plain is the middle of a farm, but it's deep countryside. Wiscombe Park down in Devon, Honiton, that's a lovely area too. So it's one of the treats of speed hill climbing is that it's always in lovely parts of the world. Unlike, I mean, Silverstone, wonderful racing, Donington, wonderful racing, but I don't think even their best friends would describe them as precious countryside.
No, and yes, I am on the Sunday at Loughton Park. I've just found my diary.
Okay.
So we shall not cross again. Until next season, hopefully.
I shall pass you on the M6, but I'll be going south and you'll be going north.
And I'm sure I shall see you at Revival.
Who's Mallorying with you?
I don't know.
Marcus, maybe? I was a little bit miffed to lose out on any race commentating this year.
I'm not commentating at Mallory. I believe it's Marcus and
not?
John Staveley.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I believe they are the Mallory team. I did Mallory last year with John.
Marcus is an extremely good race commentator, something that I wouldn't claim to be.
He is very, very good. He was there last year, interestingly, but only in his autosport capacity. So we had the three of us in the tower, and he was very generous in prompting John and I. Well, we've red flagged because we're reapplying and respreading our dusty stuff at Pardon. Which is ironic, given someone has just gone up in improved time.
And cleared it.
Yeah.
Oh, a quick mention. We've got 20 minutes, 19 minutes before we do the draw of the Brescia run tickets. What's the word I'm looking for? God, it's awful.
Raffle?
Raffle. It's a raffish term. Yeah, the raffle. I hope you bought tickets. The draw will take place at the Friends of Prescott shop at 3 o'clock on the dot. You need to be there if you've got a ticket. Otherwise, how will you know whether you've won or not? And if you have won, you've got about 2 minutes to make yourself known, because there's a certain number of formalities to go through, like signing on, before you can go up Prescott as a passenger. And so obviously we can't afford to hang around for half an hour waiting for a ticket to turn up, which means that if it's not claimed within 2 or 3 minutes, we do the redraw again. 3 o'clock behind the start line at the Friends of Prescott shop, where you bought the tickets, of course. And certainly our lucky passenger yesterday, who squeezed himself into the Brescia, came back with a broad grin on his face, so he enjoyed it. We're summoning Lee Francis to the line in the shape of number 83, and 83 is Richard Houlgate in the Hyper Lee Francis. It's not a Hyper Aston Martin, it's a Hyper Lee Francis. Did Hyper mean the same in the 30s as it does now? Sort of one stage up from Super?
Yes, I think that was a Lee Francis marketing ploy. Lots of people had super sports and super this and super that, but they went that little one step further with a hyper.
And it hypers itself off the line in the hands of Richard Houlgate. 3.5 seconds for 63 feet, sort of 2/3 of a G, if that means anything. It doesn't mean 2/3 of a horse, it means 2/3 of a force of gravity.
Interesting to do that comparison. Ian Bingham was 3.38, so slower on 64 foot, and yet 3 miles an hour faster under the bridge.
Quickest I've got on my current screen is 2.73 for Andrew Bush.
And yet a tenth slower Tony Wood, 3 miles an hour faster at the bridge. Strange science, this hill climbing.
It is. Here's the Lee Francis in the hands of Richard Houlgate. Nice line, early entry into semicircle and over the line, 56.58.
And a similar Lee Francis Hyper and Michael Pallett. Identical first 64 foot time. Nope, 2.9 for Michael, that was a trick of the screen. So much quicker on his 64 foot. Much faster under the bridge as well.
I've had a message Kind regards from car number 170. The driver's name is Paul Ginnis, pronounced as in gin and tonic. Well, that's us told, and thank you for Paul. That's useful to know. It's so easy to get things wrong. Ian Warner on his way in the 3-litre Bentley.
Michael Pallett a 52.28. Again, slower, 51.56 earlier, 52.28 now. I think the people who go up the first 4 or 5 climbs after the talc has gone down are suffering from it being there, clearly, at times.
Probably psychological as much as anything
yes,
else.
you're suddenly presented with this huge expanse of white on the tarmac under the trees, and you involuntarily lift, I'm sure.
Winter Class 5 for up to 3 litres unsupercharged, up to 2 litres supercharged, epitomised by Ian Warner's Bentley with its, I think it's a Harrington body. From Hove. Harrington of Hove. 67.63. Not quite as quick as before. Gillian Carr in a very standard looking but classic lightweight 3-litre with its skimpy wings. They don't do much to protect you from the spray off the road. So you don't take your Bentley out in the rain, you take your Aston Martin. Gillian's time, 68.71.
An improvement.
Sounds like a Bentley. It is a Bentley. Mike Littlewood in another 3-litre. Well, these will all be 3 litres, of course, because it's a 3-litre class. On the line, we'll see in a second the glorious Alfa Romeo Pilkington family car. Lovely sound from that straight 6 engine. And Tricia leaves the line. We'll see her very shortly. In the meantime, we're watching on the screen anyway, Mike Littlewood into and through the S's. You could certainly chuck a Bentley around. They have excellent road holding.
That was almost understeering off for the Pilkington Alpha.
Really?
Ran very, very wide.
Wow.
On the left-hand side of the road, and I think that was because she saw the white bits of clearly formerly slippery surface as she came in. It was just a dab of left-hand lock as she came in.
Yeah, Alex had a problem with the car misfiring yesterday morning as a result of a fairly slow drive here. She did drive it on the road. It really needed its throat clearing, so I think she was going to take it off and go belting down the local roads to give it a clear throat. She's coming up to the finish, and it's in the 50s, 56.06, good one.
That's her fastest time.
What did Mike Littlewood do? He did a 61.04.
His fastest time of the weekend as well, steady improvement. So maybe they've nailed the problem from Orchard up to Pardon. Finally, people are getting faster since the last pause for sweeping and application.
Couple of lovely Talbots. First one in the hands of Marina Pemberton White. Clear second one following Gareth Burnett's car. Undervalued. Well, they were undervalued, but now people realise what a super car the Talbot 105 is, and you could probably have as much fun, or if not more, at what 6/10 of the price of a Bentley? I don't know. Maybe they're coming up to a Bentley price now. Twitch of oversteer for Gareth out of S's. Time for Marina, 57.55. That's a good improvement.
That's a very good improvement, absolutely it is.
What does... Oh, Gareth, 51. 1-2. Wow. I haven't got his first run time. Probably similar.
52.07.
Tigress on the line, rare car, almost unique, i.e. there are only 2 of them left. Built in the late 20s by MG. On the 1880s chassis, which was a big touring car. And this Tigress is in beautiful condition. In the meantime, David Marsh's 3098 Vauxhall, standard four-seater tourer. Is he going to come to a halt? Did he struggle to find a gear?
He's round semicircle.
It's easy to forget that it's not easy changing gear with a central throttle pedal and a crash box, i.e. no synchro mesh. You've got to get the timing right. It takes practice. I drove a 4.5 litre Lagonda down to Le Mans one year and back, and finally got the hang of the gear change after 300 miles or whatever it was. So Saul Stevens records a time of 64.51.
What happened to Tigress?
Tigress is Andrew Radford, or was it someone else driving?
I could see neither 92 nor 792.
There's a thought. I can't answer your question. Maybe he didn't trouble the scorers, but I'm sure he must have done. Took off from here in great style. Meanwhile, Nick Bell, 61.95. We are in class 6. So Stevens, 64.51. And David Marsh, 71.10. .104 is a very lightweight and sporty 3098. 103 in front of Tom is Annabelle Jones. She is finished with a 61.5, 61.50, 103.
59.45 this morning.
Tom Duffin halfway up. Very attractive two-seater body. Is that a mini dicky seat behind? I don't think so. I think that's for your luggage. Those were the days when you and your wife had a hood overhead in the rain and you chucked the kids in the back to get wet. Tom Duffin, 59.25.
It's the way it should be, surely.
Absolutely. You'll be in trouble with the child protection lead. I apparently, 2 meetings ago, made an outrageously sexist remark here, which I won't repeat now, but it led to a virulent complaint emailed to Gemma in the office. And I've apologised profusely ever since. I thought I was being funny, but a million people probably didn't.
I've just seen 105 go past, but there's no time for it. It is not on the screen. Perhaps that's what happened with Tigress.
Yeah, I think we've got a timing problem. We haven't had any times since Tom Duffin 104, and it may be why number 106 is being held on the start line. We might have a timing gear problem.
Yes, as if you saw Tigress set off, it certainly has no time recorded. It's a bit harsh.
I won't go and annoy the timekeepers by saying what's gone wrong.
I won't pick up the phone and ask the same.
No, we're unpopular enough as it is.
Last thing they need is us talking to them. But if people look out at the course now, the character has changed utterly from this morning because of the shadows.
course, yes.
You now plunge into the shadows as you turn right into Orchard, where this morning's runs you were in the sunshine right up until the exit of Parden. So that the whole nature of the course has changed.
Final reminder, 5 minutes to raffle.
Andrew Dixie is up and running with 106. I'm guessing they'll let 105 come back round and do it again.
Must do, mustn't they? Yeah, we've got time on the screen, time on both screens, so that's fine. And we've got number 107 onto the start line, which is Roger Thorpe. So we're watching Andrew Dixie into the S's. And certainly it's quite disconcerting when you go from bright sunlight into deep shade. You're almost blinded. And I've had some scary examples on the road when there are bicycles that are completely invisible in the shade when you hop into the shade from bright sunlight. Time for Andrew Dixie, 59.55. Here's Roger Thorpe in the nice 13.98. Roger heads for the finish, number 107 to record 60.02. He'll be crossed just outside the 50s, 60.02 for number 107. Now it's another of these lovely Talbot 105s. Maybe it's a 95 chassis with a 105 engine in the Norman Pemberton's car. Leaving the line, Tim Jones's Vauxhall, which you'll see on the screen in a second or two, will describe to us what the Wensum body looks like. Wensum is a river somewhere, isn't it?
I think it probably is, yes, sounds about right.
Norman Pemberton is nearly finished, does so with the 57.77.
That's very good. His last was 61.51.
Vauxhall 13.98 without any paint, so saving weight. The story of how the Silver Arrows became the Silver Arrows, I think, is apocryphal. Everyone is now saying it's just not true, and I don't know what the truth is. The story was that the works Mercedes-Benz were originally painted white, which was Germany's colour, and then Neubauer or Uhlenhaut decided they were too heavy, so overnight decided to have all the paint stripped off them, and that got them a bit lighter. That's always been the legend, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. Paul Tebbit. Paul's got a nice Bugatti as well, and a Rally SD1 Rover, amongst other things, and his time 53.51. A very bare-looking Lagonda retreating from the start line, very sporty. It's number 111, and it's, I think, driven by Tamara Morley, or it might be Knowles Runnels.
No, I think it's tomorrow morning.
We'll know tomorrow. but she's retreated from the line to give way to number 112. I think it's because her timing strut on the front is drooping, so at the expense of mental fatigue, it's being levered up to Steve Tarrant. Hello, Steve. One day I hope to get there. Yeah, you should. The hill looks wonderful. Hopefully the lower viewing areas are wheelchair friendly. They certainly are. I look forward to seeing you at Goodwood Revival. Thanks for the message.
Chime in as seconding that, Steve. Good to hear from you, mate. And yes, you would be fully accessible at least up until, well, the outside of Orchard, really.
Yeah, I think so. So here's Noel in the Velox body. That's the standard four-seater Tourer. But we don't know why Tamara has been wheeled off the line now that her... No, I think there's still work needed on the timing strut. Adjustable spanners have been brought. No, round semicircle. His previous time was a 53.73. This time it's a 54.18. Another 30.98. Nice one. Adam Jones. White, is it white or cream? Doesn't matter. And to the line. Keep your faces straight. It's the Ottav cycle car. It's amazing, and you'll see it and be amazed very shortly. But in the meantime, let's watch Adam Jones in the 1398. What did he do? First run up. Well, practice was a 54.75. The Ottav is made it as far as the bridge, goes through the bridge speed trap at a healthy 30 miles an hour. That's pretty good. It's a twin cylinder. I thought most of the Ottavs were single cylinder, but this definitely is a V-twin. We are into the Edwardians. And the Ottav built in 1906 in Italy. I suspect the company didn't have a very long life.
What on earth makes you think that?
Well, belt drive didn't last very long, did it? In every sense of the word.
And the fact that none of the rest of us have ever heard of the Ottav.
Yes, look, there are two big belts, long belts. I wonder if it's engaged by pushing the back axle backwards. I think that's hilarious. I'd love to see that. What have we got a time for? We've got a time for Adam Jones, 54.51. What is commendable, now don't put the commentator's curse on it, I was going to say what is commendable is that the Ottav gets up round Pardon successfully. It does. Where's he gone? Has he finished?
He's beaten his handicap, 52.33. 72.33, sorry.
72.33.
With a 73.5 handicap.
That's not bad.
That should be a standing ovation, I really think. John de Verve, about to finish his climb.
No jokes about the Brasier, please.
No, not this time.
We need new ones.
You could say he's pouring on the coals in his brazier.
Yes, you could indeed, but I wish you wouldn't. Anyway.
Sorry.
A bra over the line, followed by Tamara Morley in this very nice... Well, we saw her, didn't we? Why was she wheeled away? We don't know, but now she's going fine.
You felt she was having her timing strip adjusted.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're right. It's where it should be.
It's the LG45 Lagonda, isn't it? Very stylish.
It really is.
Raffish machine. Over in the Bonhams display, they have two Invictas. One an S-Type, which is 99% Bonnet, and another a more sedate touring version of the Invicta from the 20s.
So it's one a low chassis and one a high chassis?
Yeah.
The low chassis, they're guaranteed 100 miles an hour, and if you didn't believe them, they would take you and the car to Brooklands and show you.
Did they pay for your laundry bill afterwards?
I don't know. Tamara, what did she do? A 63.54.
That's good. She had a handicap of 55, but she's been 67, 69, so 63. Very good, 6 seconds faster. It's getting so hot in here, it's almost painful to press the button to speak.
Can you take the equipment outside into the breeze? Maybe not.
Sadly not, I'm on a short leash in here.
As always. The Sunbeam in the hands of Chris Crook has finished with a 67.88. We're watching Andy Lloyd in the Charmers with its 5-litre engine, chassis built in the States, in I think Detroit, and Andy records a 63.54.
0.19 down on his last run, which is a shame. Didn't quite get under his 63 handicap. His second practice, well, his times were 63.91, 63.14, 63.35, 63.51. Very consistent, all four within a second of each other, but none of them below the magic 6.3.
Now Roger 12 trees in the very upright Wolseley 1630. People forget that Wolseley built Hispano V8 fighter aircraft engines during World War I, and they were built in the States as well. I'm trying to remember who built them under license in the States. Was it Curtis again? But in the meantime, Roger 12 trees in the Wolseley records 64.93. Here's David Jones's lovely Talbot, 25 horsepower leaving the line. We'll see on our screen in a minute. In the meantime, we're watching Nicola Quatermain in the 3098 Vauxhall. And up to the line comes number 130, which is Rob Burkett's Dodge Hornsted. We'll talk about that later. Nicola, 58.49. And isn't this Talbot beautifully prepared? Very interesting paint colour, which I'm not sure would have been available in its day, which was the early 20s. When I say the early 20s, I mean 1913. Even less available then, I think. But here's 131, and it's the Scat.
128, Davy Jones has got 61.49 in his locker.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent. 131. Andrew Howe Davis, not in the Straker Squire, but on board the Crump. But in the meantime, we're watching the Dodge Hornsted of Rob Burkett to record a 61.31.
That's good, nice clean improvement. He was 63.78 before. That is a good improvement. Howe Davis in the Scat as opposed to the Straker Squire TT as in the programme. He's now in the Scat Racer.
And here he hammers it through S's, determined. Nice period number plate on the fuel tank. Off goes Julian Gauche, popped into the commentary box just now to say hello and assure us that the Vauxhall is fine. It's a very early 3098. Not sure when the Prince Henry stopped in the 3098, probably 1912. This one is 1913. Andrew Howe Davis, 53.47. It's Andrew in the scat. Here's Julian. He's got a lovely, very original and a very unrestored C-type Jaguar. Early ones, still on drum brakes, having reassured me that everything was fine with the 3098. It went on strike briefly, but now it's picked up, but that's cost him 5 or 6 seconds, I would suggest.
Looking at his body language, I think he wrong slotted the gear lever.
I think you could well be right. He's followed by the Hudson Super 6. 4.7, it's presumably a Hudson. Did Hudson join General Motors? Or were they part of Chrysler? I can't remember. Hudson went out of business when, in the 60s?
Late 50s, I think. Mid to late 50s.
They made good cars though.
They did.
Julian 132 made, what was his time?
64.88, but he already had a 55.10 to count.
We've got Pino Lombardi in an Italian car, the Luxio. Is it Italian or French? With its Curtis OX5 engine, 8.2 litres, 90 or so horsepower. You can have such fun with an Edwardian racer. And the Edwardian race at Goodwood members meeting was a sensation when it was first took part, 5 or 6 years ago. People couldn't believe how quickly these things went.
That's because the people had never come to Mallory Park to see the VSCC's Edwardian race.
Yeah, I guess that's right. We've got a time for Pino Lombardi of 63.44.
It was 59.08 this morning, so a big drift out, even a bigger one by Jonathan Miller from 48 to 62.
Where are we? Well, John Dennis has finished in the Berlier with a 59.23. We're watching David Bond. This is Dad. We saw Jack in the onboard on the Bentley, but this is the Romano, the Oakland Romano.
James Baxter was trying to get a run in the Romano, having had the Riley ERA go poorly yesterday, but the rules precluded it, sadly. He hadn't practiced it. He asked at the end of the day, being such a late runner himself, he didn't have the opportunity to ask when there was time to put him up yesterday, so it was a sorry but no. Quite rightly. Follow the rules, they're there to be followed and for all our safety.
Yeah, David Bond, 55.16 this time. Bit slower than before.
I have him on a 53.30 in his first run.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's quite a good improvement, especially as his bogey time was 56.
Hang on. 53.30 to 55.16. I think your maths are upside down, or my maths.
It's not 51.56, no, 55.56.
Yeah.
55.16 even.
55.16.
I've got my numbers in the wrong order.
Yeah. Are you standing upside down?
Quite.
Where are we? We're with Jeffrey Ironside. No, we're not. We're with William 12 Trees back in sharing the Wolseley. Have I missed Jeremy Flan 145?
Yep. 48.96.
Yeah, that's good. So Jeremy half a second slower than before. On the line, the magical Picard Pictet. If you go to Picard Pictet in Geneva now, they'll ask you how much money you want to borrow. They're a bank, not a motor manufacturer. But they were. I suspect it was a wealthy second son or something. He said to his banker, Dad, I want to build racing cars. Dad said, all right, my son, here's some money, go and do it.
Yeah, William 12 Trees climbed in at 59.73. Again, a drift out from his 58. 6.8 previous run.
Pick, nearing the end of his run, in the hands of Jess Smith, who I don't think has had the pickup taken very long. 49.15.
John Paulson with the Talbot. The early 1913 25 horse Talbot.
On the line is Neil Goff in number 147, and this is a car that we know very little about, I think. 147 Neil Goff. It's we'll watch the Talbot first, but Neil Goff, oh, hang on, in the crit. Somebody very kindly passed me a note all about the crit, which I've lost. American crit. And it's got a very strange badge on the dashboard with a swastika in reverse, a reverse swastika, from, of course, the days when swastika was a religious emblem and not a Nazi characteristic.
Good climb, 54.84.
It is a good climb.
Yes, in Sanskrit it's a symbol of peace, as it is in Hinduism, I think. Peace and prosperity.
Yeah, horrible that it was hijacked.
Yes. The Finnish Air Force used the swastika at the same time as the German Air Force as well, of course. It must have been a bit weird.
Michael New in the De Dion with its the De Dion big luxury touring car, but this with the Curtis engine, is followed by Archie Miller back in the Hudson Super 6. We had some nice views of this Hudson, but Michael New 61.01. Going out for a nice country drive in our Hudson, dear. We'll see you later.
He rounds semicircle. Archie will be crossing the line momentarily. His previous best is 68.75. 64.65. Good driving.
Where are we with Jocelyn Jones in the Humber?
We've moved up to Class 8 special sports cars and saloon cars up to 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged.
So the Humber 8 in the hands of Jocelyn Jones is nearing the finish. Very attractive bodywork. Time is 75.01. And Eleanor in the Humber 9. So her Humber is one more than the previous one. That was a Humber 8, so Humber 9. But with a smaller engine, only an 1100cc engine, takes her up in 65.81. My goodness, we're back to Austin Sevens, but in the meantime we're watching Ian Patton in Terry McGrath's Amel car, classic narrow-bodied Amel car. Passenger seat overlaps the driver's seat. You have to be very friendly with your passenger, which I'm sure wasn't difficult in France in the 20s.
Just quickly flag up that Eleanor Tarring has beaten her handicap. She was at 66.01 annoyingly 0.01 of a second outside her handicap, but she's lowered under her handicap. So well done to Eleanor, the family Humber.
And well done to Ian with a time in the 50s, a 58.11 in the Amilcar.
Yes, indeed. His previous best was 61.42.
Because it had a fail, didn't it, yesterday, in the very slow...
Well, we recorded a 98.31.
Yeah, that's right.
He wasn't actually flagged a fail, but he had to roll back and restart and all sorts.
And we got lost in 7. Wow, haven't seen one of those for a little while. Over the line, and a quick one, 53.65. That's Matthew Craven.
Clive Bowman in the yellow and polished aluminium 7 special. It's into S's at 37.55. Gets into the semicircle in 45.88. Round he goes. Clive will be looking for something around 56-ish to be happy. Well, 55.51, there it is.
That's pretty good, isn't it? Charlie Hindle, Ulster again, smoking a bit into the S's, middle of the road. No dramas, but approaching it didn't look very quick, but through the S's, it actually is quite rapid excursion through the S's. Classic Ulster with the number plate stuck up the back. And rounds off his day with a 66.77.
Thomas Reinhold going up as Graham Beckett, number 158, had the misfortune to break his prop shaft yesterday, so we will not be seeing him any further. But Thomas Reinhold really aggressively driving his special.
Yeah, nicely finished. Ulster body, pointed tail. Off the line goes Kevin Morton in his Rally 9 special. What can Thomas Reinhold do? Is he another of our visitors over from Germany? I hope so. 69.94.
He'll be pleased. Another improvement. Down under 70 seconds for the first time this weekend, so that's the right direction to be in. Kevin Morton is round semicircle and on the final blat up to the line with a 54.96.
I can tell you about the crit. I've just found the right piece of paper. Built in Detroit in 1911. Business only lasted 6 years of production. This is the only known one currently in the UK. It's rebuilt over a 20-year period, fitted with an Ox 6 engine, which is the slightly larger one than the Ox 5, 9.2 litres. Bought last year, finished off by Neil Goff, the current owner. Well done, Neil, and thanks for the information. Do we know who's won the raffle? Someone will tell us, or maybe they won't, but they'll get a nice ride in the Brescia.
Paul Jennings is on course now. David Fennell, having done a 55.25, drifted out a touch. He was 54.06 for his first run to count, but 55.25, still none too shabby. Don't seem to have seen Kevin Jones 750 since practice yesterday.
So Paul Jennings brings us into class 9. 1500 unsupercharged, 1.1 supercharged. He's the first kicker offer in that and records a 69.57. So that's his best time of the weekend as far as I can see.
Absolutely right. He's gone from 78, 73, 71, 69.
And the little BNC, such an attractive little car, wasn't it? With its sloping radiator grille.
Gorgeous little French confection.
Tell me in a loud voice what one of the owners was called.
Bollack.
Sorry, why am I laughing?
B-O-L-L-A-C-K, Bollack.
Well, it's a 5913.
That's an improvement for Rachel against 59.5, so she's beaten her handicap. She was 59.70, annoyingly, tantalisingly close, but she smashed it. Well done, Rachel.
We go back to the little Humber, 1100cc in the hands of Kevin Jones, lots of revving on the line. And I think he stumbled a little bit at the start. It's so easy to let the clutch in and then stop again. You know, a millisecond later, it costs you time. Rachel Blake, number 171. What was her time? Turning the pages.
59.13 in the BNC.
Thank you. We're watching Kevin Jones in the little Humber. Number 750 back on page XXI. In other words, page 11. The 68.45 on his first run this morning. Now, will the heat have got to him and slowed him down, or will the grip have speeded him up? Slowed him down, I suspect. 68.45 and now better, 67.57. Good.
Terry McGrath,
Yep.
in his own machine. Very tight and clean line, no soaring of the wheel for Terry through semicircle. Constant radius there, very good. Impressive driving.
And a good time, 55.41. Eleanor Bergman in the nice shiny and yellow Austin 7 Special.
She'll be looking for something nearer her second practice time of 64.92, ideally.
So Eleanor heads for the finish, and her time 63.82.
She'll be delighted to be within 10 seconds of her dad. Back into Class 9, sponsored by Haggerty, the Special Sports and Saloons, 1101 to 1500 unsupercharged, up to 1100 supercharged, with Jack Butler at 172, the Riley Special.
56.07. So a half-second improvement over his first morning run, Jack Butler. We're watching Gerald Parker. Gerald is in the very white Riley Special, white, but in fact, is it white or is it a very pale blue?
I'd say it's white. White, yeah.
.56.01. Another member of the Collings family, Harriet, in the HFD Riley. Did it look as if she was slowing right down? It did, I'm afraid. Has she run out of gears?
She has come to a halt on semicircle.
Yeah, I think she may have. I don't think anything collided with the Armco.
She's going backwards. No.
I wonder if she's lost a gear in all that excitement.
Oh dear. Well, that will see Jonathan Bowyer getting the flag and another chance, but frustrating anyhow.
And the toy waits on the line.
A number of years ago, David Fennell was sat on the line in the toy when the heavens opened. Nick Upton and I were keeping our hands away from anything metallic and electrical because it was arcing away in here. And when David returned to the car, he looked in, called the marshals over, and they tipped the toy over on its side to drain the water out. I'm sure Claire would be quite grateful for a little cooling from the heavens as she sat there in her Nomex and crash helmet now.
I've just seen a note, I just found a note from Carrie Bedford about car number 157, that's Charlie Hindle. And Charlie, his handicap was 53 seconds, and it's been re-handicapped to 60 seconds, which as he did a 66.77, hasn't really made a huge difference to his life.
No. But he's within 10 seconds of his handicap time now, so that might make him feel better. Harriet has gone from the semicircle. Haven't seen Jonathan Bowyer go through yet, though, but I may have missed. Oh, poor chaps, they've both still got the clock ticking on them.
Yeah, we've got a nice note from Beach Mark IV. Glad to see all the 3098s Vauxhalls this year. Well done to my mate Saul Stevens and the entire 3098 contingent. I hope to be with you any time now. I think he ends up his message with, well, we share the congratulations to all the 3098s. They're all immaculate and they're all quick. And it's good to see that they've got a place of honour up in the paddock on the Bugatti shelf. Alfred Wayne, thanks for hosting these live pictures. Love starting my Sunday mornings off with coffee and classic cars. Yes, no better way. Alfred, are you in the UK? In which case, it must be a late Sunday morning with the coffee. Oh dear, Peter Bones. Now, why is he asking? Is that Guy Loveridge on commentary? I could answer that, but Guy might not be. Why do you want to know, Peter? No, he's not telling me. Guy, do you know Peter Bones?
How do you spell his second name?
B-O-N-N-E-Z. It is Guy, Peter. And
yes, it is.
Doris says, hi Guy, Doris backseat passenger here. Now, are some secrets coming out?
I know who they are now, yes.
Something went on the back seat.
When I did the Monte Carlo rally with Peter Baker, Peter B, we had Robert Grounds in the back seat in his kilt, all the way from Glasgow to Monte Carlo. And that will be Doris, because we did it in Doris the Daimler. That will be the backseat passenger. Greetings, gents. Good to hear from you. Nice pictures on Facebook, Peter. Glad you've come and rescued your wife this sunny Sunday.
Peter Chubb says, lovely watching this. Makes a change from circuit racing, doesn't it? Can Chris tell us when these cars were manufactured? Well, I can, because every car has its year of manufacture in the programme. So as often as I can, it's a bit late in the day now, I will try and add the manufacture date. Claire Williams is in the toy, 762.
I think you should go back to the start. Give us every car's year of manufacturing.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait here until summertime. Claire's car was manufactured, well, bits of it were manufactured in 1930.
Yes, the rest of it was manufactured in the 1980s by Jeremy Brewster.
That's the danger, isn't it? That we might quote the date of the chassis, but there are all sorts of mixtures on these cars. Up to the line, we'll see in a minute or two, comes this very delicious number 176 and 176. Why isn't it in my program? But it's a lovely Riley Sprite. I'm searching. Well, we'll see who it is in just a second when it leaves the line. It's John Hunter. And not only does it look nice, it makes a very nice raspy noise. Claire Fennell-Williams has finished with a 57.74. Improvement.
That's a Riley TT Special, John Hunter. A 54.74 was his first run to count earlier today.
He's going to be followed by William Buckler. Riley Special from 1927 and 1935. I don't think I can keep this up.
I don't blame you at all.
Here's John Hunter in this lovely Riley TT Special, immaculate 53.87.
That's a good one. Just outside his handicap, but still good.
Nice slide round semicircle for William to record a 52.15. Good time, 52.15. Jonathan Bowyer into semicircle, 1.5 litre Riley 12.4 Special. 50 miles an hour to the bridge is pretty good and records a 55.30, car number 175. Wow, that's a good improvement actually. This very attractive supercharged little MG J2 could fold the windscreen down. It's got aero screens, but it's a hot day and might be some bugs and bees around. This is Nigel Harper. I wonder what difference to the engine power that supercharger makes. What would it be as standard, about 50 horsepower?
Less than that, I think. Less than that.
62.13.
58.92 I have for his last one. So he's drifted out quite a lot.
Yeah. We're watching Tamo Voigt, Riley TT Sprite, looking absolutely right. The car is German registered, and I think Tamo must be, I think it's a German number plate, must be one of our very welcome guests over from Germany this weekend. I think it started with the Mutchlers, father and son, and gradually more and more of people have come over from Germany for Prescott, and indeed for Chelsea as well. Oh, Loughton Park. No, Loughton Park they came to, didn't they? This is the Aries Special, always makes me smile. Creative radiator grille. Wolseley engine, Wolseley chassis, I think. Surprisingly quick. Might well be under the 50-second mark. Not quite. 50.82 for 182. Dennis Bingham hurls it through the S's, nudges the edge of the track, but I don't think it'll need any sweeping. In the Falcon Special, and it's 51.25. Riley engines sound really crisp, don't they? Charlie Martin, oh, just over the 50 mark, 50.04 for Charlie.
His last climb was 50.05, so he's found a 100th.
That's a definite improvement. What's that, about a yard on the road? No.
Less than that, I
Less than that.
A foot, maybe.
Yeah, a foot maybe. Now, we've got a red flag. Why?
I can't see why. Colin Wolstenholme's gone round semicircle.
He was being... Yes, no one on the line. Well, David Pryke on... Ooh, wow. A very smoky burst of smoke from the Riley. It's more sweeping in Pardon. I don't think it's cement dust being swept. I think Colin... Was it Colin? Yes.
Colin was last up in the
really
MPH,
close in to the verge round Pardon.
So you're going to have that time taken away from him then as it's brought out the brushes.
Do you think it will?
They've done that already today, haven't they?
They did that to, who was it who was...
Julia who did it?
Yeah, four wheels off, well effectively it looked like four wheels off the road.
That was serious cutting. Colin wasn't four wheels, he was just front left. Yes, it's dug a bit of muck out, but it was nothing dramatic.
Well, at the moment he's shown as a success at 47.93.
Which is good, because his handicap's 47.5, so he'll be happy with that. He's close, really close. About 9 feet close.
I'm looking at our timekeepers and clerks. I don't think there's an argument over whether it's a failed run or not. I think he's got away with it. I hope so. I beg his pardon. It was Charlie Martin, apparently, who spread the dirt.
Oh, we were doing Colin a disservice. I didn't think he'd cut too dramatically.
But that looked okay.
Yeah, I had no issues from here, but through a pane of glass and looking through bright sunlight and into shadow, I can't pick up too many details from here at this time of day.
I've just, I think, overheard that he's okay. Red flag's coming in. The Morgan will fire up its Riley engine. Not many of those around. Most Morgans of that age. What, a Coventry Climax would they have had?
Yep, Coventry Climax for a 4.4. Standing, of course, for 4 wheels, 4 cylinders.
Yeah.
John Mowat had many a long year of great success with this car, hence his record having stood since 1996. Then again, this is one of the classes in which James Baxter still holds a record going back to 1995.
So David fires up the Riley engine, which I guess has considerably more power than the Coventry Climax. They had a surprisingly good record at Le Mans in the 1930s.
Prudence Fawcett.
Yes.
They didn't go back until the early 50s, and then not again until 1962 when they won the up to 2 litre class.
Charles Trevelyan's wife was co-driver, I think. She certainly competed at Le Mans in a Morgan, just turned up. Can I enter this race, please? Yeah, why not?
Have you got 24 hours to spare? Yes. Carry on. David Pryke is very, very much on it with this climb. He was very aggressive through paddock.
He's very aggressive through the S's. Full left lock. This will be, now what was his previous time? It was a 45.97, the last one I've got recorded for him.
45.47 with his first one to count earlier. 46.10. Gosh.
Dropped a bit. Who we've got? We've got Michael James. Now, did Michael get red flagged? Something happened, didn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. He's running in order, so it must be okay.
45.31 was Michael's time, so he is the class winner. But will he better his own time?
What was his handicap? 45, yeah. He'd love to get into within his handicap. It nearly does.
45.24.
Brings us to 7.80. Last runner in this class in the programme. That's Andrew Oliver.
And the good Dr. Morley's Riley special. Paul Tunnicliffe, president, already off the line and climbing.
Michael James, 45.24. Yeah, that was quick, wasn't it? Andrew Oliver, where is he? He's over the line. 52.37. Well, satisfaction of that being his quickest time. And we're watching Paul Tunnicliffe in this glorious Frazer Nash Colmore, touring Frazer Nash with its BMW engine. Very desirable. I mean, the very quick ones, of course, would provide fun, but this provides relatively comfortable touring. And you hope the chain doesn't drive on the way to the party. You hope the chain doesn't break on the way to the party. 59.88, 59.88. Jim and the Riley Grebe, which again has got the AC Ace engine. 53.37. We're watching Jack Pepiot in the Wolseley Hornet special. Easy to forget that the Wolseley Hornet in the 30s was a very successful sports car, slightly a cut above the MGs. Supercharged, well, this one's got a supercharged 1.6 litre engine, so plenty of grunt. 52.19. Jane Corner cornering into the S's in this lovely little Lagonda Rapier Sports with a supercharged 1500 Meadows, I think, engine. They were supercharging period, weren't they?
Surely were.
And Jane's time is a 56.01. This is this very rare racing, sports racing MG Magna in the hands of Charlie McEvoy. Q-type, which means it's supercharged. Little 4-cylinder, 1275 engine, supercharged. Producing, what, 90 or so horsepower, 53.73. That's a big improvement.
It is. That's a good one.
Up to now he's been in the 56s. We're watching the very pretty Alvis 1270 special, Ian Wozencroft. And this will be quick, this will be in the low 50s. It is indeed with the 51.45.
That's a handicap smasher. He was on 53.12, handicap of 52.5, 51.45, over a second inside his handicap. Good driving.
I've got him down as a 51.32 first run, but I could well be wrong. Doesn't matter, both of them are below handicap.
Surely are.
William Balfour, isn't this a nice car? This is a car that William has driven around the world, which would have been comfortable and exciting, and a 54.95. Ian Roach, Frazer Nash TT replica, classic TT replica with a little fuel tank below the ducktail, bobtail, and with the BMW engine, but not the 328 engine, the 319 engine, 1911 cc, and a single overhead cam, 51.86. Trevor Corner, another Talbot 105 with the 3-litre straight 6 engine. .52.81. Up round Harden goes the Riley MG amalgam of Roy Newton. It's beautifully built. He extended the chassis himself to accommodate his legs and the Riley engine. It makes a really effective supercharged special, and it's pretty quick. By which I mean 51.56. Do I mean that? 51.56.
His last lap was a 56.60, so yes, I would say that's good, because his handicap was 51.5, so he's near as snuff.
That's extremely good. David Knight, another classic TT replica Frazer Nash. Remember, it's chain drive, 4 chains. This one with a BMW 6-cylinder straight 6 engine. And it's a 50.82. For Westerns, you would think also it's got a Bristol engine, but it hasn't. It's got an AC engine, the famous AC 2-litre engine that powered so many nice AC sports cars, up to and including the AC Ace, which is such a handsome car. It's great to see the AC Ace commanding the prices it deserves on the market, 50.22. John Duffin's Supersports, again AC powered. AC Cars had a little small factory, Thames Ditton in Surrey, the outskirts of London. And as Guy said earlier, started by the Hurlock family and run by the Hurlock family for a long, long time. I don't know, Guy, if they sold out in the end to somebody else.
I think they faced financial hardship, should we say.
Yeah, I think so. But in the meantime, they made some super exciting cars, particularly the chain drive ones and the Bristol powered ones. 55.75, followed by Morris, driven by Jeremy Brewster, and really holds it through the S's. Now was Jeremy driving Morris yesterday? He drives it very quickly, 45.93.
Yes, he was driving the Gagan Special yesterday, yes. 47.50, 56, 46.66, 45.95, 45.93.
Excellent. Now we think that Andrew Frank broke a long-standing record this morning with his 46.25.
Still waiting for confirmation, but the printed vintage record in this class is in the same car by John Giles in the Beetle with 46.26.
47.05.
Well, that follows the pattern of people getting slower this afternoon by about 0.8 of a second.
In the meantime, we've got a happy passenger on the Brescia.
Excellent.
Having won the raffle. I'll ask the timekeepers whether Andrew Frank's climb is a record.
Lucky recipient, the winner of the raffle, going up, preceded by a course car, followed by a course car as per the rules, but enjoying wind in their hair, 1920s Bugatti Brescia Hill Climb, all for the want of a pound ticket or a £5 strip. Chris will be back momentarily when he finds out if we have witnessed a new record set today. One that stood since 1995, no less, 27 years. That'll be quite something to write home about. If it has come to pass, that is a new record. Same car, different ownership.
The timekeepers confirm Andrew Frank's run this morning of 46.25 is a new record by 100th of a second.
Congratulations to Andrew.
Very much so.
That's very good. To break a record that stood for ages is somehow extra impressive than one that's been inched up every year. To break it for such a long time is outstanding. Well done, Andrew.
Is Dennis Bingham the man who used to race sidecar Grand Prix with his wife Julia? There's a question which I can't answer. If Dennis, if you're listening, can you tell me at the start line whether you used to race sidecars with Julia? Thank you, Richard, for the question. Intriguing. Enjoying the coverage from Asheville, North Carolina. David, we've communicated before on other meetings, haven't we? Thanks for getting in touch. Hope you're enjoying it. Well, I'm glad you are enjoying it. Have you had all your friends around for breakfast? I think that would make quite a party.
I was going to say, I quite like the idea of motor clubs in the Appalachian Mountains or somewhere gathering around their internet connections to listen to you and me prattle on about this hill climb.
Absolutely. And have hominy grits or something.
Eggs over easy for me. Some chitlins.
And some maple syrup.
We've just lost all our listeners in North America now because of that.
Yeah. These stupid Brits.
Some nice sweet cured bacon, a short stack of pancakes, maple syrup. Yes, please, bring it on. Plenty of coffee.
Have you read a book called The Lincoln Highway?
No.
By a guy called Amor Towles, who's written some really good books. The Lincoln Highway is a lovely book. It's fiction. It's not a history, but it's a beautifully written book. And I recommend it to anybody. The Lincoln Highway by Amor Towles.
That almost sounds like one of those joke book titles, like Free Fall Parachuting by Hugo First.
Yeah, I know. It does, but it's a genuine. And he's a brilliant author. Here's our lineup, waiting to come. I'm not sure why we're red flagged.
The draw winner ascended
of
with
course,
the two course cars.
in the Brescia, yeah. Well, I hope he enjoyed it. I'm sure he will have done.
Ear-to-ear grin as he went round semicircle.
Good. And are our course cars back? Yeah, I think they're just back. So very soon we will be summoning our next runner. 212 was our last runner, which was the end. We got the double room cars in class 10. That's Kate Burke, Ian Smith, and David Frank. Now David Frank is in the Beetle.
He could re-break the record.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, he did a 46.44, so he wasn't far away at all. Blimey.
No, indeed.
David, can you hear? It's a challenge.
You need to find 2.26 of a second, please.
Give us something to shout about. Oh, crikey, that's the commentator's curse. Who's coming to the line? It should be Ian Smith in the Alvis, number 799. And it is... Have we seen Kate Burke?
No, 701 hasn't been up, so...
Okay.
We've had enough of a break that the first climbers in each of those shared drives should have got back and been able to hand over, so...
Sure.
Hopefully we can have a clean run through and not break up the last four classes.
Quite a good start, 2.98 seconds, 64 feet for Ian Smith. What's his speed under the bridge? It's 43 miles an hour. I repeat what I said this morning, if you come here to a championship meeting, British Hill Climb Championship, you'll see speeds under the bridge well in excess of 100 miles an hour. 100. Most I've seen is 115. And that is sensational. Sterling Moss used to call Orchard Corner one of his favourite corners in the whole world. Here's Kate Burke. We'll see her in a second, but in the meantime we're focusing on Ian Smith in the Alvis.
I didn't get a time for Ian this morning. I must have been doing something else.
799. No, I didn't. His practice was a 66.53.
Yeah, and a 61.03 before that, so hopefully he'll produce something in the high 50s.
Now, David Frank's on the start line. I wonder if he got our message.
60.17, there we go.
Yeah, I hope not. So, 60.17 for Ian. Where's Kate? Here she is into semicircle. We're watching eagerly to see what time David Frank does in the AC-powered Beetle. That doesn't mean it's a Volkswagen with an engine in the boot.
60.80 for Kate.
David emerges from the S's.
42, 43, 44, 45, 46.12.
46.12. Good time, but not good enough.
Well, hang on a minute. Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry, 46. Yeah, it is 46.
He has broken it again.
Oh, wow. 46.12.
He's taken it from Andrew. 46.25 was Andrew, 46.12 for David.
Well, that's not only broken it, it's crushed. Well done, David, that's brilliant.
Perhaps he did hear us.
We'll claim he did anyway. That's great news. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Edwards, 50.7. We are in class 11. No, are we? 215. Where's 215 gone?
Yep, we are over the page. 215 is Jeffrey Edwards, a supernumerary in this class, a late entry.
Thanks. We are watching.
Archie Bullet in the Model A.
Yes, isn't it very American? Lovely, like it. Solid front axle. Well, most of them have solid front axles, of course. But what a revolution when Henry Ford brought out the Model A to replace the Model T. Hundreds of thousands of people had to learn to drive all over again. Have you ever driven a Model T?
I have once. 59.62 for Archie Bullet. It was at an H&H Classic Auction when I was working for them back in the 90s. I was asked to drive it in and spent a good 20 minutes sitting looking at my feet and my hands going, what on earth am I going to do with this?
Well, the great advantage is that whatever pedal you push, you stop. Doesn't matter.
It was getting moving that was the issue.
Yeah. We are watching James Quartermain 54.46.
That's a smashing of the handicap, which was 58.5. So it's fully 4 seconds and a little bit more under handicap. Great driving. It's down as Ms. Nicola Quartermain, but I think it is Jamie running the early numbers. They've swapped.
Classic 3-litre Bentley with a 4.5-litre engine, but the classic shape with the Van den Pla touring body. The old Wayman Bentley saloons, they had to have fabric bodies on wood, didn't they? Because they flexed so much, a metal body would have immediately cracked.
Indeed.
Here's this famous Delage DR70 of Craig Collins with its big 5-litre aircraft engine. Gallius Pratt's time 59.5. And the Delage 50.59. 50.59. So both of those drivers end the day with their quickest time. And we are watching Rob Hubbard making the characteristic 4-cylinder 3098 Raw. Chris Cowens did the same off the line. I wonder if Ron knows that his number plate is waving around in the back. Probably he does. But his time, 52.26. One 3098 to another, Chris Cowens. Lightweight, very lightweight body, strict 2-seater. .26. That, of course, is Gregor Fiskin's car, isn't it?
Yep, the shared driver running ahead of the owner.
Rebecca's Maud. Was it Rebecca? No, it was Robert Moore's GN Special. It bounced out of gear just after the start line, so sadly that'll have cost him a couple of seconds. But Rebecca does a good time at 48.89.
It is a very good time.
We are watching the GN. This one with the Ford Model A engine. So water cooled, so it must have fixed up a cooling fan somewhere. Otherwise, of course, the V-twin ones rely on air cooling. Slides, it runs semicircle, and it's a 53.80. So that gear popping out cost him 2.5 seconds. Of his Fireflies, slight touch of oversteer on the way out of Tom Rolt into semicircle. .01 for Trevor Hurst. Alistair Littlewood is always quick in this very lightweight and very pretty Bentley 2-seater. Cars following on a wet road get a face full of water, but that doesn't matter. And Alistair's time, 49.05. Now, is it an illusion, or does this Bentley have lowered suspension? That's the Jack Bond. This is the car from which we had the on-board at lunchtime. Nice, 46.88.
Jonathan Bennett in 7:21 rounds the semicircle to finish with a 53.42.
He's followed by Justin Hart, going very rapidly in the 2.5 litre Riley Special, the Big Four. John Bennett's time 53.42.
47.12 for Justin Hart, the Big Four. Gregor, the owner, on course now in his 3098. 52 mile an hour under the bridge, 2.89 first 64 foot.
Sitting back in really relaxed style, Gregor, classic Fangio Sterling Moss driving style, and immaculate line to record a 49.61.
Beats his handicap, Gregor, there. The intensive tuition from James Baxter paid off.
Really healthy sounding Bentley off the line in the hands of Joe Collins. Your Gatley 49.98. We are watching Joe emerging with a touch of oversteer through the S's. She's followed, is it Grandad or Dad? Behind her.
I think Grandad.
51.93. Rogers' 4.5 litre engine in the Bentley, in his Bentley, is the noisiest of all. Really healthy.
Steve Smith in the Maud.
Roger takes a immaculate line through the S's. The family lives, is it in deepest Wales, Prestine or somewhere over there?
54.46, yes indeed.
I know Ben, who fettled the Blitz and Benz for the museum in Germany, took great pleasure in testing it on the roads around their house in deepest Wales. Morris Maud, 49.31. And here's lovely slippery Anne, slipping through the air nicely with beautifully constructed fabric bodywork, just like a classic airplane. Fabric over Irish linen over a wooden frame. That's how to do it. Steve Smith, time 49.31. That's number 728. Single seat Austin 7 on the line. We'll see very soon. Very smart, lovely one. In the meantime, Slippery Ann has finished with a 56.03. We are watching George Scoley.
Seem to have missed out on Inga van Wortel.
Yes, she hasn't come yet. Perhaps she's got to catch the boat home. In the meantime, look at this lovely single-seater Austin 7 of Archie Waterfield. Time for George Scoley, 55.87. The Adro Special on the line, we'll see very shortly. India Walker rounds Pardon. And then enters the S's. Neat and tidy through the S's.
Adro, clean. Takes a wide in, late apex into Pardon, but it works, and away he goes.
54.28 for India Walker, 54.28. The time yesterday was 56.42. I don't know what a time this morning was.
55.79.
Oh, so improved all the way through. Great. Adro, Colin Rogers. Much ado about nothing. 54.51. We focus on Dougie in the Austin 7 Special, but meanwhile, James Burmester takes off the line in this lovely single-seater MGPA Special. A blown supercharger engine, pre-selector gearbox, immaculate bodywork, and Dougie 54.52.
It's a bit slower for Dougie, he was 53.37 earlier.
Did I write 56.37 down by mistake?
No, it might be my inability to read my handwriting. I'll go with your 56.37.
In which case 54.42 is a great improvement.
It is outside of handicap, but a good improvement of all times across the day.
And James Burmester, good run, 52.02 in the very pretty MG. The GN Cat, I was going to say cat poo, but that wouldn't be right. Cat po, fascinating. Special, 49.83. Wow, that's a good improvement as well. Into the 49s after a day in the 52s and 53s.
It is indeed. Right, Catipo. I'm sure there's an I in there between the T and the P.
Yeah, I'm sure. I was trying to be funny, but it never works. Has Spider been here today?
No, I haven't seen Spider.
William Way, 49.53. John Wiseman in the Nat. It's funny how many of these Chelsea specials were named after insects. Wasp, gnat.
We assume it's because they buzzed a lot and they were a nuisance to the establishment.
Probably. on Wiseman. Ah, he'll be a bit cross. He didn't get it under the 50-second mark, 50.23.
Have his earlier run at 49.25 though. So
yeah, you're right. He
that
was
will count.
And practice 49.66.
Yeah.
I think this is a new special, the Austin Jap number 255.
First time I remember seeing it was at Kerbera early this season in the spring.
It certainly steps off with a very high first gear, didn't change out of first gear, almost to the bridge, which meant a speed under the bridge of 56. That's rapid acceleration for the little Austin Jap. What's he done before? He's done a 49.83. Intriguing streamlined nose cone before the twin-cylinder air-cooled engine. I think it's going to be under 50 seconds. It is considerably, 48.88. Excellent. Classic pointed tail, Austin 7 Special, Ulster, Matthew Moore, 51.69. Meanwhile, Jonathan Fanning hurls it into and through the S's. He's giving it everything in this little Austin 7, 7.42. Why can't I find him?
Supernumerary on the end of the class.
Yeah.
He's sharing with George Scully.
51.45. Beck Power Plus, another famous pre-war special, mostly in the hands of Peter Vaughan, Commander Peter Vaughan, a military character. He was tall, he stuck out of it a long, long way. He was well over 6 foot. Ed Williams taking advantage of the twin rear wheels to give a bit more grip. Was fashionable pre-war. 46.17.
His first time of 45.70 will stand then. Mark Purnell was 49.81.
And here comes Granny following Mark Purnell in the Riley Special. When we get a head-on picture, see the big blower on the front, but we don't because we switched to Granny. But Mark due to record a time of 49.1. Let's watch Granny, fascinating. 1100cc Jap-powered GN chassis, Morganish front suspension, sliding pillar front suspension, which lasted on the Morgans from the start of the company right through to last year, I think. They finally dropped the sliding pillar front suspension. They're now under Italian ownership, but spending a lot of money developing a lot of cars, so it could be very healthy. Gary, Claire, 47.85. Mike Pickup heading towards the finished. He would love to be under the 50s but can't quite make it. 51.26.
Turn of the page to the Octane sponsored Class 14 pre-1941 racing cars, 1101cc to 1500cc.
And it's James Surridge leads the way.
Yes, we've sadly lost Razor Blade and the Type 37, haven't we? On the James Chain drive. Ian Chain has done one run to count, so we wait to hear if it returns.
Yeah, we lost the very blue Bugatti that's in the next class, isn't it? That was Bob Mellors. But in the meantime, 273 on the line. Sounds as if it's misfiring. This is Annette van Wortel in the Lagonda Rapier.
So the Van Vortels haven't gone home, they just haven't let Inga come out with her Austin 7 again.
It's a shame. Now, what can James Surridge do? 54.07 first run today. This time it's a 54.25. Oh dear, drama on the, well, not much drama, but unfortunately on the start line. We'll watch Annette van Wortel first, but I fear Andrew Craven, it has to be a failed run, because although he failed after the start, his rear axle had gone over the start line, so that's a failed run, I'm afraid. Annette, 59.62. Ah, nice to see the Bellevue Special in full fettle. Tom Hardman might have helped fix it. We don't know what the trouble was, but it had a failed run this morning. Steve McAvoy, it's a new acquisition for him, so he's getting used to controlling it in every sense, but he controls it off the line beautifully. 2.7 seconds. Again, twin rear wheels. Rich Parnell had an ownership of this for a while. The Evans family ran Bellevue Garage, and you used to be able to rent this car to race at Brooklands if you were wealthy enough.
Wilkie Wilkinson worked for the Bellevue as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, you're right.
He probably had a hand in the creation of this, I would imagine.
Based on an MG's chassis with an offset body, as you can see.
I like the Bellevue because you can see the driver's legs at work if you're on the appropriate side of the cockpit. There's that big cutout down the side.
Indeed. 46.02.
None too shabby against a 49 handicap.
Who's on the line? It's Blakeney Edwards, I think. It's 27. No, it's not. It's Smith. The Smith family, famous for their very rapid Frazer Nash. I'm not sure if Dad is still competing. I don't think he is.
.28 to Andrew Wilson in the Norris Special Mark 1. It's a good improvement from 51.39.
Did Andrew Smith do? Number 278, 45.15.
He'll be pleased, that takes him down under the 46 handicap. John Giles.
And am I right in thinking it's a record? No, I'm not right. 41.68. Wow. Michael James, this is quick. Number 280, this lovely Riley Cotton special. He was down in the 43s. First run this morning, 43.88. This is an immaculate car, not only beautiful, but beautifully constructed and quick. holds the road nicely. He chucks it through the S's. 43.88 was his morning run. What was his 44.5? So he's well within, and it's a 44.66. Patrick in the Frazer Nash. This will be quick. 61 under the bridge. Highly developed Meadows engine. Meadows engine can be tuned to produce prodigious amounts of power, which this one clearly does. Inch perfect round the S's. Tom Hardman, talk about smoke off the line, wearing out poor Ben Fiddler's tyres, but really enjoying himself. And Tom, his first ever run in this car, steady in the 45s up till now. I'm sure he would love to get down into the low 40s somehow, 44, 43. But he's not going to take the slightest risk with somebody else's precious car. 45.13.
He's got faster every time within the 45-second bracket. Very sensible.
Indeed. Well, is this Razor Blade? Ah,
it is.
Well, that's a treat. We didn't expect to see Razor Blade. It was suffering on its first run. It's not had a happy weekend.
It's suffering now. Finds the right gear and up again. It's only Ian who's driving it though, not James. The shared element of its appearance is gone, but still brilliant to see it. Such an historic machine, 99 years old.
And was it the third Aston Martin to be built or the fourth? It's a very early Aston Martin.
It is. One of the older survivors, definitely.
And with a unique, I think the only remaining little engine from the Grand Prix. The engine built by Aston Martin, but designed, I think, by Frank Halford, famous designer. But he gets there, 67.99, respectable.
Moved up into class 15, pre-1941 racing cars, 1501cc to 3 litres.
And this is Rob Lewis in this lovely Austin 12 Special. It's not very quick, but it's good fun. Brass radiator, brass knob on the back. Body built by himself. He used to have a business converting Ford Transits into vintage vans. Maybe he still has. And over the line, he's had fun this weekend, 67.70.
Makes his fastest run on his last run. That's the way to do it. Show the improvement throughout the day.
Bugatti Type 35, it's appropriate. We're at Prescott, the home of the Bugatti Owners Club. In the meantime, we're watching Bob Druitt in the Maggot. 2 engines all chained together. But it works to the extent of 59.87. Caliban on the line, but in the meantime, let's admire Sarah Tullincliffe's lovely Type 35B. But again, she's going slowly into the S's. Hope it's okay. It seems okay now. Can Sarah get it under the... No, she can't. It's in the 60s. 65.51. Bugatti. Type 35 means 8 cylinders, but it's the touring one. Doesn't have the disc wheels, I don't think. We'll see, but in the meantime, the Caliban with its 8 cylinders finishes with a 51.99. What did Sarah finish with? 65.5. Oh, the good news, 296 is the lovely Bob Mellor's Bugatti, which failed first run, and we were all worried that something seriously had gone wrong, but it's fine. In the meantime, we're watching the unblown, wire-wheeled Type 35. Could call it the touring Bugatti, like the 35A. So it has a much narrower radiator than the Type 35B, and it's a 56.2 for Richard Wiseman. Now, oh dear, what happened to Bob? Did he think he was going to go up to Ettores, or has he pulled off because something's gone wrong?
He's parked at the bottom entrance to the Ettores loop, hand in air now. What a shame.
So Bob is going to be instructed to do a 3-point turn on the grass and then let gravity take him back to the paddock. What a shame, it's such a lovely car. It sounded healthy, it isn't, I think it's an engine problem. Let's hope it's something unserious.
Quite so, he's being guided back by the marshals to go back up the bank on the inside of Orchard. Now they help him down, and as you rightly say, Chris, gravity should work from this point down. What a pity.
What a pity. Intriguing to look at those aluminium alloy wheels because they contain the brake drums. So in Grand Prix racing, if you wanted to adjust the brakes, you just whipped the wheel off, click, click on the screwdriver and shoved it back on again. And of course, lots of people with Bugattis can race them in sports events with mudguards and lights, and then enter the single-seater race by just popping the lights and mudguards off, and you've got a racing car. It was exactly the same pre-war when they could race 35s in Grand Prix and indeed in sports car races, and go touring in them if you can find somewhere to put the luggage. They used to hang it on the side, on the spare wheel on the side. So Bob Mellor's, sadly, a failed run, as he's had an unhappy weekend. Next up should be David Ellison in Roland Duce's new acquisition, this brand new ERA.
Not so much an acquisition as a construction.
Yeah, indeed. Here it comes. David's had such fun with this car this weekend. The differential has failed, so lots of wheel spin off the line. It's a 2-litre engine out of R4D. It's the engine that threw a rod at Goodwood, so it was effectively wrecked, but it's been effectively, very effectively rebuilt, fitted into this car. Got an original ERA gearbox, and the tail element of the body is original off another ERA, and lots of genuine ERA bits, but the majority of it Oh, David rather cocked up the start there, but he didn't stall it, and off he goes, but it's cost him a couple of seconds. Look closely at this car, you'll see the quality of the engineering is quite astonishing. David realizes probably there's no point in going crazy now because he's lost a good, well, how much? 5 seconds off the start, so it's lost a good 3 seconds already. Shame. But he's having fun anyway, and it's a just reward for all his hard work in building this car.
Next up, Jolyon Harrison, who has a good sniff of the Freddie Giles Cognac record in Cognac. It's within 3 seconds.
Yeah, 42.63. Jolyon has a lovely collection of cars. He's got an 8-litre Bentley as well as the 3-litre one that we saw.
Got a genuine 4.5 supercharged as well.
Has he?
Yep.
Wow. And a Frazer Nash that isn't a Le Mans replica because it predates the Le Mans replicas.
It's a low light high speed, yes.
It is indeed.
He also has a Lister Jaguar and various other confections.
Good choice. Jolyon, 47.02. Ed Burgess's Type 51 leaps into the air as he lets the clutch in. Meanwhile, Michael Hudson in the grey Bugatti. Ed surges into Orchard. He's very quick and very brave. What's Michael Hudson up to? He's up to the S's. No, he's not. He's finished with a 47.43. Now, Ed is determined to get done. What did he do before? 43s? Yes, 43.56 this time. 44.10. 44.10.
Our FTD leader currently on the hill, Ian Baxter, Alta. 1.5 litre from 1937.
Here's R4D. I insulted Mac Hulbert, or I insulted R4D when I said it had fairly wicked handling. He came up and he said, no, once we sorted it out, which effectively was by fitting an ultra stiff front anti-roll bar, it sorted the handling out nicely. Meanwhile, Ben Fiddler takes it into Orchard, and Ben is rapidly getting the hang of all the power produced by this blown 2-litre ERA, something like 300 horsepower, maybe more. Don't they make a lovely noise? Straight 6 Riley based engine. R4D, one of only 2 with the Auto Union designed independent front suspension. Ooh, lovely slide by Ben round semicircle, and it's a 43.92. Nick Topless, what can he do? Well, he'll do his best. Neat line round Orchard, wide entry into Pardon. Gets the power down nice and early. Rushes into the S's. Nick is so experienced, not only in ERA driving, but he's top of the tree in many areas. Another bit of a slide at semicircle, 43.27.
He will be furious in that he is 1/100th of a second slower than Ben Fiddler.
That can't be right.
Ben did a 43.26, Nick's just done a 43.27.
You're absolutely right. You'll say, well, of course, everybody knows that R4D has lots of power. Well, it has. Where are we? We've got the famous Wolseley Special. This is an amazing thing to have a look at. It is not old, it's new. It's just been completed. Consists of 2 BSA 3-wheelers, chopped in the middle and welded back to back, with an engine in the front and engine in the back, kept under some sort of control by a mid-gearbox. So you've got 4 cylinders, 2 at the front, 2 at the back. You've got 4-wheel drive, and this is its test run. It's its first competitive outing, and he's done really well, 64.41.
So we move up to class 16, pre-1941 racing cars over 3 litres. This is a class of a few runners, should we say, 6 of them.
And this is our last class today, isn't it?
Yeah, top of the tree.
So 3 sprint cars, the MP Special, the Ford Dryer sprint car and the Hillegas sprint car. Then Tom Richardson with his GM with the Gypsy de Havilland engine. So a treat to finish with.
Rob Armstrong-Wilson in the Ford MP Special records his fastest time with a 49.53. So again, improvement on every run. That's the way to do it. Hill climbing, of course, is you against the clock, against the hill. There's no competition per se. It's just testing your mettle against your own best performance, your previous performance, your fastest time last year, whatever it may be.
Indeed, and unlike circuit racing, if you get nerfed, it's your own fault. You can't blame anybody else.
Exactly. Up now is Harry College, 312 in the Hillegas.
John Galley, 54.35.
Another improvement.
On the line, Tom Richardson. On the hill, Harry College in the Hillegas. Just heard a tiger moth roaring on takeoff. Well, no, it's got a tiger moth engine, but hopefully it'll stay on the ground. And this is Tom rounding Orchard, zips up to Pardon, and quite a technical achievement, turning aircraft engine right way up, because in the airplane it's upside down, and back to front, or front to back, where it belongs, to drive a gearbox.
Now, if Julian Grimwade can find a second and a half, he'll take FTD.
So Thomas finishes with a 56.47, 56.57.
46.57.
Beg his pardon, 46.57. We got Julian, then we got our last runner. So Julian, what's he chasing? A 40?
41. He's outside, he's 43.38.
43.38, not bad.
Taking his class, I suspect, 42.75, unless Ben Mears can really throw one up the road.
Be interesting, wouldn't it?
Definitely. FTD looks like it's the 41.55 of Ian Baxter, set in his first run to count earlier.
Ben Mears, a lovely slide into Orchard, got the tail out nicely, rally style. Not sure if he yanked on the handbrake. Don't think he has one of those. It's got lots of power and it wants to hang its tail out.
It's another pendulum car.
Yeah, indeed. And it's a 44.25. Wow, do we get a Tour d'Honneur by our fastest time of day man? We're waiting, all eager to see whether we do or not. It would be nice to see James pootling up in the Alta.
Ian, wrong Baxter. It's Ian Baxter in the Alta.
Yeah, same surname.
Would remind everybody that the Sam Clutton Trophy will be awarded to the fastest non-aero-engined Edwardian car. Will be presented in the paddock within half an hour. And in front of the clubhouse, within 15 minutes, we'll be giving the FTD trophy. Fastest time by a vintage car who didn't win the FTD. Fastest young driver, not winning either of the above. And the Peter Hampton tankard for the fastest time by a Bugatti. So, Chris, can I look forward to your company at the clubhouse?
I think you can, yes. Ian Baxter, I'm told, is going to do a tour d'honneur. So if you're spectating, please don't go away yet, because Ian deserves your claps and cheers for a run in 41, was it 41.55 his quickest?
Yep.
Not bad at all. Record is, hang on. Why isn't that a record? Oh, because it's 13 and it's 39.68.
Yep.
General.
The Baxter record in the ERA 39.68 and the Alta is 1937, not a vintage car. But a very well-deserved round of applause for Ian Baxter as he climbs again in the Alta. I'm Guy Loveridge. I've thoroughly enjoyed commentating today and yesterday. I look forward to addressing you all again at Loughton Park in September on the Sunday. And safe drive home, everybody. Those of you who want to hang around, do applaud Ian or come and watch the prize givings at about 5:05 outside the clubhouse. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, Guy. Here comes Ian out of the paddock. If you're watching us on the screen, wherever you are, we hope you had a great Sunday entertainment. If you're here, thanks for coming. I'm sure you will have enjoyed a lovely day at Prescott. Congratulate Ian on a brilliant 41.55 to take best time of day. It's a nice custom of all our hill climbers, particularly if they've won something, to give a wave of thanks to our marshals. Such an interesting car, this. If you're going to hang around a bit, do have a look at this car in the paddock. There are so many interesting cars. If you're interested in exotic engineering, well, we've got a feast on offer for you here at Prescott today. Nice wave from Ian, immaculately prepared Alta as always, much better made than it ever was in period. Interesting rear suspension, couple of coil springs either side, but no dampers at all, but it works, and that's the important thing. Huge congratulations to the VSCC team who've worked like Trojans to organise this weekend. Similarly, the Bugatti Owners Club team down in the office, our marshals everywhere, our timekeepers, our clerks of the course and course controllers. Everybody's enjoyed a nice hot day. Many thanks to Guy Loveridge for sharing the commentary. Makes commentating much more fun. And if you've got your programs, you'll see future dates for Prescott, particularly including where it is the next British Hill Climb Championship meeting here, which for most of us is a mustn't miss, because modern hill climbing is just fantastic to watch. Krista is saying thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and as Guy said, have a safe journey home, and we'll see you soon. Good night.